Same goes for RG.
Well, yeah, it takes one to know one.
Exactly. Because he was smart, he would have told his boss where to stick it a long time ago.
Well, okay, now actually, before we go, I don't know, are we live yet?
I don't know.
Or-
Oh, no, YouTube is working on it. No, there we go, I think.
Perfect.
There we are. Yes, now we're live. God damn it. It was spinning forever,
shit.
just like spin, 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 spin.
Now I can't say what I wanted to say, or I'll get in trouble. Dang it. Okay.
That's correct, and you'll get in more trouble too because the YouTube's new monetization policy allows them to charge back any money they might have accidentally paid your bigoted ass.
Wow. They can charge.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in the context of live streams, then, like I know it's never been too much of a problem because usually like, if you play some copyrighted shit on a live stream, they'll they're just gonna hit you after the fact. So are you saying now they can also charge back the super chats you got during that stream, huh?
Well, we don't know the exact extent yet. Hello, chat, by the way. But yes, the new terms state, quote, or charge back or offset such amount against future partner earnings payable to you. So basically, YouTube has given themselves the permission to retroactively take back money that it might have paid you on content that it determines to be unsuitable.
Oh God, yeah, I saw a lot of the horrible stuff in there, but I wasn't aware of that one. Okay. Well,
Yep.
so that'd be a good time to ask then, since this is your channel. How, on a level of 1 to Bob's normal speaking, how much can I curse?
See, I've been trying to not curse, failing
okay.
frequently, because honestly, it's supposed to be like the 8:15 first seconds, but the occasional F word here and there won't eat us off the internet, I hope.
That's fine. I mean, contrary to popular belief, I actually can speak without cursing.
There you
So,
go. I'm
I'll try to go the
trying
whole
to
rest of
become
the
a
stream
good
without it.
Christian, although I am struggling. So, today's main topics will be the great Loli question, spurred on by a Lotus Eaters video. Now, I would like to presage this before anyone from BreadTube sneaks in here and goes like, drama! No. I have nothing but the utmost respect for Sargon. He's a dear personal friend of mine, and I know I can disagree with the man, happily, because I do so frequently. And we're one of those good communities, quote unquote, on YouTube, which is able to have some disagreement without trying to kill one another. So,
Okay, I'll hold back. Fine, I got it. So that was a low-key message to me. I got it. I heard it. Yeah. Yeah. No, in all seriousness, though, I've never had a negative interaction with Sargon. I actually understand everything he's doing too. Like he's a lot more political now. So there's when you're basically a politician, you got to suck a lot of dick just to keep support. So
yes, that is certainly part of it. But his team, Callum and Harry, I think.
Oh, you mean the self-proclaimed libertarians that advocate for censoring fiction? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Libertarians, quote unquote, right.
Mm-hmm.
They did a video called The Pedo Push, where they cited in large parts, they cited an article that cited a Vice video article, which I'm sure both of you are familiar with.
Yeah, that's what makes it so funny, and like these are people that get so butthurt when we pull out the horseshoe theory, but like literally they're using the same attacks and using their alleged enemy as a source for them, and they expect us to believe that they're any different than the other side. Yeah, I believe it.
Yes. So for a bit of context for those who know nothing about this, Vice, a couple of months ago or something like that, made a video talking about pedophilia, quote unquote, in Japan. And by pedophilia, we mean drawings and the manga industry in general.
Yeah,
And they
just
made a
keep
big
in
story
mind
about it.
this is the same Vice that supports cuties, by the way, but drawings are a step too far.
Yes, real children is a-okay, but God help you if you draw them. And it was roundly debunked and harangued and beaten off the internet. I believe they turned off comments retroactively, and of course, likes and dislikes don't exist on YouTube anymore unless you've got a plugin.
Dude, I got a better one. They did one better. So remember how they made it invisible in Japan originally? Because
Yes,
they knew how they were going to be savaged. They went so far as to they went and they struck people because people were uploading it to Nico Nico. They struck all them down too. Yeah, they were so desperate to keep Japan from seeing that, and that's part of the reason is they actually violated some laws in the creation of that. So I can only hope that they might actually get some retribution. But I mean, maybe we can kind of get into a little bit about the topic already. I don't think anything's going to happen because, let's face it, the police have better things to do, and that's where this whole Loli thing comes into question too. That they can make it illegal if they want. Nobody's ever actually going to get in trouble for it, with the except every once in a while they're going to make an example out of somebody. But even in my local area, I read an article last year about some dude that works with children was arrested for having real life cheese pizza. And the kicker in that article was this guy, the cops apparently knew about him for 2 years. And it took them 2 years to finally get around to investigating him and arresting him. It's not because they didn't want to. It's not because they're lazy. It's not because they're incompetent. It's that they're already overloaded. They're understaffed. They have too much shit to do. If it takes them 2 years to get to an actual pedophile, they're not going to put any effort into hunting down people who looked at drawings, even if it was illegal. But the whole point of them doing this, though, is they're hoping the financial sector is gonna chicken out and deplatform the whole thing. That's their goal. Actually, is they're experts of cancel culture, right? They're gonna try to cancel the entire industry, just at the payment processor level. And for anyone who thinks, I know people are like, oh well, who cares if that gets censored? I don't like it anyway. Okay. I'm sure all of you have seen plenty of people out there that they look at any anime and they're like, oh, that is so creepy. That looks like a grown woman with a child's face. Oh, my pedophilia. They will drag it across the entire anime genre.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not going to stop, man. They're not going to stop until it's all banned. So.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, let me put this in the link channel here too, where Uzaki-chan was accused of pedophilia.
Yep.
Now,
20-year-old college student with big titties, my pedophilia. Yeah, that's the level of special individual we're dealing with.
yes.
Yeah, I have zero respect for any of these people. I mean, no offense to Sargon, but some of the people he employs are, special.
Yeah, they're just not educated on these matters.
I know it's not a matter of education. They're just like the left. They operate entirely on emotion. Oh, I find this icky, therefore it needs to be banned. And how are you different from the left? At its core, the moral high ground is the exact same argument as I'm on the right side of history.
Yep. Puritans come in many flavors.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was talking with one of my friends about this, and he actually had some great insight. He said, notice that when someone justifies their actions by saying they're on the right side of history or they have the moral high ground, it's not a description of their actions or their beliefs. It's a rationalization for them. It's yes, I did some horrible things. Yes, I'm a horrible person, but I'm justified in that because I'm on the right side of history or I have the moral high ground. It's just they're trying to justify their own actions to themselves.
And it is a purely moralistic argument at the end of the day. It's the I don't like it argument, which is fine. But don't then go on to argue that it shouldn't exist.
Yeah. I mean,
or that, as one of them said, that it will cause damage eventually. It's damage.
Prove it. Yeah, fucking prove it. None of these idiots have ever proven it. That's what always gets me. It's the same thing as violent video games cause violence. They never have any proof. It's entirely. I mean, dude, if they were right, if lolly content causes actual child abuse, then Japan is the child rape capital of the world, right? I mean, it has to be. Oh, wait, that's not the case, is it? I wonder why. Like, if anything, I think it may have the opposite effect, because I know from experience with like regular hentai and the like, well, what usually ends up happening is once people consume like enough 2D anime titties, a lot of times they stay away from the 3D stuff after that. It's like, hey, this 2D stuff's better. If it's the same thing with the lolly content, then I mean, I'd like to see a study on this. Like, I'm not joking. Like, just like with the violence in video games, we were begging for a study to be done on this back when they were going full, like, just full ham with that shit. Oh, sorry, they already cursed. My bad. And when they're going full ham on that, it's like we were begging for studies, but they don't want to do it because they know they're wrong. Like actually, there have been some studies done already that none of them were too comprehensive, unfortunately. That basically they just said there's no connection. They but this real pedo was caught with some lolly content. Okay, and 99% of violent criminals in the West played violent video games. What's your point? And shit, man, you want to ban something for being harmful? I mean, you want to know what's objectively harmful? Alcohol. How many people die of alcohol poisoning, of drunk driving, and other alcohol-related deaths? I mean, alcohol has a body count we can actually validate and verify. Why don't we ban alcohol? Oh, wait. Something tells me we tried that once and it didn't end well, did it?
Oh, don't worry. We succeeded
just a
in Norway.
tangent there. My bad. Yeah.
In Norway, the state has a monopoly on alcohol, and only the state can sell it.
Shit, man. Here in the U.S., they're going the opposite. They're like, oh, yeah, you can make it, you can sell it, but just like with cigarettes, we're going to keep jacking up the taxes until no one can afford it. Like, I mean, I'll be honest, that's why I drink so little. I think I drink maybe once a month tops, and it's not because I don't enjoy it or anything. It's just that I'm not going to pay the price of a video game for 2 bottles. Like that's what gets me. Like, shit, I could down a bottle in a night, and then well, there goes $30.
Yield syntax.
Yeah, exactly. And part of the reason it's so expensive is the tax. Like, it's not so. Yeah, it just like cigarettes. Now, I think at this point, someone probably could pull up the real numbers, but way more than half of what you pay for cigarettes is taxes.
Oh, it's very Norwegian of you.
Yeah,
I approve.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's the American way of doing things. Yeah.
Yep. Well, they
We've
know
also
that
got
they can go
Bobbq
through
here.
Yeah. Sorry, I've been quiet this time here, but yeah, just to sort of reiterate, because there's a couple points I've been doing a little bit of note taking here off of what you guys have been saying, just so that I could chime in from the relevant angles. That is the lewd entertainment side as to I guess you can call it cause and effect relationships. Because here's the beautiful thing from perspective. RGE's got a little bit of this. Kibbs has got a little bit of this. I know you, Arch, have got a little bit of this. But we are firmly in the category of collateral damage. Because the left doesn't like it for their own reasons. The right doesn't like it for their own obvious reasons. And then you've got the people stuck in the middle. The reason why, in my opinion, the lolly debate is one that comes and goes frequently as the subject of Gamergate is because of the fact that A, it's low-hanging fruit, and B, the second aspect of it is who are the contributors predominantly who are actually creating lolly? Well, overwhelmingly, Japan. Well, what is that? Well, people who are in a completely different culture. A
Can't defend themselves.
Yeah, so they can't defend themselves. They speak a different language, and a culture who ultimately doesn't care about any outsiders' opinions when it comes to the subject matter, because they very much have a xenophobic mentality, which is perfectly fine. Because hey, you know what? It's your people, your laws, your nationhood.
I agree with you 100%, but I just want to add, I don't need to tell you this, but this is more for the audience. I think our opponents are starting to finally come to terms with the fact that Japan couldn't care less about them, which is why they're pressuring the payment processors to do their dirty work for them and things like that. Like that is their ultimate goal. It has nothing, like I just mentioned, even if Loli was made illegal, no one's ever going to be arrested for that. Like, it might be used as an add-on, like if they arrest you for something else and they're trying to rack up the charges to make you do a plea deal, they'll do it as an add-on, but no one's going to be targeted and arrested for just that. The cops are busy going after actual criminals. But if they could get the financial sector to make it unprofitable to make that kind of content, a lot of people will stop making it, and that's their goal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's that, but just like everything, you have to look at motivations, right? Why does the right and the left use this particular topic as a convenient punching bag?
Because it's safer than going after actual predators.
Correct.
Yeah, like you said, low-hanging fruit.
Yes, exactly. Actual predators, they know what's coming if they get outed. They know what's coming if they actually go to prison. We all know the fate of anybody who goes to prison for doing bad things to women and children.
Yeah, and that's precisely why when the cops go and when they go to arrest somebody for, child-related crimes, they always send like 3-4 people. Because those guys, we've had multiple cases where, like the feds show up to arrest a child predator, he fucking kills them all. It's like, what the hell? I'm going to be killed in prison anyway, right? May as well.
Yeah. So the situation is never simple. It's kind of like the okay, well, what are the motivations for people to draw it? Speculative. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't. And the reason being is because the question ultimately comes down to, is it legal? Canada, for example, we'll just use them as a quick example, since Canadian morality is getting more and more weird as every day passes, since they've generally said, hey, you look like you got a hang now there, you want to kill yourself? But that aside,
they're very ableist too. Oh, you got a disability? Have you considered killing yourself?
Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing that a lot of people need to understand. Canada's had a sin tax on the books for a very long time. And with that, it touches specifically on immoral material. And the funny thing about that is that who actually enforces it in Canada? Technically
just
speaking,
customs.
Yes, exactly. It's basically the Canadian Customs and Border Control. Then the other thing too is that very little people ever get charged under these things unless they literally have it on their physical person. The reason being is because there's already case law in Canada of people being sent this material from overseas countries, didn't ask for it. There's no chain of custody or proof that the individual who it was delivered to actually ordered it. So again, it doesn't make sense to actively try to pursue this. It is actually considered white collar crime. That's the reason why a lot of this, people look at this and say, who cares? Now, here's the thing. To touch on what I'm sure the chat has already been thinking and getting ready to, and that is, why the hell are we talking about this rather than what's currently going on in current day? The answer is because, again, there's very few subjects that exist right now out in the ether that both sides can target for their own reasons and play whack-a-mole. This happens to be one of those subject matters, and that's the reason why the spokesperson for the Lotus Eaters, Connor, if I'm not mistaken, he was so outspoken in it, because who is he actually going up against? Is he going up against any of these would-be, I'm going to say, the can I say it on here? Because I know this is going to probably demonetize your thing hitting the G word. Arch, can I just say the G word?
Oh, no, say that we have a new term for it, since that word's been banned everywhere. We call them predators now, like PRIDD or REDDITORS. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll call them I'll call them the Preds. Okay. So the Preds who are trying to institutionalize this, here's the issue. Here's the big issue. They point to the lolicon debate because it's deflection. It's easier for them to go after something that they know the right doesn't like either. So it's a distraction. It turns into a red herring. The left also, because of this, is using it as a shield, a distraction, like jingling the keys in front of a bunch of people who are already enticed on the subject matter. And then you have somebody who comes along, like Connor, who uses the low-hanging fruit and is going to say, hey, who is going to defend people who draw lolicon? Because here's the thing: no lollies actually exist in the real world. We all agree that it's fiction. It's a work of fiction. It cannot exist. Now, then there's the origins and roots of the domains, which have been re-envisioned, reimagined, redefined so many times that it's a pain. So here's the thing. Why do I care? Why do I care, chat? Well, here's the reason why. Because once upon a time, Sargon of Akkad, or Akkad, I guess, whatever you want to use for pronunciation, went and made a name for him between 2015 and 2016, saying liberty or death, essentially, which everybody loves that rallying cry because it is basically saying the law of the land, the morality of the institutions, and everything else in between. Okay, that's great. So tell me the moral argument for trying to rile up a lynch mob over a bunch of creators who, A, cannot readily defend themselves given the subject matter they know already is considered taboo by the left and the right. And at the same time, because these people cannot openly defend themselves without getting a label associated with them, how is this morally righteous or virtuous based off of the principles from which you were talking about in 2015 and 2016 to say that any of this is justified? The answer is you don't. It's hypocrisy. So here's the thing. Went ahead and, you know, through separate conversations, which will remain private unless those parties come in, I questioned that specific moral position. Isn't this at the very least rich hypocrisy? Well, that was when what I like to call the Dankula definition of the moral argument came in. I will invoke Dankula here because I think a lot of people here know who Count Dankula is. So his own community was going after him hard on the Lolicon debate, saying, how can you justify all these lewd and lascivious positions and the rights of public speech and having it so the state needs to mind its own business and does not incarcerate people for their speech? Art is actually legally defined as speech. So you've now run into a myriad of, oh God, this is a very convoluted and complicated thing. Okay, so what did Dankula eventually say? I wish I had the link for chat so they could see it because it's literally in his own words. He said, he's just like, look, here's my position. I was wrong by being steadfast, saying I'm against Loli and I think it should be illegal and those people who draw it should go to prison. I will, however, say I understand they have the right to make it, but I also have the right not to like it and not to endorse it.
And that's
so
fine.
Therefore,
yeah.
So therefore, I don't think the state should make it illegal, and I don't think that anybody should be targeted or harassed based on those things. Essentially, you know, like I said, it's up on YouTube. I'm butchering it a little bit, so please just look it up. You'll find it because I'm sure the question of Lolicon is something that is well known at this point. So here's the thing. Okay.
People just bring it up for drama to everybody these days.
Yeah, exactly. You could do that. That's the other thing too. Again, this is the reason why it's low-hanging fruit. A lot of people on both sides of I don't even know if you can call it a debate at this point because I don't think it's a debate.
I mean, it never was it wasn't a debate. It was, I mean, to me it's a litmus test. This is a good way to filter out those who actually support freedom and are actual libertarians from the posers.
Yes. Exactly. And that's the problem because it's like trying to prove a negative, right? It's the Schrodinger's Loli, you know? It's like if you define it, if you try to qualify a defense of it, are you X? You know, I could use a just as disingenuous argument against Connor by saying, thus methinks does protest too much. And then throw it right back on him saying, are you a little bit interested in the cheese pizza question? Why are you so worried about it, bro?
Yeah, well, why are you going so hard on cartoons when there's plenty of real predators you could be going after? Real interesting there.
Exactly. I could use a leftist deflection argument for that particular purpose. And by doing that, I would raise a question. I don't want to raise that question. It's not a good question to ask because it's not frigging fair in the first place. Now, here's the thing. If something gets co-opted by the left, of which many things do, does that automatically mean that you can go ahead and turn things into the bad? Right? Okay, well, so now we've got a perfect storm. taboo subject, lolicon. Also liked by people who are the Preds to a certain degree, therefore equals. Okay, so based on that, then my question then I would say back to the Lotus Eaters and any of their contributors is, isn't that identical to all the arguments that were being pushed by both the left and the right with regards to video game violence, but yet Connor publicly on his Twitter said it is not the equivalent. And I was looking at
the classic "that's different" argument. Yeah,
exactly, but he never actually defined this. And for chat, Connor is a speaker for the Lotus Eaters, which is a site that was built by Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad. And the reason why I'm trying to tie all these points together is because the issue is that the left has done a few things that makes a situation like this incredibly difficult to negotiate. The right loves the fact that they can use these same points that the left has created, which are disingenuous. There is no morality argument for it, and just basically saying, well, we can use those very tools against them. And to that I say to Sargon and the Lotus Eaters, fine, then you better to be defining those rules of engagement for those people who actually are engaging in it at you. So in this case, if it is a leftist that is doing it, if it is BreadTube that is doing it, and they want to make certain types of rules that at the very least are immoral or just outright slanderous, fine. But when you're dealing with the people who are literally in the crossfire and the crosshairs because they are low-hanging fruit, they cannot easily defend themselves. They have cultural differences to the point where they literally don't understand what it is that you are trying to say. How in any way can you say this is a fair and justifiable position? And to me, I say it's not. And that is the reason why I'll because I've been talking for a little bit here, bringing it up. My point that I want to say about all of this is when you have a video that has been edited, it has an opening, theme music, and you've got literally the entire time a corporate branding on it, and the announcers are saying basically they are representing that organization. How can you not infer from that position alone that the views of the commentary that the people speaking this are not their own and but they're actually representing the platform in question? Because it is the equivalent of telling somebody, hey bro, somebody just peed in that pool, and then another person saying, hey bro, no, it's okay, I threw some chlorine in it. Well, you treated it. You didn't actually address the pee. The pee is still in there. You'll never take the pee out.
Yeah, I think the important thing to realize is this exact situation is why companies used to put that disclaimer in front of every video. With, oh no, the views expressed in this program are of the individual speakers and not the corporation as a whole. Remember when we used to do that? There was a reason for it. Yes. So that, and back to like Connor in particular, this actually goes back to one of the talking points I usually say. Like, if you look at that guy's history, he's a career activist. Like, I don't think he's ever had a real job. Like, he's just been like an activist for this organization, for that organization. This just goes to show, yeah, you can't trust activists. Like, it doesn't matter which side they're on. Like, especially if they're in your hobby too. Like, I don't care whether you're right or left. You know, if you like the same things I like, cool. But where I draw the line is when you try to use like my hobby or community for your political gain. Like, that's when, doesn't matter which side you're on, get the fuck out. We don't want you here.
Exactly. Now, here's the thing. I'm gonna this is not my appeal to the chat, but I just want to tell you guys a story. My lived truth. Oh, my lived truth. As to why this subject matter also matters to me, because it impacts people who did not have anything to do with this in the first place. So, because of YouTube's policies and the fact that the subject matter which my company produces is yabai, as they like to say, I'm just going to tell you the titles of the name since it's not an issue. Okay, so here's the thing. There was a game in the early 2000s that was being produced by an Aussie, and the game was called Give an Imp a Chance. Now, the reason why this is a big deal is the game was already about 60% completed. and it had initially been provided to Steam and their second team for review. The first team had already taken a look at it and said, look, this game matches all the requirements that has been outlined by the Steam TOS and AUP and all the rest of this stuff. Therefore, we can go ahead and we'll allow you to release this on our platform. The second team. The second team actually took a look at the content inside of the actual game. They never cited what assets or anything else like that. They said, I'm sorry, but the character in question, the lead character, we have determined that they are underage. Now, why is that interesting? Well, Steam has a very specific policy when it comes to adult that I don't think anybody knows. And this is the reason why I'm telling this, because I think everyone, aka Connor, Sargon, any of the platforms, the chat, a whole bunch of these people will not know this unless they're actually publishers on Steam. Steam has a specific content moderation policy, not for the purposes of explicitly censorship, but they don't want to be in the business of content enforcement in the sense of you have to prove who somebody is, their legal age, etc. So, Gabe, the owner of Valve, which also owns Steam, basically created a very simple and straightforward policy. And that policy is no real people. Because the moment we deal with real people, then we have to build a system that audits those people. That's one of the reasons why whenever somebody tries to do actual actors and they put it into a game that has adult subject matter, that is usually an instant ban. The reason being is because they do not want to audit it. They don't want to deal with a Pornhub situation as well, where they don't actually have the authorization to use the image or likeness of the individual. All right. Now, take that into consideration. Here, so give an input chance. So jumping back into that Wayback Machine from the 2021. Here's the situation. This game in question went to the second review team. That team said, no, we are banning the game outright. Now, for small independent creators who are, like I said, they are the definition of like a 3 to 4 man team at the most. They've committed a sizable chunk of their time and money into releasing a game that they've already gotten the thumbs up from Steam for the first pass. Now, why is this important? Well, because when pressed and we asked Steam, please define what a lolicon is, because you outright said that that's what essentially you were inferring this character was, this lead character. What are the traits and definitions? They didn't have any. And I was just like, okay. And I said, okay, well, what do we do to review a mod who doesn't understand what it is that they're actually moderating? What do we do? How do you cite an expert? You can't. It's Steam's TOS, it's Steam's policies. You can't do anything. You're done. The end. So I was taking a look at some of the teams myself, doing a little bit of research from where a bunch of people were hired from. And once again, the California question came into consideration, and that was big tech. Okay, well, where'd some of these people come from? Oh, Patreon and some of their moderation staff. Interesting. Well, if you go even further back in time to around 2019, I was one of the first people that got kicked out of what they considered their Discord for just being there. Why? Because I outed Patreon because of their definition of what they considered underage. And that was explicitly this by one of their moderators, and I quote, "If the character is cute, has large eyes, it is clearly intended to entice minors and therefore is underage." By that definition, all anime is illegal. All anime is underage. All anime is yabai. So I was just like, wait a minute. Okay, this is a problem now, because now I'm seeing where the origins of a lot of this crap comes from. So how do you actually get past the moderators and the moderation staff at Steam? And the answer is, there is no answer.
Oh no, there is an answer actually, and you know this too, but it's an inconvenient truth. You just have to be big enough that you could get special treatment from Valve. Like that's all it is. Like just like how Life is Strange 2 Episode 2 was able to get away with a blatant underage sex scene, while anime games get banned for showing too much skin. Yeah, it's like that. You just have to be one of the big names that Valve doesn't want to lose their business, and you could do anything you want. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, you could do that. But it ultimately comes back to the question now about that game and that independent developer, which was given imp a chance. Okay, well, if you guys Google the term, one of the top search results is from itch.io. You can see all the art in its context for everything to be seen right there. That character, by any legal definition, any biological definition, is not a child. And the problem with that is that, okay, well, if there is no specific definition, and we're also trying to walk a very precarious tightrope of trying to compare real world anatomy to fictional characters, okay, well, if there is no standard and everything is subjective, then what the hell does it matter? And that's the reason why you get a lot of people who just say, you know what, I don't want to deal with the lolicon situation at all because I can't get a fair shake no matter what. But what's worse is that I can be labeled as a lolicon supporter or drawing loli just because it is anime or it is a Western hybrid stylization of anime because the characters have, in many cases, just as simply as they have larger eyes.
You know, this might be
That's
a
it.
hot take, but I'm not actually too opposed to that attitude because it filters out a lot of trash and fake geeks. Like, there's a lot of fakers out there that just try to capitalize on anime, and then they see, oh, it's too dangerous to do that. Let's do something else. I don't want them in the scene anyway. Fuck them.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is that the more and more you try to go down the rabbit hole to get to the bottom of where this all starts from, how people justify things, etc. The only answer I can say is somebody who's in the industry taking a look at this stuff from just the point of making drawings for money. First off, because I exist on Steam and a publisher, I have to tell all my people, I'm sorry guys, but if we want to stay on the platform, we have to self-censor in that regard if we want to be there. Steam has a user base nearing, I think it's about 38 million. And then if you deal with Nintendo and Microsoft, and you were to make just a lewd version of your games, not safe for work version, that user base extends almost close to 100 million people globally. So now, there's your financial incentives to self-censor, which sucks, and I don't think it's right. There's a lot of people out there, like conventional artists, who try to dunk on not safe for work artists because they're just like, making money for not safe for work is so simple. You guys can't make money doing that. You must be doing something wrong. And I'm like, oh, if you only knew, sweet child, if you only knew.
Oh, you know, this would be a good time because I wanted to talk with you about this, Bob, because I know this is something you tried to fix in the past. Like, you know, the core, the root of this problem is the fact that we got ignorant boomers in charge of pretty much every system, especially the payment processors. And it's always struck me as wrong that, like, and this is all lewd content. Why is it that drawings are considered adult content by, you know, payment processor standards, when the only reason adult content has its own segment at the payment processors is like what you just described, the issue Steam had? Like, you know, you got to worry about human trafficking, like underage, was it coercion, all this other stuff, like when or all these porn stars retroactively withdrawing consent and demanding their things be taken down. That none of that is a problem with drawings, and yet all the drawings are lumped together with the real life adult content and have to suffer for it. It's like that's really what gets me.
Well, here's the thing: the reason code for transactions by all merchant accounts. If you actually take a look at some of the origins of these things, when it came to adult material, we'll call it, the payment processors being God-fearing and upstanding individuals, because, you know, a bunch of the banks had to go through Mormon territory and regions of the U.S. You know this very well about those types, RGE. They basically tried to mask what those transactions were as catalog orders. And then eventually that didn't work because cable TV came in, and, you know, the Datelines of the world and stuff all existed at that point. So they went ahead and they upgraded it to just high risk payment processors. They went ahead and they recategorized it up. They just went ahead and they recategorized it up. The issue is that every single time they try to do a split, you will end up people coming in and using, again, the low-hanging fruit. So if you want to say the art is degenerate, yes, agreed. If you want to say that the art is immoral, I'm going to say no, it's not. And the reason why I say that is because every single payment platform service requires a contract. In the Western world, all contracts can only legally be entered into by those who are of age. So if you are telling me that any of the products that I have made have gone through a payment processor portal, which I know the standards through and through, you are telling me either somebody has committed an act of fraud or has handed their card to an underage individual to purchase said content. Now, I know a lot of people will say, well, but Bob, people steal credit cards all the time. And I'm like, yes.
And that was my problem, yeah.
Well, that's the reason why, if you actually take a look at the reason codes for adult as to why this is, again, rules for thee, not for me, and a bunch of applied standards that just don't make sense for one industry versus the other, because they just want to put everything into a giant emotional bucket of it is immoral, it is degenerate, so therefore we'll just put adult on it and call it a day. The answer is because they're lazy. They don't want to look into it. They don't want to be intellectually honest, and they feel that they don't need to be intellectually honest to what they've already deemed as degenerates. So at the end of the day, if I say that's ultimately your position, okay, what are you going to do about it? And then the issue that I had with Connor was the language that he was specifically using, because he was starting to infer, hey, what you do to somebody who actually engages in cheese pizza, it is equally righteous in comparison to go ahead and apply the same to those who like and draw lolicon. Now, the reason why I have an issue with that is dangerously close to might makes right. And if you're going to use the argument of might makes right, and you are speaking to a fairly sizable audience, that principle of might makes right, then be prepared for what happens when people out of necessity defend themselves.
Yeah,
Now,
and also don't come crying to me when the other side uses those same standards against you. Like, as soon as you start doing it, you lose all right to bitch when it's done back to you.
exactly. So here's the thing. Infrastructure. My business, I had to go out of my way to take a look at the legal, take a look at the moral, take a look at the names, where the gray areas of business are, because that's essentially where most business wants to do. They see there's a lot of money, but they want to exist in the gray. The problem is that once you start pointing out the fact that it is gray, that means there's no certainties. That's where most people say, nah, I'm just going to do the 9-to-5 job and just completely say, see you later. Now, here's the issue. When might makes right applies, and as Chad is trying to roll back here, the application and use of power. Okay, I'm not talking about the state. I'm talking about groups of people. Now, the internet is considered a great equalizer, but at the same time, it's a great equalizer based on numbers and knowledge. If you have the technical prowess and the numbers, you can go ahead and use things like botnets to attack people, etc. I'm not going to get into the super technical because that's not what everybody's here to hear. But the point being is that there is a technological equivalent of might makes right. And with that is going to people's hosting companies, that is going to people's payment processors, that's going to people's platforms like Steam, and berating the shit out of them so they start implementing policy that in itself is either contradictory at best or stupid at worst. Steam's terms and conditions for publishers, when it comes to adult, they literally have, and I quote, the 9,000-year-old Loli example, the vampire Loli.
Yeah.
They actually have that. It's in their documentation.
Well, to be fair, that is such a cringe argument to begin with. Like, and everyone listening, never fall into that trap. Never argue the age of a drawing. It's the only correct response is, it's a drawing, you idiot. It's lines on paper, you moron. That's it. That's the argument over.
Yeah, exactly. So the issue that I have is okay, if at the very end you ultimately take something to its fullest most conclusion, it turns into a power debate. And the fact of the matter is if that's one of the reasons why in the West, in my opinion, I think a lot of people defer to liberty arguments and the rights of the individual, because the individual stands no chance against the tyranny of the majority. I think everybody on here would agree with that statement. So the issue that I have with that, and the issue that I have with the position that Connor was making, that I want to bring up, is you're picking fights with people who literally have no skin in the larger political debates that the West is engaged in. There's a bunch of people who are literally trying to keep to themselves. They're following the rules. The systems by which most of these people go ahead and sell their products on are age gated. They're already moderated. They're already subject to rules and laws of the land, aka contracts. Like you literally cannot enter into a contract with a minor, hence lines of credit, hence the reason why most payment processing people, when it comes to adults, say you must have a Visa, you must have a MasterCard. Now, the issue about all of this is more and more about morality. Everybody is going ahead and saying, well, you know what? It doesn't matter because at the end of the day, it's illegal. And then you go ahead and you take a look at that and you say the law itself is so subjective, it could count to almost anything. If I were to go ahead and draw a stick figure, and then draw a stick figure in a skirt, and then draw a stick figure having another stick figure coming along with a penis in its general direction, and then you draw, then you put a point to the stick person with the skirt, and you said Loli, the definition of the Canadian law would basically say that drawing is now illegal.
Okay, so I think we need to get back to the moral part of this, because we've gone over the logistics now a great deal, and I don't think logistics is actually the issue here, because the legal stems from moral in all cases. Even in the US, which they are now currently trying to redefine what is, what was the term?
Obscenity.
Degenerate pornography?
That's obscenity. They're trying to
Obscenity,
define that,
yes.
yeah. But no, it's not gonna. No, although to be fair, like I know you're not in the U.S., so it's only one fringe senator that's trying to push that through. Like from what I can tell, he doesn't have that much support for now. That could change though.
Yes, it probably isn't going to happen. But this again stems from morality, because we've gone over this fairly solidly now. But as you bring up, which is the core point here, is there is a lot of hypocrisy here, and they don't need to defend it because they are in power. Steam can remove anime games, but they cannot remove The Last of Us because they like that and they don't like the other thing. Simple as.
Yeah, and so I just wanted to say, since you're talking about power, that's the key, right? That's why we have things like freedom of speech.
Yes.
Look, you don't need freedom of speech to agree with those who have power. You need it to be the opposition. You need it to be the dissidents. So if you claim to believe in freedom of speech while not standing up for, like Bob said, people who literally just want to keep to themselves and draw things for a living, then fuck you, you hypocrite. Like you don't support freedom. You don't support. You support censorship. You support the same stuff you claim to fight when the left does it, but it's okay when you do it.
Because there's the thing. Because it's again morality. So from the Lotus Eater's perspective, I've talked to Sargon about this, and I know his opinion on some of these things too. I'm not going to pretend to speak for him, obviously. But Sargon's position on this is fairly simple in that he doesn't like it, but he doesn't want to make it illegal.
Which is fine.
The Dankula position.
Yeah, that's. Yes. Oh, and although with Dankula it was funny too, because I think ultimately he actually recognized his own hypocrisy there, because like you remember how he originally his claim to fame was he got into all that legal trouble for being grossly offensive.
Yes.
It's like, so now you advocate for punishing people because they grossly offended you. I think ultimately he understood that and realized, yeah, that's not a good look. So much credit to Dankula for that, for coming around in the long run.
Yeah, I think so too. But the interesting part is we then come up to a situation where we have virtue signaling on both sides. So
Well,
Connor's view
it's
is,
also
is very
pretend.
strident.
Yeah, I mean, so whoever's not in power will always pretend to support freedom. Because, like I just said, you don't need freedom to agree with those in power. You need it to be the opposition. So whoever is the opposition at the time is always going to pretend to support freedom. Then once they get power, all that pretend goes out the window. It's over.
Well, I'm not going to go so far as to claim that they are pretending yet. Simply because this is a very moral issue and a lot of a knee-jerk issue as well. One of the most controversial opinions I have, for example, that most people react to very poorly and then go, oh, okay, I guess you agree, is the idea of like the wood chipper, right? All pedos go into the wood chipper. That is a common thing. You see it in every comment section, etc. Everybody agrees, pedos bad people, you should do with them whatever you want. Until you actually stop and realize, hold on, this is probably literally a mental disorder. This is probably something that the person themselves can't actually help. And we can't even figure out if that's the case because no one is willing to pay for the research to figure that out. And now you're championing execution for people who probably can't help themselves. This is obviously evil. And most people then go like, yeah, no, you're probably right. But it is a knee-jerk reaction. Like, one of the interesting things is throughout the entire video of the Lotus Eaters, they conflate lolicon with pedophilia, straight up, because in their mind, there is no separation between the two, which the moment you sit down and think about it, you realize is ridiculous.
Yeah, because they all these people have the same mental illness. Like they can't differentiate between fiction and reality. Like, so I guess that's one way of looking at it. Our opponents in this debate are mentally ill.
A bit harsh, but I simply think it's something that they haven't thought about and they haven't squared away with their philosophy, which is why they move on to the idea that, oh, you're going to damage yourself eventually. And this is also the wider idea here of morality versus degeneracy, which is a more popular modern day right-wing, quote-unquote, talking point.
Yeah.
Which I'm quite sympathetic to in large degrees. Like, okay, you need to build a moral life. How do we define morality? Well, it's what is good for you. And what is good for you is then going to have to be a personal thing. And there's going to be preachers on both sides. The left believe that morality includes canceling people who do immoral things. The right has believed in that as well throughout a lot of its history.
And they're going to go back to it as soon as they have the power to do it again. I guarantee you that.
Well, there's the thing too. Like, okay, so I will give Connor the charitable interpretation and say that he probably wouldn't argue for it. I don't know. I haven't asked him directly, but I'm going to give him the charitable interpretation. But even if he does that, then when the right has been in power for a little bit, the next guy is going to come along and say, okay, I don't like lolicon and I don't defend it either. And defend it being legal. And then the next guy comes along and goes, okay, well, this is a popular position. I'm going to take it one step further. I don't like lolicon, and I want to ban it. And this is how it goes.
Oh, and at the end of that, it's the most hilarious thing. Like, we saw this with the Democrats in the U.S. recently. Like, when Obama was president, they implemented what they referred to as the nuclear option in the Senate when they pretty much removed the filibuster. And I know, you're not in the U.S. and, a lot of your audience probably isn't. So like the way it works in the Senate in the U.S. is unless you have, I think it was 60. Yeah, you need 60 votes out of 100 to end a filibuster. So if you have less than 60 votes, people could basically just like grind the Senate to a halt and just not allow anything to proceed until you basically give in to their demands or negotiate with them. So that used to be what they did with judicial nominees. So, someone wants to nominate a judge, the other side thinks that they're too extreme or whatever. So even if they had, even if the side in power had like say 55 out of 100 votes, that's more than enough. The other side could filibuster and prevent it from even going up to a vote until their demands were met. So under Obama, the Democrats, they got rid of the filibuster for judicial nominees. So they're just like, yeah, you guys keep talking, we'll vote without you and we'll push it through anyway. And even Chuck Schumer, to his credit, I really don't like the guy, but he was right. He was one that warned the Democrats, don't do this. This is stupid. You realize next time Republicans take over, they're going to use it against us. And that's exactly what happened. Trump got into power. He got to appoint 3 Supreme Court justices without conceding any grounds to the Democrats, because he's like, oh, I already have over 50% of the vote. Screw you guys. I'm going to put my people through. And the Democrats are still coping and seething about that to this day. And it's 100% their fault. And this is what's going to happen with the right as well. They're going to change the systems. They're going to change the laws. They're going to do what they can to make drawings illegal. And then it's going to bite them in the ass when it's used against things they like. And then they're going to cry to us for help.
And this is the hallmark of all governments like ours, because the original idea of American democracy and many democracies was built on a large number of gentlemen's agreements. The filibuster is in a way one of them, because to add context to this, the filibuster is essentially using a rule that says that a state senator can speak for as long as he wants on any topic that he wants, and so long as he can keep this going for hours and hours and hours and hours, there can be no debate and vote on a case unless, as you said, there's 60 people out of 100 that vote to end it. Now, that sounds kind of retarded, but bearing in mind, you gotta stand there for many, many, many hours talking consistently and constantly. Like, it requires conviction to do that.
Yeah, it does. And for the people that say it sounds retarded, like, no, this we need to have checks like this in place, because otherwise, what is democracy in its purest form? It's literally mob rule. The 51% doing whatever they want with the 49%. Like that's why we're a constitutional republic and not a democracy, because democracy is the single worst form of government ever conceived. Like we cannot allow democracy because it's literally mob rule. There has to be limits. And that's why we had checks and balances like that. But they've slowly been eroded since the country's been founded, which is part of the reason we're in such a dumpster fire right now.
Yeah, all of the gentlemen's agreements have been broken one after the other. And even to give you some idea here as well, just looking up this quickly, the longest filibuster on record was 12 hours and 42 minutes. Like, you've got to feel pretty strongly about a case to spend 12 hours on your feet, mind you, as well, standing while speaking, to do that. You know? If somebody cares that much about opposing a bill, there's probably a reason why. But side tangent aside here, let's actually address the harm question, shall we? Because this is also a little bit of an interesting one. Because we all pretty much agree that you shouldn't ban things.
Yeah, does anyone have proof of harm?
Because we don't want to ban things, because banning things will lead to the slippery slope. And the slippery slope is not a fallacy. It has been proven entirely true at this point. If they start banning Loli,
my Steam example is already proof, because there's collateral damage now as a result of a bunch of people imposing rules onto a company that is not equipped to deal with moral or philosophical issues when it comes to conducting business.
Oh, see, yes. No, that's even better. Like, so now we got proof of the antis causing harm, but you know, their argument is always, oh, if we let this happen, it'll lead to more predators. Okay, so Japan is the child struggle snuggle capital of the world, right? Oh, wait a minute, it's safer in Japan than the US. That's kind of weird. Almost as if their whole argument is full of shit from the start. Yeah, that would be my thing. Like, no, does the other side have any proof of actual harm? Like, the closest they've ever gotten was, oh, well, there was this one there was a few times where an actual predator was caught with Loli content. Okay. How many violent criminals in the Western world in modern days have played violent video games? Literally every single one of them. So your argument means nothing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the damage argument, let's again be as charitable as possible and say that there could be a correlation. Okay? How do we figure that out? Well, research. Can we get the research done? No. Why? Because people have moralistic knee-jerk reactions against funding anything like this.
Exactly. And they part of that is actually they're scared. Like, what, I mean, I think we talked about this a little before we went live, but what if Loli functions just like regular 2D hentai? Like, what if it What if an actual predator would watch that and decide, this is better than the real thing, I'll stick with this. It actually results in less kids being abused. If that's the result, and by the way, I'm not claiming that is what happens. I'm just saying, if we did the research and that was the result, now everyone who's been crusading against it has to come to terms with the fact that they've directly led to more kids being abused. And they wouldn't be able to handle it. So they're never going to support this research even being done.
And perhaps worse still, it would force them to do something they would feel was immoral. Because, okay, let's take that theoretical, right? Let's go the worst theoretical we can. Those, like, child sex doll things, right? Let's say that these could actually be used as a form of treatment. Letting a person who is actually attracted to children do his thing with a plastic toy will prevent abuse because men are biologically programmed to want to spread their seed, etc.
Yeah, well, the only argument I've heard against that is, why are we treating them when we have wood chippers?
That as well, because at the end of the day, if that works, well, shit. Now you're in a position where either you let something disgusting happen, or you risk harm to real children. So what's most important? The safety of the child, theoretically, or your moral fifis? And in many cases, I suspect,
are always more important.
Yes, that B might be better. And of course, there is, again, like the idea that it would encourage it. I can't see the argument because, again, men are biological beings programmed to, well, jerk off. It's literally, we feel sick if we don't. Surely, if you could satisfy these urges with paper, you're not then going to go out and abduct a child. Like, bearing in mind, too, that the people who have this feeling, this mental illness, they're probably quite aware of how society views them. Like Bobbq said, like, you don't want to go to jail as a pedophile.
Yeah, and that actually brings up another tangent there. Like, since we're talking about the morality aspect of this, there are a lot of people, like you said, they recognize they have a mental illness. If we lived in a society that was less honestly savage, they'd be allowed to open up about it and get help. Like, they'd be able to get treatment. And honestly, isn't that what we all want? Like, I would want a world where a pedophile would open up, hey, I think I have this issue, so we could monitor them to make sure they don't hurt kids. We could get them treatment. But they know as soon as they come out and admit it, oh, hey, look, here's a wood chipper we'd like to introduce you to. So those who could have maybe sought help and avoided trouble end up repressing their urges until it just explodes. And the moralists are at fault for causing that.
And there's also the enforcement option. So, Kyle, if you would, please. You've often told me the story when you were doing stuff with content moderation and wasting the FBI's time.
Yep. So back when I used to be an anti-piracy agent, we had a case where we were on a site and we were, extracting or removing content that was related to our client, but we stumbled across child pornography. And it opened an interesting dialogue because we had to contact local enforcement based on where the ISP was hosted, which was in, the United States. So we had to contact the FBI. And it was interesting because we got some insight on how that works and how slow the resources the FBI actually has to deal with even issues like that, like actual genuine pedophile stuff. It boils down to these agencies like the FBI and Interpol only have so many resources dedicated to dealing with this issue. And so when people file false pedophilic requests, like you get these from Twitter where a bunch of 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds that want to get up on their moral high horse and feel good about themselves go after artists and stuff like that, all that simply does is it actually clutters the system, and so the actual pedophiles get more time to get away, while all this art that is literally not useful in any way stands in the way of actually hunting down real pedos.
Yeah, and to add to the problem, you got laws like here in the U.S. where the mere possession of this, or even looking at the stuff, will get you in trouble. So, and I talked about this with Ricada on his stream a year or two ago. And, because I asked him, because he was a lawyer, I wanted him to verify this. And, advice from a lawyer: if you happen to come across a hard drive that's full of cheese pizza, like say you buy something off of eBay, you destroy that. Like, no, don't report it. Don't let anyone know you saw it. Don't let anyone know you have it. Just immediately destroy it. Because even if you were to take it to the cops and report it, technically you were in possession of cheese pizza. So you could end up getting in trouble. So because we have laws like this, they actively discourage people from reporting the actual stuff because they don't want to be in trouble. Like, if you were to come across cheese pizza on the internet and you report it, the next logical question is, what were you doing? How did you come across this cheese pizza, huh? Like, come in, we'd have a seat. We'd like to have a talk with you. So most people just don't say anything.
And that's also one of the reasons why LoliCon is a much safer taboo to engage against. That's it. You just asked and answered that very point, RG.
It is also, to expand upon that point too, is that it's a completely different culture. So, like, even anime, which is becoming more mainstream, much to our fear.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is why this is one of the reasons I don't talk about this topic so much. Is I would like nothing more than for everyone in the English-speaking Western world to think all anime is pedophilia and leave it alone and let it become niche again. That's the best thing that could happen to anime.
Yep. And so then you get people who have no relation to anime, no idea what anime is, looking at this thing and judging it via their own moral compass. Because it's kind of comparable to cuties, right? Well, kind of, in that
Please don't make that analogy. Oh, all right.
Yeah,
Go ahead, though.
I immediately understand, because like cuties is actual children. But from the moral framework of somebody who knows nothing about anime, who simply views the world as everything is real, right? You're going to look at cuties and see, well, those are children. And you're going to look at anime and go, those are children. And your brain, because it doesn't understand, like, it basically view this as an old woman looking at action movies and going like, wow, they're really killing each other. You're going to arrive at the same conclusion because you don't understand the medium. It's why we've been arguing for the last 20 years that violent video games don't make you into a murderer.
And it's always a losing argument, like every time. Like, and that's why, all these, like, unfortunately, I think this will probably hurt the Lotus Eaters in the long run because, I guess one of the positive side effects of anime becoming more popular in the West, more young people watch anime than ever. And then they see bad takes like the Lotus Eaters made, and they're like, wait, so I'm a pedophile because I like watching anime now? It's like, wait a minute. Like, maybe these guys aren't as cool as I thought they were. Like, it's always, it's just boomer yells at clouds. Like, that's basically what this is. And it's like every time something new comes out, it's blamed for all the world's problems, problems that have existed since before that thing was invented and were even worse in the past, mind you. So, like, video games cause violence, huh? We're the most peaceful we've ever been in the Western world. Funny that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like, that's the root of it, I think. Yeah, like, it's a combination of they're attacking the lowest hanging fruit. Oh, no one would dare defend this because then we'll call them a pedophile and destroy their careers. Yeah, and then on top of that is like, oh, this is the new thing, so it must be responsible for all the world's problems.
Yeah, but the thing that really, Arch and Gibbs, what bothers me the most about this is the side-loading morality argument, which is really more or less, it just continues to go down the road of guilt by association. Even, me sitting here listening to you guys, seeing chat roll by and the interesting takes, I'll put it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of the things, like this one guy in particular who's in chat, I'm not gonna give him anything. Dude, you're the textbook definition of a Luddite. You shouldn't even be on the internet. You don't understand fundamental realities of the reason why anime character icons like Kibbs and myself are even here. Rule 1 of the internet: anonymity is king. For some reason, normies are trying to change that. Every single time a normie goes ahead and does that and says, well, I'm a real person, just kind of like what Mr. Peterson or Dr. Peterson was doing. He's doing a tremendous disservice to everybody because he doesn't understand the raw nature of what the internet is. It's an organic hive mind. If you think that you're going to be able to stand against the tide, you're going to get swept away. It's as simple as that. Second thing, the morally adjacent arguments of everything. The internet would not be, the video streaming services platforms, this very platform would not exist today if it was not for pornography. Period. I hate to break it to you guys, but no company is willing to take that sizable risk in technological developments and innovations based off of that. Period. So if you guys are going to sit there and try to make dumb moral arguments about, well, I'm a good boy, blah, blah, blah. No, you are guilt by association because the technology itself, its inception, is dirty. So that's basically it. At the end of the day, when I see a lot of these people who are trying to make different types of conflation arguments, oh, well, you must love Loli because you're defending it. No, what I am doing is I'm saying if you are not educated on the subject matter, if you are going to go ahead and make stupid comparisons, then don't be surprised when someone like myself goes to your face and says, you're an idiot. And then if you decide, hey, I don't like this, my feelings are hurt, I'm going to become violent. My answer to that and all the rest of you is I have lawyers for that, and I am not afraid of using a 12 gauge on you. It's as simple as that. You are entitled to your opinions. I'm entitled to mine. You cross that line, you touch me, your life is forfeit.
Yep, exactly. And like they're using the same argument as the left too. Like I was arguing with one of these moralizers before, and we was talking about banning degeneracy. And I said, well, wait, but I thought you were against. I thought you were for freedom. And he used the same line the left does. Say, well, you're free to be as degenerate as you want as long as you're willing to accept the consequences. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, you're free to come fuck with me if you want, then, as long as you're willing to accept the consequences. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do this then.
Yep, the real enemy are those Puritans, and they come on left, they come on the right, and they will always be there. And it's important to remember that Puritans are a disease. They seek to control and moralize what you do, so do not let them control you.
Yeah, was it C.S. Lewis that said, I'd rather live under a robber baron than a moral Puritan busybody, because at least the robber baron sleeps, but the moral Puritan torments you forever for your own good under the authority of their own conscience?
Yep. God, can you imagine how that would be?
Yeah, that is ultimate horror right there. And like, actually, back to the defending it too. Like, I've been open about this. The reason I defend Loli as hard as I do is because the stuff I like is next in line to be censored. And that's what a lot of these fucking idiots don't get. Like, it's like the when they use the, oh, that's not the hill to die on argument. It's like, okay, you realize we're basically, imagine you're at war and you're in a city like 100 miles from the front line, and you hear another city's about to fall, and you're like, that's not us. That's not the hill to die on. Eventually, if you do that, the front line's eventually going to come to your front door, and you're going to scream for help, and everyone behind you is going to be like, that's not the hill to die on. Like, that's what's happening. Like, I don't want my stuff to become the new front line. So I will happily uproot myself and go to the Loli front line and fight there if it'll prevent the stuff I really like from becoming the new front line.
Precisely.
And, there's so many idiots that don't understand this. Like oh yeah, the censors will totally stop once we get no.
They never stop.
If you seriously believe the slippery slope is a fallacy, you're an idiot. Like, objectively provable, you're an idiot.
Anytime they do something or make something illegal, it's always the next thing. And so you can't concede ground to the enemy. You have to hold every inch and be pushing against that.
Yeah, and we're seeing this in video games now. You thought we defeated the violence in video game censors? No, like as soon as they saw that the industry castrated itself on the altar of Saint Sarkeesian, the classic old violence censors are coming back because they see like, oh, this industry bends over for censorship requests now. Let's get them while they're weak.
Exactly. The war with Puritans will never end. It will be something that we're going to actively have to fight till the day we die.
Yes. And that's the other thing, too, that I don't think anybody seems to understand, is unless you have a particular angle or a justification, I think would be a better way of putting it, you have no skin in the fight. You have none. In my case, I have to deal with artists. I have to tell them the harsh reality every day of, you know what? If something like this happens, or this stuff is being pointed at you, there's only a couple different ways you can manage this. And to the average creative type, and Kibbs, jump in here whenever, but the average creative type doesn't create for conflict. They don't want to get into the fray. They're not looking to get into weird debates with people online over a drawing. They're just not interested in it. They're like, hey, you know what? I like art. Someone said I was good at it. Maybe I can make a living off of this doing what I love. That's it. That's all it is. But the moral grandstanding and the leaps in logic, trying to connect intent to what they're doing, is just unbelievably annoying, to the point where I just, as a business owner, I just kind of boil it down, and I'm just listening to what you say until I actually hear what people are actually saying. And that is, okay, why do you not like VTubers? Okay, is it the parasocial element? Okay, why do you not like this particular drawing, but not the other? Okay, why do you like certain types of arguments but not the others? Okay, so the top ones that I always hear: desensitization to certain types of image, or normalization. Okay, well, here's the problem that I have with that. In the US in particular, this also then turns into the my violence and my gun debate. And the issue that I have with that is that there are many people who say it is okay to normalize people around guns so they don't freak out and do stupid things the first time they see it. Okay, so here's the question that I have. If we are going and telling people to freak out and being morally indignant towards those who are drawing anime characters, but these people are not pushing the content, they're not cheating by using tag manipulations in social media, they're literally not trying to sideload it into other existing content, tell me again where the actual harm is. Because what a lot of this stuff that I'm hearing as far as arguments are, all I'm hearing is, I'm a bad parent. I will not take responsibility for my child's development or actions. And you know what? And the main reason why I can always point to that is, again, the normalization of the internet. The normies, or normification of the internet, normification of the internet. Nobody said you had a right to this network. Nobody said you had a right for the content to be universally moderated. Where is any of the self-autonomy and understanding the responsibilities? Yeah, you know what? It could be a boomer take, but responsibility, I guess, is a boomer take at this day and age, because everyone just says, huh, I could just come in here and say certain stupid shit and I dunked on them. I'm like, okay, that's great. That's all well and fine. You made your point. I don't care. That's, at the end of the day, I don't care is the issue. What I do care about is when I have people coming to me, they're asking me for advice about payment processors, they're asking me for advice about dealing with Steam, and then they hit me with, but Bob, if you believe in all these things, why are you doing business with Steam? You're a hypocrite. You should just say, I'm not dealing with you at all. I'm like, okay, but then how do you make the ultimate goals of what these people are coming to you into reality? And that is, I am a content creator. My skill set is this. I can't do anything else. And by that, all I can say is, try to get an artist to build their own website. No, I'm not joking. Try to do it. Try to do it. You're not going to be able to be very successful, because most of them will say, I want to set it and I want to forget it. I'm not going to maintain it. I'm not going to do any of this. Okay. Then there's a normalization argument. Normalization of sex. Guys, there is a reason why the oldest profession in the world has outlived everything else. To go ahead and say that isn't the case is to deny the very existence of the fact that, hey, people sexualize things.
Well, the very existence of people, because, like, isn't it weird how, especially in the English-speaking Western world, they think it's perfectly fine to normalize extreme violence, the ending of life, and yet the act that creates life is taboo?
Yep.
Real weird.
In video games, too, especially with the ESRB rating board. You have blood and gore, you're less likely to get an M slapped on you. You have a titty hanging out, it's like M, instant.
Yes. And here's the other thing, too, that's really interesting. Kibbs, have you actually had to deal with the ESRB?
No, I haven't. Not at that stage yet.
Oh, that's a special discussion right there.
Oh, boy.
A whole separate stream. Because again, most of their position is about money and politicalization. Because if you get referred to the ESRB by a reputable third party, the way how they deal with you is night and day.
I can imagine. That's normally with the industry as a whole, from what I've seen. Nepotism. You have the connections.
Yeah, well,
everything's easy.
The ESRB is made up of industry giants, right? So
Yep.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
I mean, it was created by the industry to keep the government's fingies out of it, but at the same time, it's also created to keep the big boys on top and little guys on the bottom.
Yeah, and
exactly.
they have failed in their first one, by the way, because if the ESRB took their job seriously to try to self-regulate to keep the government out of it, they would have put a stop to the predatory monetization a long time ago. But because they didn't, now governments around the world are getting involved. And I don't like that I am taking the government's side in this, but it's about fucking time.
Once they get their fingers in, they'll never get their fingers out.
Yeah, but if
no matter how well-meaning, they can and will be corrupted if allowed to keep doing their shit for long enough.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. I mean, and that's true for governments too. Yeah, the longer any institution is around, the more corrupt and bloated it gets as time goes by.
Yes, exactly. And
a lot of this also comes down to the fact that we're not quite as progressive, if I can use that word, as we think we are. Like 10, 20 years ago, I remember that the idea was that stuff like pornography was not a problem anymore because we're in the modern world. We're not religious Christian prudes anymore. We don't scream out in horror at these things. We don't judge them.
And that's why I call them regressives, because they brought us right back to that.
We were on the way to becoming what Japan has kind of become today, where many of the most successful manga artists of today, like Don't Bully Me Nagatoro, for example, series.
Yeah, or even Dr. Stone. That's one that more people will probably realize. The Dr. Stone mangaka started with hentai.
And it was simply just viewed as a thing. Well, okay, there's always a demand for hentai, because people always need to jerk off. So if you can make hentai, that's a good way to start learning your trade, learning your skills, getting connections, getting into the industry, figuring out who to talk to, and then you can eventually move on to doing bigger and better, quote-unquote, stuff. Whereas over in the West, there is no such pathway.
Oh, no, it's even worse in the West. You shut doors if you do that. Like, if they found out that, like, if you try to get a real corporate job and they found out you drew porn, you lose your job. It's sickening.
And we need to move more towards the Japanese view, because there is nothing that says that you can't be a creative individual because you've drawn some porn in your life.
Yeah, that's the very nature of it. I have to deal with people who are actually existing and former comics professionals. I've had a conversation with a guy who's worked for the House of Mouse repeatedly, still employed with them, and he's terrified about the subject. In some cases, he is deliberately evasive and won't speak directly to any of the points raised. Now, just to touch on that about the North American standard versus the international standard, and then you've got Japan, because Japan in itself, I think, to be fair, is literally something that has to be in its own category, because trying to compare the two and apply them as equals or parallels doesn't work. The thing that I think chat and a whole bunch of other people don't seem to understand, and me just having my own notes here. Look, guys, this is me just basically trying to speak to what has been that I've encountered as a business professional, what I have discovered as a CEO of an organization, having to deal with individuals, having to decide which battles to wage, which battles to do a strategic retreat from, and also trying to understand the thought processes of creatives, businesses, corporations, and I mean like the big corpos, the guys like Visa and MasterCard, who literally have terms and service that if you actually were to print it out, it's larger than the most average phone book. So they have a case in there to get you completely merchant banned just as quick as you could snap your fingers. The point I'm trying to raise here with everybody here is I'm not trying to say that the Lotus Eater's position fundamentally is evil or wrong, or there's utter hypocrisy. I'm trying to explain to those who care the realities of the situation. This isn't an advocation for Loli or against, but what I am trying to do is give examples of no, there are consequences, and people have to just make decisions as to whether or not they want to embrace the consequences of those situations or not. The overwhelming situation, what we have seen with what we could call AnimeGate, ComicsGate, there's even one in the West going on right now that some people have argued that there's a hentai gate going on right now because there's a whole bunch of the teas coming in here and trying to redefine what fuda is. You know,
and tomboys and traps and gender benders. They're
Exactly.
trying to force themselves into everything.
Absolutely an invasion of hentai and anime and Japanese entertainment, shall we say, as a whole by the Western world. Absolutely.
exactly.
Because they see that this is the future, and they're trying to force their way into it and take it over.
Yes. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to tell people, not from a debate style platform, I'm trying to tell people what is actually taking place. I can go ahead and sit down and spend probably the next 2 years researching, studying, drawing up new white papers like I did once upon a time to try to argue to the payment processors as to why we need a completely different categorization when it comes to adult and not a just high risk category, and leave it at that, because, well, the overwhelming thing that you would think businesses would be interested in is cost. Okay, well, adult, the refund and fraud rate on the average website is 35%. The average for art and its chargeback rate and everything else is 0.3%.
Well, no, it's funny you bring this up, because this might be I don't know how long Arch wants to go. This might be a good way to move to the next topic eventually. But you want to talk about solutions? Because I think at this point I don't see any value in even having this argument, if I'm being honest, because until we find a way to finally smack the Puritans down for good, they'll never go away. So the best solution would be just find a way around it. What was it? How they called Signal a government evading technology? That's what we need, I guess. So, like you were saying, start. I know you yourself. You created multiple artists' own websites, right? You've
Yes.
moved some artists to crypto. I think that's where we need to go in the future. I mean, I sympathize with people who self-censor for Steam only if they then release a decensor patch on their own website. By the way, I don't
Absolutely.
those that don't do that, I don't have any sympathy for. But and I do that myself. Like shit, man. If I was going to release a game on Steam and Valve, provided they, because what you described earlier, that was just bullshit. When they just outright banned the game without giving them a chance to fix anything. There's nothing you can do at that point at all. It's banned permanently. But whatever Valve would want me to change, I would change, and then I would just add that to the list to put in the decensor patch.
Exactly.
So we just need to start doing that. You need to accept, if you make any, and this is not just Loli, if you make any content that the far left and the far right agree about, that they just get all emotional over, then you need to accept it's never going to be mainstream. It's never going to be accepted in the mainstream. So
Exactly.
give a watered down version to the mainstream, and those that are interested they just make sure they know where to find you for the good stuff, and make sure you have
Exactly.
crypto or some other alternative
Yes.
payment methods. We're going to have to start doing this, because
Yes.
there's no other option at this point.
We're at that point. This is the how do I put it? The no bullshit question that I'll ask people, and I'll ask it to both Kibbs, and I'll ask it to both Arch. With the bulk of your engagement, the bulk of where you make your money, is that owned by you or a corporation?
Corporation. I think that goes for almost pretty much everybody.
Okay. Well, then at that point, you don't own anything. You are an employee, subject to the rules and whim of those individual providers that are giving you that service. Now, depending upon what you're doing in the gray area, the risk, the business risk, you can go onto certain types of platforms and say within a certain degree of confidence, the risk is marginal. I can go ahead and do this. Now, to point this out, but without revealing too much technical, I know how the back end of Sargon's site operates. There's certain telltale signs and a bunch of metadata and a whole bunch of other things that leak. To him, I would say this: you are engaging in a very interesting time. The pendulum, my pendulum, has swung, and you're seeing the fact that pent up energy is now swinging in favor of the right. The issue, however, is the platforms of which you operate on are conquered territory. And not only that, but if we were to look to other examples, these platforms don't need your business, don't want your business, and their business model is not at jeopardy for any of these things. So what I would say to them, what I would say to any other artist who's trying to make money on this, I would just say simply this: you don't own it, you don't own anything. Stop making these weird comparative business analysis that don't make sense. Your business is at risk. You don't understand how it's at risk because you're assuming if I make a paywall of my own private little walled garden, I'm okay. But the infrastructure is not yours. The interconnects are not yours. The payment processing solutions are not yours. Even with parallel economy.
Cancel culture is not going to go away when the pendulum swings back. It's just going to be the right using it.
Exactly. So
yeah, and
the reality is it's going to be eternal vigilance, just like trying to deal up with the Puritans. So all I can say is the main reason why I'm here, and sorry, RG, I just wanted to finish this point. The main reason why I'm here is I want to let everybody know, especially the guys over at Lotus Eaters, is I'm seeing a hell of a lot of hubris, more than I think you realize, that you're making a bad business assessment when it comes to risk.
Oh, and you want a real life example? Parlor.
Yeah, exactly. So that's it. That's the last point, and that I really just wanted to bring up, and that is, if I were to talk to anybody from the Lotus Eaters, but just on a purely business point of view, I would say you need to take a look at risk. And by risk, I mean business risk. Like, you're going to be like anything else. So, yeah, that's it. And pick and save, yeah, I am aware. And to a whole bunch of you guys who are talking right now, and you're interested about some of the points, and I'm interested in some of your points, I have no problem. I have a kind of an open door policy with sitting down and talking with people about this, just because I do like actually hearing people's takes when they're honest takes and not disingenuous crap. That's one of the reasons why conversations with V is very interesting, even though sometimes, you know, he'll bring up the fact that I'm being autistic about tech and business, but at the same time he's being autistic about everything else too. So it's very interesting. It's give and take, chat.
Yeah, and if I could add something too, like you mentioned the pendulum swinging back. I think a lot of people, and this I'm not going to say for sure, but I have a suspicion that the Lotus Eaters has been pivoting less libertarian and more blatant right wing, because that's where they see the winds going. That's where they think they could get the most out of. But a lot of the right has this problem where when the left goes too far, they cause damage to their own brand, their own reputation. They cause people to move to the right. The right views that as people suddenly supporting them. Like, oh, look, suddenly all of our points that caused people to turn on us in the past, people suddenly came around and they think it's a good thing now. They suddenly support us now, when that's not the case. Like, that's all I want to say is be aware of that. A vote, not just because the right got a vote, that doesn't mean that was a vote for the right. A lot of people I know personally who are voting right wing now are voting against the left. They're not voting for the right. So if the right views their sudden influx of support as people actually supporting their, policies, they're going to be in for a rude awakening when they start trying to push that through, and then suddenly the population swings in the other direction again.
Reason why
Well-
this stuff goes in cycles.
Yeah, exactly. And it was the same thing when the right was in charge and people voted against the right as opposed to for the left. And the left pushed too far, which is why everyone's turning on him now.
To kind of begin wrapping up this point with solutions, the idea of the left versus right. I absolutely do agree that the pendulum has begun to swing in the opposite direction. And now it is our job to try and stop it from swinging too far. As I certainly don't think that Sargon or his contributors consider themselves to be far right or anything like that. I simply think that they consider themselves to be, in large part, opposition to the left, and also trying to figure out what that opposition means, and trying to figure out their exact position. Because Sargon, for example, for the longest time identified himself as a leftist, and then as a centrist, and now is trying to figure out what centrism is, which is his new idea of sensible centrism, etc., stuff like that. And really, we need to try and figure out our position on that, because we're unhappy with the far right, and we're unhappy with the far left, which are in many ways just two sides of the same coin. We need to figure out some way to live with both whilst enforcing our will, more or less, on them. Because it seems like most people are actually in more or less the middle. They don't want the extremes. Even in cases like Loli, for example, which you'd think would be a fairly negative thing for most normies, the overwhelming majority of people online are probably on our side. Like, even the Lotus Eaters video on this received a pretty, for their channel, large negative backlash by people saying, no, this is the first time I disagree with you on this.
Yeah, because they have an actual libertarian audience. And it's great to see them actually standing by their principles. So.
Yes. Yeah, the chat for that particular video in question was very interesting.
So we really need to try and figure out some way to begin halting that pendulum. Now, that's easier said than done, as we've been trying that for the entirety of human history.
Yeah, it seems that
succeeded.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to slow it down and keep it in the middle. Like, the only thing we seem to be able to do is keep swinging it back and forth.
Yep.
Which this is what will happen. Yep. The pendulum is starting to swing back. It will go too far right. And in the next 10, 20 years, it's going to swing right back to the left because the right's going to get too big for their britches, just like the left is right now.
Now, the hope is that there might be some sort of legislative measures in the middle, because I'm growing to be quite the statist myself, honestly. Because
sick bastard.
As we see now, there are too many organizations that get too much power. Payment processors, for example. The fact that PayPal has become a de facto bank, but has none of the restrictions of a bank. This should never be allowed.
Oh yeah, and this kind of feeds perfectly into one of my favorite points. Could your electrical company, could your water company, could your gas company cut off service to your house for no reason other than they don't like your political beliefs? The answer is, like, throughout most of the world, the answer is no, right? Then why do we allow the banks to do it? Why do we allow the banks to cut off service to you just because they don't like your political beliefs? That should be illegal. You should be able to sue them for that.
It's because, at the end of the day, I like to view the state, in many ways, like a stick. A stick usually wielded by people. And that means that it can usually be used to restrict bad stuff. Hopefully. No. Like, just like we can't have the gas company shut you off, the water company can't shut you off, we really should have legislation that simply says, no, if you're a payment processor, you are a processor. That is all you are. You have no agenda, you have no stance, you have no position, you process fucking payments.
Oh, but unfortunately, there's a reason we can't have it exactly like that, and that's because I don't know how it's like in Norway. I'm going to stop with the Swedish jokes. Yeah, that got a little bit old. So I don't know how it's like over there in Norway, but here in the U.S., the government is so incompetent and lazy, they expect the banks to do their job for them. So like that's why the U.S. government punishes banks for doing business with criminal organizations. So they basically they put the burden and the onus on the bank to police their own customers, to make sure that, like, oh, well, we're going to make sure you're not in the mafia or you're not a drug dealer or something, because if the bank does business with a criminal organization, the government punishes the bank for it. So it's the government actually caused the problem in a lot of cases, because now the banks are like, they have to care about who their customer is. They can't be an impartial middleman, because if they end up doing business with a criminal, they're the ones that pay the price. So in this case, it's a weird solution where it would be nice if the government came by and slapped and put a law down that you can't discriminate based on politics. They also created the problem by punishing the banks for being impartial middlemen.
And that's because they didn't move to the logical solution to begin with. Because the logical solution is to simply say, no, you're a bank, you're a vital institution, you can't go away, all of people's money are in you, and therefore we're going to tell you how you're going to operate along certain lines when it comes to being neutral. But then the government didn't want to take the onus of doing what it should do, which is the law. It's not the bank's duty to regulate criminals who may be using the platform. That's the government's job. It's the police force's job, the intelligence services.
Thank you. Exactly.
It's see, that's basically my position. We need the state to be the stick, but we also need the state to enforce neutrality. But well, we're not there yet.
You know how that will work. You know that the state won't do any of that.
Well, the thing is, the state has done that. Like, it has worked in the past, and it could work today just fine. It's just that when we are on the extremes, it doesn't happen. So basically, we need to arrive at the central point and then pray to God that something is being done to protect us against the next swing.
So I have a scary solution to you. The only way we're going to get the state to do something like that is if we convince them that they'll profit from it.
That they'll benefit.
That they'll either get more money or more power as a result. I just brought up utility companies. Utility companies are pretty much owned and regulated by the government. Sadly, the solution may be just the banks being nationalized, which I'm sure will never lead to any downsides.
It's again the problem. Like, nationalization has its potential uses. Like, Norway nationalized its oil industry, and it has worked out very well for us. But you're now playing roulette, aren't you? Because at the same time, we haven't used it as to the best thing, because the government is so hidebound that it can only use a certain percentage of the money to actually grow the oil fund. And so we're sitting here with more money than we could ever spend, and instead of using it to build up competency in every field imaginable, like Norway could be the world leader in so many technologies, not even funny, if we put the money into it, we refuse, and instead we salt it down and we put it in the bank, and we hope to live off it when we run out of oil and gas, which is the stupidest solution in history. Because the moment, of course, we start spending it, like, we are literally sitting there with our plan being to have our cake and eat it as well.
Your delusions always make me happy.
Like, you're right, it can work, but I guess the problem, I mean, it's like when I argue that the single best and worst form of government simultaneously is actually a dictatorship. Yes. It all depends on who's the dictator, right? Like, we saw that in Rome. Whenever a good emperor was in charge, everything was great, and then their replacement was a moron, and everything went to shit. But,
yes,
like, unfortunately, things are going well for you in Norway right now. But what if the next government you get is completely incompetent? Like, that's the disadvantage of giving the government power over anything. Like, or at the very least, there needs to be checks and balances somehow.
Okay, I also the last point I will make here before we move over to the one D&D thing to get through that too, because we also have some super chats, is the person in chat going, if you have a cake, why can't you eat it? Because if you haven't eaten your cake... Yes, once you have eaten your cake is no longer there.
Interesting.
Well, yeah, that's our stance on the Loli question. It's we're all pro Loli, yeah, proudly, for all the damage it might do to us.
Well, yeah, that's what I like about, because on my channel, like, every few months I have to do a video kind of reaffirming that to filter out some of the Puritans that may have found their way in. But that It's great. I mean, I think last time, Gab actually blocked me on Twitter after I owned them a few times on this topic. Like they like to pretend like, oh yeah, look, this guy's audience is gonna turn on him. Nah, my audience knows exactly what my view on this topic is. Like, no one in my audience is gonna be shocked and appalled by anything I said today. I mean, there's plenty of people in Arch's audience that definitely don't like me very much, given by the chat. But these are people that were never part of my audience to begin with. So, the audience I already had, they already know my views. So, if I took any damage here, I'd be honestly surprised.
Well, that's
You're
also
not my
why
customers either.
it's also why
very clear to
it's
that.
super important to be honest with your audience, because honesty will mean that they'll have your back, when it's a rainy day or when it's a sunny day.
Exactly. Oh man, if only more creators knew that.
No,
like,
that's
if
a
they
trade
were
secret.
just honest.
No, trade secret. Shh.
Yeah, it's, actually, look, I talked about this yesterday on my stream. Like that, this is the biggest contributing factor to the downfall of Ninja, I believe, where he started out like an honest, regular guy, and as soon as he became the top dog of Twitch, he stopped being honest and he started doing videos and behaving in a way that, what would my audience want me to behave like? What could I do to make them to get the most clicks? And that was, I think, the biggest contributing factor to his downfall is he stopped being. I know it's cliche to say he stopped being real and he started faking it.
Yep.
And the audience he built up by being real, they left.
You lost your core audience.
Didn't sign up for this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's one of the big things when you go to appeal to the wider audience. You'll get a ton of people, but they'll flake on you. You build up a strong core, and the core will support you on every day. Whether somebody's trying to go after you, whether you're doing well, it doesn't matter. You could have fallen on hard times, and the core audience will pick you up and will carry you, as I found out myself. You will make it.
But Kibbs, it's current year. You're supposed to flip your core audience the birds to appeal to some phantom wider audience these days.
I owe them too much to betray them.
Plus, if you knew what Kibbs was into, you'd know he'd have no chance with a wider audience.
Hey, I'm fairly vanilla.
Oh, I already have an idea.
My
I've seen
fucking
some of
god.
the stuff he's dabbling in certain
Wow.
discords.
This is treason. You know that, right? Bobbq, that's treason right there. That's right.
Treasonous, my good sir. You want to hear something that's actually kind of funny about? We're all talking about audiences and stuff like that. Arch, every single time I let certain people know that I'm having a conversation with you, they try to persuade me not to. And I am the hentai
Extraordinaire.
I am the hentai degenerate making games involving magical waifu futa. So
So Bob,
put that in your pipe.
Yeah, without telling us who the specific people are, what general social group do they generally fall into? Like, is it other people in the hentai community or is it someone else entirely?
Everybody is afraid of being canceled, even for those people who have already been self-professed as uncancelable. So all I could say without pointing to them too overtly or obviously, there's a bunch of people who in the hentai community right now, if you want to call it that, who believe that everything is still 2015. The person is not political. The business is not political. Everybody who's just saying that has been on the internet too much and needs to go touch grass.
Oh, so basically everything over the past few years never happened. Like, we're not facing an infestation from political activists on both sides trying to use our hobbies and businesses for their political gains. No, that's just a myth. It's all conspiracy theory, right?
Ostriching is always an option, not a good one.
If only
It's the idea
it
that
was.
if they just keep their heads down, they won't come for them.
I mean, who knows? Maybe those guys will eventually survive, off our hard work when we finally put a stop to this shit.
Well, maybe, but I think it's going to be tough if I'm being honest, because a lot of especially in like the hentai community, for example, the amount of BS that people have had to deal with, I think audiences are going to remember who had their side from the start and who only showed up when it was safe to show up.
Yeah.
I do hope so.
Yeah.
As the pendulum swing, I hope that people have a long memory and look at when one day PayPal comes up and goes like, "We're for traditional
Oh, yeah,
family
definitely.
values," I hope they are told to go fuck
God
themselves.
damn, because that's so true. Like, just, you know, all those content creators, like those other like little gamer ones. I'm not gonna name names because I don't want any drama here, but I've seen so many content creators that have taken the little SJW shtick and occasionally done like the whole like wokest talking points occasionally for a quick PR grab. I hope to God people remember those people, so that way when they flip because they are cowards, that they get absolutely burned for it, because fuck them.
Yep, and then you know what they're going to say, right? They're like, "Oh well, I had to go pretend to be on basically, I was only pretending to be retarded." They're going to pull that meme, and then like, okay, so just think about this logically. Even in the best case, we give them the full benefit of the doubt. They've proven that they're willing to do anything to stay on whoever is the winning side. So pretty much as soon as the pendulum swings again, they'll be the first ones to sink a knife in your back. So you can't trust them at all. And worst case, they've never been on your side and they're only just now pretending to save their own skin. So yeah, these people can never be trusted again. I don't care what their excuse is. And I've seen other YouTubers. You know, someone's probably going to put 2 and 2 together and try to start drama. But I've seen other YouTubers talking about how, like Hollywood, for example, like, well, actually, there's a lot of people in Hollywood who support the right. They're just too afraid to say it. And then, some of them even if they're on Twitter spouting far left talking points, attacking anyone who's not a regressive SJW, like they're actually on our side, guys. Trust me on this. Like, no. So I don't care what their excuse is. I will never trust those people again. Because even in the best case, all I can expect from them is to stab me in the back as soon as things get difficult again. They're fair weather friends at best.
Yep, they're cowards, and you can't trust a coward.
Yep.
Hey,
Yeah,
all I could say
exactly.
is, being in the industry, and you kind of industry adjacent there, Kibbs.
Very funny.
All I could say is that you and I don't have that problem, because all I can say is the money that's in the bank is the money that's in the bank. What's in the pipe is in the pipe. I got about 30 plus people behind me right now that I'm actively working towards. I'm slowly getting to that point where I could call out Linus Tech Tips on his back end and have him walk through the data center and all the rest of that stuff for those who care. But the point being is does it matter? The answer is no, it doesn't. It doesn't. None of it matters. All the stuff that people are talking about right now, all the reeing, all the whom and the ha, and all the best well-laid plans doesn't mean anything, because the world is consistently changing. Those who have power today will lose it tomorrow, and those people who decide to F around will proportionally find out. That's it.
Yep.
And speaking of that, that's a great way to lead into the D&D question, as Wizards of the Coast did fuck around, and for once, the blowback was large enough and corporate enough as well to force them to change their course. As well, the thing is, I don't know how much. I know RGE. You know the updated OGL, right?
Yeah, I also know that and this a few other channels have posted videos from Wizards insiders.
Yes.
Allegedly, like you said, the blowback was bad enough to make them walk it back. The one specific thing that apparently tipped the scales was D&D Beyond, because they immediately saw their D&D Beyond subscribers vanish. Like that according to all the insiders, that is what made all the difference. Basically, voting with your wallet, which is what we tell people to do, right? Yeah, so people voted with their wallet. They canceled D&D Beyond, and that freaked them out. And before we move on to the main topic, I just want to say they haven't really walked anything back. They're going to do just like what PayPal did with that. Remember, they said they could steal $2,500 from you for being a bigot or whatever. They put that right back in as soon as all the outrage blew over. That's what Wizards is waiting for. So unless the updated OGL they come up with after this one has a clause in there that specifies that it cannot be modified later, then no, you can't trust them, because like they'll temporarily walk some things back, only to go full ham on it again as soon as the outrage dies down.
Probably.
So
And another,
that's my view. Just so the whole audience understands my position on this whole situation from the start.
They also had a second very big weakness in this, in that they were originally intending to drop it on the 7th or something, and then demand compliance within the 14th of this month. It was a shock and awe tactic to force people to comply, because their actual legal argument was extremely shaky. Because the original agreement, there was nothing in there about it being modifiable or being deauthorizable, which is what they wanted to do. They wanted to completely remove the old agreement that people had already signed up to and were in compliance with, and retroactively replace it with this one. And so Paizo and a lot of the other companies came together and basically said, if you try to do this, we are going to take legal action against you.
Yeah, you're right. They weren't expecting that level of resistance.
Yes,
And
enough too, because there were people with actual money and actual lawyers saying, no, we'll fight it.
yeah, and Paizo did one further when they came out with their own version. I think I forgot what it's called. They actually made the acronym end up at ORC, which, okay, that's cute, but orcs are racist now, so I wonder how that's going to go over. But yeah, Paizo is teaming up with all these other guys who used to use the OGL, and they're making their own version. So I'm like, good on you. This is how the free market is supposed to work. And I've had my disagreements with Paizo over the years, but I have no complaints about how they're handling this situation.
Here's the thing. There was a meme I saw, which I can't find now, which makes me sad, where there was that Lord of the Rings meme. I was like, I can't believe I'm fighting side by side with an elf, which basically had the Paizo logo on Legolas's face, and Gimli going, can't believe I'm fighting side by side with a progressive. What about a friend? And he goes like, no, you're not a cunt, but you're still a cunt. But we're allies for now.
True.
Yeah,
Very much
if
so
any-
is.
Yeah, it shows the importance of making your own too. Although I know some people that are making their own tabletop systems, and I just got to say best of luck to you, because that whole market is so toxic, and like even the indie scene is just so infested with the woke, and it's and on top of that, it's just so crowded there too. Like, man, what I would love for, like, one indie that's not a complete regressive lunatic to create a system that becomes the next D&D. But man, you guys got your work cut out for you, man. Like, and you guys, correct me if you think I'm wrong, but in current year, I think it's harder to make a profitable tabletop system than a profitable video game. It's a rough market.
Yeah, the market is pretty nasty. Like, now is not the time to be getting into the table sphere.
A tabletop RPG place too is terrible, because there are too many people, there's too much competition, and even Paizo can't do a profit. Like, any attempts to do this today needs to be as a part of you need to sell a universe, not a game. You need to be in it for the long term, build up the setting, build up your own D&D, so to say. And it's going to take a long time, and it's going to be difficult.
Net losses for the first few years, probably.
Probably,
Yes,
unless you've got some big and good in some way to make it good. But again, and the thing is too, you can't just make Dungeons and Dragons. That's another big problem too. You can't simply do what Paizo did.
Yes.
Something new, something different, something fresh.
Yes,
something new that's actually good, and it's not just new and different for the sake of being new and different, like a lot of indie games unfortunately do.
Oh god, yeah. It's like, I'm a new indie game. It's like, you're just Mario.
See, there's a fine line to be tread, because like Paizo is Dungeons and Dragons, but with Black Paladins, and then D&D were like, we can do that too.
Yeah,
and it's the same thing.
Actually, didn't Diablo 2 do that first? I mean, last I checked, wasn't the Paladin black in Diablo 2?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. No, Blizzard did Black Paladins first.
Damn, everyone copying Blizzard still? Oh, well, that's not going to change.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, like my advice, and feel free to ignore me because I don't know what I'm talking about as usual. But if like Arch just said, it's going to take a few years, or like Arch and Kib saying, it's going to take a few years to turn a profit in that industry. But at the same time, as everyone, especially like after what Wizards did, there's going to be a lot of people choosing now to jump on. So it's almost going to be like a Comicsgate situation where you just need to figure out when the best time to jump in is. Because
well, there's the upside too.
Yeah, like you'll get a lot more attention if you jump in now, but the market is a lot more crowded than comics were back when Comicsgate started. So it might be better to let's say 5 years until most of the people that try to jump in probably, leave because they can't turn a profit. If you spend 5 years perfecting a system and have it ready to launch at the time when, it's not as saturated anymore, that might be for the best.
It also comes with the changing of the tide, because if somebody were to release a explicitly non-cancel culture, quote-unquote right-wing property in the tabletop sphere right now, that alone would draw some attention from the our side of the fence, so to say.
Yeah, it would.
But isn't that just more or less just a marketing position? Because if you're talking about it from a point of building a tabletop system and experimentation, trying to refine the process, trying to get an actual user base that's feeding you with good information and not just, hey, make thing look like other thing I already know.
Yeah, it's me, Warhammer, but right wing.
It's the marketing, but I think this actually fits well with one of the points I've made a while, that I don't trust any company with my money anymore unless they openly speak out against wokeness and censorship. So if a company is willing to publicly speak out against wokeness and censorship and say that they're opposed to it, that's not going to guarantee I'm going to be their customer. Yeah. But the chances of me even giving them a chance are vastly higher than if they were one of the many others that try to play them on both sides or the middle of the road argument.
I gotta disagree with you a little bit on this one, RGE, and the reason being is because at the end of the day, the content matters. Content is king.
Yes, but even if you have good content, it doesn't matter if no one looks at it. So the marketing is important too. Like, you need both.
Yeah. You gotta have it all. And that's the thing too. Back in the day, Paizo could come in and go like, okay, we're just going to basically knock off D&G because they gave up the open gaming license, which turned out to be... I'm still not sure whether or not this was a good move or a stupid move on Wizards of the Coast's behalf, because it did spawn a lot of competition, but it did also grow the market enormously. Whereas today, you're already competing with the established things. You're already competing with D&D, with Paizo, with the countless others. You need to hit the ground running. You need to have a universe. You need to have good rule set. You need to have a catch, and you need to have a good marketing. Like, the days of having one of the above are no longer there.
Well, that, and the other thing too is market saturation. There's a couple things that are behind the curtain, and for those guys who are out there making, well, true indies, the ones that are testing the waters, they're doing a combination of bringing fans in, true fans, in the sense of people who buy and play the product, and also taking a look at the old Vanguard, the reason why these things were successful in the first place. Like, that's one of the reasons why, to make a comparison, and people bringing up Blizzard, for example, when most people invoke Blizzard, they're not talking about current day Blizzard obviously when it comes to a positive. I'm talking about the guys who came up with, like, how do you do that really good pixel art? How do you go ahead and understand the fundamental mechanics? And I think that's really universal. I mean, like, admittedly, I'm not as much into D&D as you guys are, or understanding the mechanics and the maps behind it and all the rest of that. But at the end of the day, marketing is important in the sense of differentiating yourself. But at the same time, trying to latch yourself onto what is current thing is equally not as good, because this right now is temporary. If you take a look at all media that exists, you've got certain types of media that stands out for good and bad. I actually had a conversation about this with somebody else about why is something memorable? How do you differentiate? Is that good marketing, bad marketing, etc.?
Well,
and a good example.
There's a difference between putting current year stuff in your product and using current year stuff to market it in current year, I believe.
Okay.
Like as long as you don't fill your product with current year bullshit. Like I think that's probably where the reason. Sorry, I jumped in there, but I think that's where we had a little disconnect. Where all I'm saying is use the current year zeitgeist to market your product, but don't put it in the product itself. Like the product has to be timeless, because
Yes,
if it's
exactly.
not, yeah,
Don't
if,
be it.
yeah,
Exactly.
because otherwise, like if you fill your product with Orange Man bad, when Orange Man's out of office, no one cares anymore, right? So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, cultural references are limited unless you
Yeah.
make a property so big that it becomes part of the cultural zeitgeist. And in addition to that, like a good example of that is just old Hollywood versus new. Like even the movies that were low budget Miramax stuff from back in the day. At least I think it was Miramax. All I can remember is a movie as a kid growing up called Darkman. And as a kid, I was like, "Yeah, that's cool." I look back at it today, I'm like, "Oh, that's bad." And it's Liam Neeson trying to figure out how to act through most of it. But what's interesting is that movie has earned a place in and of itself. So like yeah, for those people who watch a lot of stuff going back to the 90s, 80s, and even 2000s and whatever, the reason why I'm bringing up Darkman is it's one of those examples of a title that earned its own place in sort of certain circles. It has its own talking and lines and all the rest of that stuff, which is made some of these people's careers, because what it did was it made them stand out. The premise of Darkman is absurd, but the references that it created were unique. So even though Darkman is more or less just a revenge story, a revenge telling, you could apply the same ideas there to what you guys are talking about with the tabletop games. What you're doing is you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to make a mechanic that people will say, "Hey, yeah, this take is a little bit of A, B, and C, putting it together. This is good. I like this." And then what the trick is, to what your point was, RGE, is then trying to actively market that, and enough that people can say, "You know what? Yeah, these other places have always left a bad taste in my mouth to a certain degree. Why is that?" And then people will be like, "Yeah, this is enough for me to say, you know what? I'm going to take that risk. I'm either going to buy a copy, or I'm going to go ahead and support it through some sort of crowdfunding, etc." The trick is once you've captured these people, how do you retain them? And I think that's where a lot of these indies fall off. Like these indie
thank you.
developers.
Yeah, that is like my same argument when it comes to something like fan service, for example. Like you use the titties to get people to your product, but then when they're there, you need something more to keep them there. Because if they want to, like the common argument is, "Oh, if you want anime titties, just go watch hentai." But that's actually a legitimate argument, because that's what people are going to do if titties are all you have to offer. So yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like you need good visuals, you need good marketing to get people in there. But when they're there, you actually need good products to keep them there.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, chat, you're right. That one guy who's a sub of Arch, Bubba Hotep, is another good example of that. Bubba Hotep is a passion project, which basically says, "I'm Bruce Campbell, suck on my boomstick," But this is the latest iteration of what happens if Elvis wasn't actually dead and ends up stuck in a retirement home, and then some crazy shit happens.
Wait,
No, that's a
wait,
good
Elvis
example
is
too.
dead?
Oh no!
Since
Oh
when?
no! I invoked that. I retract my last statement.
Meanwhile, these Wizards of the Coast have decided to go the opposite direction. They have the audience, and now they're working on a new and creative way to get rid of them.
Well, yeah, they the problem with the entire thing that Wizards is doing, I think, is like others have been correctly pointing it out. The head of Wizards of the Coast came from Microsoft Gaming, and the only thing she cares about is monetization. So regardless of what Wizards does going forward, all you need to know is they will microtransaction you to death with D&D now. That's their goal.
And that's what they said too during that locked room meeting when they were like, D&D's under monetized, and everyone heard the alarm bells begin to ring.
Yep.
And who was the one who said that though, Arch? Because they have a very interesting history that you should probably expand upon on that point.
He doesn't know.
No,
Pulling
I
it.
don't know.
Oh, okay, sorry. Well, this goes back to like a little bit of the corporate nepotism, kind of like back in the days of the House of Mouse bringing in a Pepsi executive, and it's just like, okay, but what has that has to do with an entertainment industry? And the answer is all business is equal. It's called make money. These things don't apply, because what this was is they brought in a hardcore person who is only interested in the bottom line. They were brought in because they had game experience. Okay, well, what was that game experience? They're talking about AAA. The problem with AAA is AAA's base and the way how they go about doing monetization is not the same, especially for this base. So what ended up happening was they're just like, you know what we see here? You know, you guys have under monetized. Okay, all right, you've under monetized. What does that mean? Well, we need to figure out ways of making these people having to keep coming back to the spigot for more and more. And no, we're not going to keep releasing more and more editions. We want monetization models. What is that code for? RGE? Come on.
Microtransactions.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Microtransactions.
Well, no, Bob, what you're bringing up, I think the moment that the heads of your hobby stop being creatives and start being, just bean counters, that's the beginning of the end. Like that's one of the things I like to harp on my channel too, where like I still hold that the PS2 era is the golden age of gaming, because that is right on at the turning point when video games went mainstream, and suddenly all the investors and all the big money took notice of them. Because like in the PS2 era, like that's all the investors were starting to jump in, and that's where but at the same time, the creative people running these studios were still there. So the people that were doing gaming for the love of it as a hobby, they were still there, and now they just had way more money to work with, and we had some of the best games ever made in around that time. But they've since then slowly been forced out by the bean counters, and now it's all about I don't care about long-term customer retention. All I care about is pleasing the shareholders in the next shareholder call. So how are you going to make us a bunch of money this fiscal quarter? Like that was the beginning of the end. And like you said, at this point, game companies are no different than any other company to these board of directors. And it's like, well, this guy knows how to run a tight ship. This girl knows how to run a business. Let's bring them over. Oh, but they don't understand gaming. Who cares? Neither do we, as long as it makes money.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I had an interesting conversation. Yes, I can go into Story Tower if you're interested. But I, once upon a time, was a subcontractor. Big surprise. A lot of security clearances, all the rest of that stuff, but never actually worked for government. But as a result, that meant that I was able to get into the original gaming industry. Now, what is that? Well, that's the one-armed bandit industry. The conversation I had with this, I don't even know if he's there anymore, but let's just put it, they used to be called Scientific Gaming. Scientific Gaming is the ones who basically make all the big back-end system for these well, I'll just say it, the casinos. And what's interesting about it is how they applied the monetization model of a casino to also some of this gacha stuff that we're currently seeing, and how they tried to interconnect everything. But what's really interesting is that every single time somebody from modern gaming, AAA, tries to come into their space, they're immediately showed the door. And the reason why they're immediately shown the door is because the casinos basically say, there's one thing you forget that does not exist, and no matter how much internal campaigning that you do is never going to change that. And that is called regulations. We are in a regulated industry. So there you go. They openly admit in the original OG gaming industry, the reason why they aren't as toxic as the current gaming industry is because they're more heavily regulated. And as a result, anybody who comes from AAA, CEOs or otherwise, they show them the door immediately.
Yeah, of course, you were so successful managing that AAA gaming company because you don't have to deal with the regulations we have to deal with. Yeah, I can see that.
Regulations
Man,
good, Kyle. Bend knee now.
No,
I'll never be a
AAA gaming
statist.
is screwed in so many ways too. Because I mean, like just imagine being a developer who actually, I mean, Blizzard in particular, notorious for this. They exploit passion. Like that's how they could get away with paying people so little and making them work so long. Because there's still people who are passionate about when Blizzard used to be good. And that's their dream. Oh, I want to work at Blizzard. Oh my God, I got that dream job at Blizzard. Oh my God, I'm working on the next World of Warcraft or whatever. And then they get burnt out in like a year. But if they're not burnt out, it's just like, as a code monkey myself, and this applies to every single creative person as well, actually. If you're working on a project you actually like, you will give it your best effort. You will do overtime when you're not even asked to. You will make sure you do all your research to make sure it's perfect. When you're working on something you despise, yeah, just every corner that exists will be cut just to get this out of your way so you could work on something better. And that's what's happening with a lot of developers in AAA gaming. Like they want to make, they enter the industry wanting to make good games. And then they're forced to like work as a support studio for the in-game shop in Call of Duty or something. They're like, whatever, I'll just do this as a 9 to 5. I'll half-ass it. And that's most of the people that are left now, because the people that still had passion walked.
Yeah. You can brag about being the person who animates the little pop-up thing when you open a loot box in Overwatch.
That's
Ooh,
right.
Very nice animation. Did you spend more than 15 minutes on it? Like, actually, it was 30.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah,
that guy they asked in the interview about, I don't remember which game. You might remember this, Kyle. The guy was asked about, like, how did you feel about working on that big game? It's like, I just made pots and pans.
Oh yes, that was an interview with a Skyrim developer. It's like, oh, so you worked on Skyrim. So what did you feel? It's like, I don't know. I have no idea what the game's about. I just made pot and a couple of pans. It's like, okay.
Yeah, he was just a contractor, to make background assets. That's pretty common.
He's like, I don't know what this game is about. I just want my money.
Yeah, the chat's actually got it too. Like the Last of Us Part 2. Like that's the text. Like was it like they had an 80% attrition rate or something, because once the team saw where the direction of the game, they just like couldn't stomach it.
Yep, the soul was depleted.
Yeah, and just that, now imagine being in the position where you not only want to quit, but you also ask them, could you remove my name from the credits? Like I think it will actually hurt me if this is on my portfolio.
Mm-hmm. I just hope that this does as much damage to the Wizards of the Coast as humanly possible, and seeing as all of their competitors are doing what they should do, attacking Wizards relentlessly, threatening legal action, and making alternatives.
Yeah. Hey, Arch, what do you think are the odds of that rumor being true that Hasbro may sell them off to Tencent?
I mean, Hasbro undoubtedly had signed off on this plan, because the original agreement was very aggressive. It was a war declaration. It's like, all of your shit, my shit now. And from what we know from Paizo during their union drama a while ago, Paizo is not earning money. Paizo can't afford to pay their employees what they're already paying them. Wizards of the Coast are obviously going to be better off because they're the biggest boy on the block, but they're probably not that profitable. And Hasbro don't do kinda profitable, you know?
Yeah,
so
it's weird how that shifted too. Well, not weird. I mean, because during the pandemic, of course, you had D&D and Magic exploded, and yeah, I think wasn't it like 2 years ago? Like, no, correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't there actually like some of the Hasbro investors debating putting the Wizards of the Coast head in charge of Hasbro? Because like during that whole fiasco, Wizards was their top branch. Like Wizards was just outperforming the entire rest of the company. And then just a year later, now Hasbro's talking about selling them because they're dead weight.
Well, because right now they are in the downward swing because after the pandemic, they're no longer worth the same. They don't see the same growth. They're no longer as promising, and this is very obvious. And so they come up with a plan. Okay, the dude says our IP is undermonetized. This goes back to Hasbro, and they go, okay, well, you fucked up. You've cost us lots of money. Can you do this? And they say, yeah. And then this agreement was one of the first steps of doing so, in addition to their subscription service, the one D&D Online thing. And now that both of those are failing, well, somebody's going to have a really hard time at the board meeting next time.
Yeah, and no, the sad thing is a lot of this problem was caused actually by the investor economy. Because like investors expect constant, infinite, unlimited, astronomical growth, or else they're like, well, why? I'm just going to pull my yeah, you're making money. That's good, but these guys are making more money. So if I just invest with them instead, I'll make more money. So why aren't you making more money? And that's killed so many companies, because there were companies that could be sustainable. But it's not about sustainability. It's about infinite astronomical growth. And that's what sank Wizards in the long run, because if they were smart, they would have told Hasbro, hey, this is just a bump during the pandemic when people are sitting at home and they can't go out, when the government has everything locked down. This is not sustainable. I think we should pocket this money, maybe start 1 or 2 new projects, but expect this to run out after a year or two. But that's not what happened, is it? Instead, they're like, oh, by 2025, we're going to be 10 times the size we are now at this rate. Like, you morons. Like, they sank themselves.
Yep. Games Workshop made the same error as well, where they were like complaining during the pandemic, oh my god, the pandemic, we're not earning any money, even as their earnings skyrocketed. And then after the pandemic, they start leveling up, and they were, our lower than expected revenue growth is due to magic.
Don't worry about it. It's a secret. Trade secret.
It's like, but the pandemic is over. Surely we should be earning more money now. Well,
you see, it's the fallout of the pandemic.
Yeah, speaking of Games Workshop, like, I'd be interested to hear. I mean, I know you did a video about it a few days ago about Amazon trying to force them to get woke in order to do that Henry Cavill 40K series.
That's what I suspect, because from what I know from a little bird inside of Amazon, Amazon has not set aside any money for an IP purchase. So Amazon isn't even really thinking about this. But GW is really doing it. Like, they made the official announcement. They talked about it in their investor letter, etc. So if only one party wants to do this and the other party doesn't, well, only one party is going to have power in that equation.
Yeah, and I think the reason I wanted to bring it up is the rumor I heard, and I know your sources are better than mine. So, like, the rumor I heard was that Amazon isn't actually producing it. Like, they would just be the distributor. Like that's like the terminal list. Like, I heard it was the same thing with the terminal list. Like, Amazon didn't make the show. Amazon just had a distribution deal for it, basically. So is that the chance? Because, I mean, if Amazon had a distribution deal and, like, you know, they're not involved in the production of the show, they're just basically going to put it out there, then they wouldn't have to talk about it, right? Like, is that even a possibility? Like, or am I completely off there?
Maybe. Like, I think right now this is in very much so the touchy-feely kind of the part of the relationship, where both sides are trying to figure out what is happening, and GW wants this bad, because GW is desperate to be bought out by anyone. They've been trying to get bought out now for a decade plus. They tried Hasbro, but Hasbro was like, no, you're not profitable enough for us. Fuck off.
Yeah, well, like you just mentioned, you know, they burnt themselves the same way Wizards did. That when they suddenly they don't have infinite growth, so now they're desperate, huh? No, I guess good luck to them.
All right, I think we'll start moving on to some super chats now, as we've gone a decent length, I think.
Yeah, you looks like you made a decent amount of money this time around. Awesome. Glad I can be useful for something.
It can. Says, Arch, you need to start giving Kibbs the pencil when he makes you late. That is true. I've never been late for one of my own streams, ever. But, Kyle?
I don't know about that. He's lying, chat. My stream's only delayed because we're waiting on Arch to show up. He's fat and he's eating his pastry.
Well, the comment says, Pardon says, mating press the Kib for late. Oh,
The
Jesus.
fuck? It's getting out of hand a little.
See, we produce some hentai over here as well. Just, we don't earn as much from it. It's tragic.
We don't. Tragedy.
Should set up a website. Only Kyle's.
Only Kibbs. Don't say Kyle. That's just weird.
Yeah, I intended for this to be pretty
We
weird.
need a little bit of cognitive
But we've-
dissonance.
We've already got a bunch of NTR. Why do we need more?
You're a degenerate. You need help.
We don't have enough NTR.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Hey, you know what might be a hot take, but I have no problem with NTR as long as you're playing the woman. Like, that's fine. Then it's just you pick a character whose looks you like, and you get to see them. Just every fetish you could think of being done to that character. There's nothing wrong with that.
I need help. I'm surrounded
Yeah,
by
but
degens.
Perfectly normal. It's more than normal, in fact. It's preferable.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about hentai, like that is this is Bob's area of expertise too.
Oh boy.
That is one thing. Like, there's basically two categories of hentai games. Like, you got the one that has as many characters as possible, to cast as to basically catch as many people as they can in that net, and then you got the others where there's only one character and then maybe a few side characters, but every imaginable fetish is done to them.
Oh, God. Heavens.
So. Yeah, that's I think that model is a little bit more risky because if you don't like the one main character, there's nothing in there for you. But on the other hand, if you got the other way, just a character overload, there's a character that really hits all your buttons, but they're only in like 2 scenes. So not really getting the bang for your buck there. So yeah, hashtag hentai problems.
Hentai problems and good writer problems. If you've got a good writer, oh my God. And all I can say is that the head writer that I have right now, she has a very interesting perspective on all of this, and therefore, it's magnificent watching people fucking freak out. I love it.
Oh, it's
I
not even just
strongly
the
urge
writing,
you to
too.
produce more NTR, where the hero is an insufferable bastard, and I can just laugh at it because that's my primary attraction to the genre. It's just funny.
Well, so NTR where the hero deserves it. I don't think I've seen that yet. That would be kind of funny.
Just the harem protagonist getting NTR'd is my favorite genre. This is how everything should work. WMC Wolverine says, howdy, you band of miscreants, reporting from Fort Morgan, Colorado, at a Cargill meat packing plant. Cargill. I got no question for I can't watch the whole stream, but I want to wish you guys luck and hashtag end the ATF and repel the NFA.
Get behind that.
I did hear that the Republicans were planning some kind of vote to end the ATF for and or income tax. That would be good for you.
Yeah, they do it as a show vote every once in a while. Yeah, they did vote on a bill to defund the IRS completely, which, by the way, I'd be all for it. Like, we really need to. So one of the biggest complaints in the U.S. that people have is the rich are always able to afford to find all the loopholes and end up paying less tax than the poor anyway. So you know how you get rid of these loopholes? Just get rid of the IRS. Just put a flat consumption tax in place, and you don't have to calculate anything anymore. No more loopholes. You only pay tax when you spend money, and the amount of tax you pay is proportionate to the amount of money you spend. All the problems are solved. But nope, but the reason they don't do that is how many tens of thousands of jobs are going to be gone if we canceled the IRS? So that's why we can't have it. It's just a show vote. It's never going to happen, unfortunately, although it would be nice.
There's a lot of people who earn a living off calculating how much of your money is theirs.
Yeah, I mean, that's how when the government that proudly proclaims the amount of jobs they created, most of the time it's bloat jobs. that don't need to exist anyway.
Mike Shame says, so this is worse than OGL 1.1. Google doesn't even like me saying burn the witch without passing pants, as if CEOs are the community. Oh yeah, and bearing in mind too, just like RGE said, the new one that they're working on, which we haven't seen yet, they've rolled back on some of the more extreme requirements. But so long as that one catch-all thing is still there, namely that they can change the agreement at any point whilst giving 30-day notice, it means that it's all in there. You're just going to have to wait a little bit for it. Alfarius Omegon says, there was a petition going around to get the woman who makes the documentary arrested and deported since she's American Hafu.
Yeah, I'm surprised it hadn't happened already. Yeah, that was the woman that did the Vice hit piece.
Ah,
yeah. So she honestly, if I was in Japan, if I was in the Japanese government, I'd be all for that. It's like, shit, you're clearly here to sabotage us and our image internationally. Why would we keep you here?
The worst part too was you could clearly tell during the interviews in there that she's fishing around for a very specific answer. Nobody's giving it to her, so they kind of have to edit a little bit, add in a little bit of discussion, a little bit of addition there. Like, but why?
Yep, and the most common scumbag tactic is they like that's what they did to your boy Zach in Comicsgate when he went on Jim Jeffries. They ask. They have a normal interview. You know, they're not leading you on at all. They ask a question, they get their answer, and then in the editing process, they mix and match. Like, you know, they edit like, oh, this answer you gave to this unrelated question. The way they edit it is it looks like you answered a different question that way. So they fish around for sound bites that they can use to deceptively edit it and make it make you look as bad as possible. Like this, once I saw that, I'm like, that's when I decided I'm never going to talk to the media. Like the only condition I would talk to the media under is if it was live streamed and including on my own channel too. So they can't deceptively edit anything that I say. Because I don't trust them. They're fucking snakes.
Boycott Warhammer Plus, do that, by the way. It says, hey, Larch, RG, Bobbq, and J-Rag Gibbs. I suggest to Connor on Twitter to contact you for potential debate today's primary topic. Shame, really. We probably could have invited them too, but honestly, I kind of just... I don't know. I think, like, any debate on this will be completely locked simply because he will say, yeah, but I don't like it, and I find it degenerate. And at that point, like, there's no debating against that. It's like, okay, you find it degenerate.
That's why I say just stop talking to these people and start doing what Bob's doing and just going for alternatives. I just always assume that they will eventually win and they'll get the government to censor it. So plan for that alternative from the start. It's the only logical solution at this point.
Yeah, you could debate facts, but you can't debate other people's personal opinions. Because
you can't debate feelings. Yeah.
Plus, I feel like, okay, you know, the thing is too, maybe we could do that in the future, but I feel like I would be an asshole in such a debate because he's British. And I was just like, okay, so this is a bad thing. As a British person, how many rape gangs are active in your country right now? And how many in Japan?
Oh, that's the point I was making too, man. It's like, hell, and like to Bob's point at the beginning, the low-hanging fruit. He could be going after the rape gangs and how his own government keeps protecting them, but that would be risky. That would be dangerous. Like, it's a lot easier to just smack down artists.
Yeah, they do that as well. But like the point is, the Japanese don't seem to have this problem. Yet we here in our moral West, we have rape gangs. We have the Rotherham shit where the police protected them, and he would undoubtedly condemn that. But I would still say that, yeah, but it's happening here and it isn't happening there. So apparently, Loli seems like a defense against this.
Yeah, and all the only arguments they ever have against it are like, well, there's sexual assault in Japan too. Okay, at the same level as in the West? Well, no, exactly. And then also the argument, well, Japan's a homogenous society. It's like, oh, so you're saying that that Loli turns people into pedophiles, but only if it's not a homogenous society? How does that work?
Only if they're the same race.
Yeah. Yeah, that just makes no sense.
It's
No,
a
you-
weird
they're-
qualifying statement.
Yeah, there's all sorts of really interesting things they'd have to explain. So
Yeah. Morgan McConnell says, I prefer a sin tax to income tax. Well, it'd be cheaper, probably.
yeah,
Remember,
You can
my
introduce
tax
a
was supposed to
Norwegian
be temporary.
invention, which is the death tax. You know, if you when you die, you pay a tax.
oh, we have that in the U.S.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. Good to hear somebody else suffers.
Yeah.
It exists almost everywhere. Arch, it's up in Canada as well. Estate tax.
Yeah, that's what we said, death tax.
Yeah, but what's beautiful about it is that they're going to take your estate after they kill you because they're being humane.
Oh, not just the
Yeah.
estate. Our death tax is on everything. So whatever that person owned, the state wants a piece of that.
Oh yeah, no, that is the
Even the
same
money in
thing.
your
Like
fucking
that's
bank.
no, that's what the estate is. I mean, at least here in the U.S., your estate is basically all your stuff. Yeah, so when you die, they have to redistribute all your stuff among like your friends and relatives, right? So yeah, you're unless you preemptively gave it away, yeah, your estate is all your stuff.
We did think about that too, though, because any gift over $10,000 in Norway is also taxable.
Same here, same here. But the trick is, you just as long as they don't find out about it, wink, wink. But that would
Wink,
be
wink.
wrong.
We will
That
not
would be
advocate for illegals on here.
We
We are
would
a
never
good boy.
do that on YouTube.
We are a good boy. We're not going to do that.
Yeah, and then they try to like deflect the argument here. The people that support the death tax, they're like, well, but RGE in the U.S. at least they no the if your estate's less than like something like 6 million or something, you don't have to pay any. Like, well, who suffers from this the most? Like, it's like a lot of these farmers that own millions and millions of dollars of land, but they themselves live a middle class lifestyle. Every time one of them dies and passes along their farmland, all of a sudden their children now have to sell off some of it just to pay the tax on their estate. Yeah, and then you got Bill Gates buying up all the farmland. I wonder if those two things might be related. Yeah, hashtag conspiracy theory.
Yeah, let me just put it like this: that Bill Gates buying up farmland is far more dangerous than the pandemic ever was.
Well, are you saying you see? Look right there. Arch just admitted he doesn't trust the science.
Well,
Wow.
the science has spoken now, and the science agreed with us all along. That's the new science.
Yeah.
There was I saw a wonderful tweet today where they basically said like the vaccine was allegedly YouTube causing heart problems. I was like, oh, well, you don't say.
Yeah, I remember when everyone who was saying that was being deplatformed for revealing it before 2 years before you finally came to that conclusion. Very interesting.
I remember that too. Weird.
Yeah. And of course, none of the people that got deplatformed for telling the truth before it was popular were brought back or apologized to. No, we just have to pretend like that never happened.
Yeah, they've been silenced forever now, so
Yeah.
they've been dealt with.
Nubafan says Project Melody got banned from the Adult Hub website because she looks underage. Where's the line drawn on she looks like a kid? Well, again, that's what we talked about here too, because for a person who doesn't know what the hell anime is, they could look at Uzaki-chan, that Kyle has very helpfully zoomed in on her bust section there,
You're welcome.
and go, well, she looks like a kid, and everyone else looks at us like, wow, children have really large racks these days.
Well, and to kind of extrapolate on that point, like there was a case where a dude was busted and charged with cheese pizza for having video of a real life porn star that is over 18, and I think it was Little Lupe, She actually had to show up to his trial and testify. Like, no, you fucking idiots. I am the one in that video. Here's my ID. Here's where when this was formed. You need to drop this because these dumb. Sorry, I'm getting too heated there. These special boomers refused to believe that she wasn't a kid. Like we're having, it's not just anime. We have these morons trying to apply this same standard to real women that are over 18.
I got kicked off of the official mod channels from Patreon because of specifically that point. I debated them on that, saying, so cute face equals underage. Is that where we're at? And they were like, you go now.
Yep. It's too inconvenient to bring that up because it's their plan is to ban all of it, so they don't want you poking holes in their argument.
There was also, I remember, one Patreon artist who drew like chibi footers with enormous dicks and tits, who was banned for Loli, and I was like, at that point, it's not even really human, is it? Like, its penis is larger than its body.
I mean, I think at that point it's obvious that certain people get targeted by these platforms. Like Bob could definitely probably even bring up examples of this. Like there's others on there that do the same thing, if not worse, yet they get left alone because they're on the right side of history. They're friends with all the right people. But if you get on the bad side of the woke hate mob, yeah, they'll paint a target on your back and they will just look for reasons to mess with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they don't even, I mean, I'm at the point right now where even if it wasn't explicitly banned in their terms of service, it wouldn't matter. The fact is they want you gone. You specifically have a target on your back, and they're just using the most convenient excuse to get rid of you. And if Loli wasn't that convenient excuse, they'd find another one. Once you're being targeted by the hate mob, it doesn't matter what you do. They'll manufacture a reason to get rid of you.
When a company has a phone book for a terms and conditions guide and policy guide, there will always be something in it from which they can find to get rid of you.
Yep. Yeah, that's why. Who's that Soviet guy that said, "No, show me the man, I'll show you the crime." That's why they have that phone book size terms of service, so they specifically can get rid of anyone for any reason.
Yep. That's why legal law and definitions actually do matter. And as somebody who's had to go to court over those specific points, it matters even that much more when you got skin in the game.
You want to gloat about that a little bit?
Yeah, one. And not only that, but they got BTS so much that they had 2 law firms drop them. So
yeah, but the reason I say that is because I don't think a lot of Arch's audience is aware of your issues.
Well, I think this is more applicable to your side of the fence, RGE, because you always say, "Do not let the woke infiltrate, gatekeep." But there was one side that nobody took into consideration: is what if you already have somebody who's weak-willed and susceptible to the mind virus that is woke? Well, I unfortunately was on the receiving end and had to deal with a nice 2-year protracted battle to deal with that, and the fact that, oh look. Shitbag does shitty things and is easily persuaded to be a shitbag. Let me just without going too much into it, because I don't want the judge to get upset too much, because he's still giving us nothing but nice little how do I put it? You know how you got like the doctor's notes and it feels like there's a doctor's notepad? Well, the judge is doing the same for us right now, so I don't want to tempt fate. But all I could say is this. The woke have a consistent problem. When they go ahead and they enter into a business, they assume power is power, which means I can go ahead and wave everything away with whatever kind of logical fallacy I want to do. In my case, the funniest thing here was when you see somebody commingling their funds, and then in addition to that, claim that you're the one who's doing it, but you're the investor. It's just like, yes, I am commingling my funds because I'm investing in this business. I am investing. What are you talking about? It's coming from one account to another. Well, as a result of that, it opened up a nice little Pandora's box, of which we just got that crowbar in there, just kept wedging that thing ever wider until, well, RG, I'll leave it with this from a point of Schadenfreude. They're being investigated by the IRS now.
Oops.
Yeah.
Well,
Oops, indeed.
this actually fits perfectly with Terrence Popp's philosophy on administrative violence. Like, so specifically, he usually brings that up with something like family courts. You're never going to win in the family court. But if you could bring in all these other organizations down on the person that's trying to ruin you, like the IRS doesn't care if you're a woman. The IRS just all they care, like they just want their money. So yeah, that's great, man. It's
Well, I also found out that they were using the business, the U.S. branch of the business, as their personal build credit
Bank.
quickly, by basically invoking the business in every single transaction, which they're not legally allowed to do because it's a partnership. And as a result of that, the bank was sent a nice little letter from one of our attorneys saying, "Yeah, she represents herself," and then suddenly Yeetus deleted to a lot of that credit.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about some of the other people that were getting involved, but I don't think that should be talked about on stream.
I'm not done. I'm
Unless
not
it's
done with
okay.
those yet. I'm
Yeah.
not done with those. There's one
Yeah.
wokey out of California with two businesses, one in Texas and Florida, because that's how they also try to evade some of the labels of being woke. But they will happily live in California. So yeah, I'm gonna be zeroing in on them next. So I'll keep you posted.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's. I don't even think it's a matter of avoiding the label of being woke. If I'm being honest, I think it's they're smart enough to realize that wokeness and good business sense don't mix. So
Oh, it is.
yes, so they will move their own businesses to a place like Texas for the better taxes and the better, corporate environment, while they sit in California and bitch about the stuff that they're taking advantage of themselves.
Well, that and they're trying to evade the income tax, the state income tax mostly than anything else. But at the same time, they're going to accuse you of not paying your fair share, which I always love. I always love that commie angle.
Well, that's been my favorite thing about how how Patreon is now sending out 1099s to anyone that made over $600. I
Yep.
love seeing all these communists on Patreon complaining that they now have to pay their fair share. Like, oh, so you mean you've been illegally not paying your taxes on this money? Because like what a lot of these idiots don't get is just because they don't send you a 1099, you still have to report it as income. So if they've not been doing that, sure would suck if they got investigated.
A tragedy, to be sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All I
And
can
if they
say is
complain about it, pay your fair share.
exactly. That's a funny thing about all this. Of all the institutions to play chicken with, playing chicken with the courts and the federal and state level tax services is not a good one.
Jafar the Blade says this could be used as a foot in the door to go after violent video games. After all, did you speak no Russian? Because that could cause harm.
Yeah, no, it's already been happening. Like, and it's not just the Loli stuff. It started happening after they again castrated themselves at the altar of Saint Sarkeesian. That's when the original anti-violence censors realized that this industry won't resist anymore. And yes, they're back in full force again.
Mm-hmm. No, they will absolutely use it to go after everything else they don't like too. Cthulian Etham sends pedophiliac, quote, mental, not criminal, is born hardwired to only go after kids. I would rather they had animated Cheese Peter to take the edge off than commit crimes. Also, this took me three attempts to write.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well, he's
YouTube
got it.
censors super chats way worse than they do regular chats.
Well, it's
Okay.
because there's a transition involved, I guess.
Well, they also sent a
But
regular
no,
chat.
I heartily agree. Like, as far as I'm concerned, and I've heard some arguments to the contrary, but I consider this to be a sexuality. For all the... And that immediately gets gay people up in arms. It's like, you can't compare us. You can. You can. It's a preference. It's a thing. You're born with it. This is way worse, obviously. I'm not saying that there's a moral equivalence between the two. I'm just saying if you can't shock a gay person to being straight. You probably can't do it with the pedophiles either. Tragic though that may be.
Yeah, I guess there's one other question that I've always dared not to speak, but I've thought it a couple times. One of the questions that I have around this particular, the art question, is: do people even realize it? Like not if it isn't actually like self-identifying as somebody who likes that, if they are looking at it just purely from a subjective point of view of, I see a cute anime waifu, I would really like to see that cute anime waifu nude, and they're not even making those connections. Is this one of those situations where people are, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar and you should move along? That's my other question.
Maybe.
Yeah, a lot of this could be answered if we had proper studies on it, but we covered that earlier about why that's never going to happen.
We did. So we're just gonna have to live in ignorance until we become more progressive. Mark James says, reminds me of a Tom and Don Disney princess hotness chart. A few of the fictional characters were not tiered because of supposed age. Oh, yeah.
Well, do you want to talk about their hypocrisy too? Like a lot of, because this is, like we said earlier, both the left and the right like to gang up on the low hanging fruit. So the CalArts crowd is one of the biggest ones about how you like say you draw some lewd fan art of some My Hero Academia character and they're out there shrieking like, she's 16, you creep, and then you look at their page, they got Bakugo and Deku having gay sex. Like, you realize they're 16 too, right? But it's different. Right? Of course, it's different. But like they did that with that Velma show. Like, it's the same people that love to virtue signal and about that character is 16. They loaded that new Velma show with sexual content. That's kind of weird.
Sexual content is one way to describe it.
But although I will actually agree with them, though, that is different because I think I finally I think Turd Flinging Monkey pointed this out a long time ago. Yeah, great. So their determining factor on whether it's okay or whether it's quote unquote illegal and creepy is, would a straight man find this attractive? If the answer is yes, it needs to be banned. If the answer is no, then it's perfectly okay.
That does seem to be the way. Lord of a Possum says, I fear not the man who has drawn 10,000 boobs once, but I fear the man who has drawn one boob 10,000 times. Probably Gandhi. Glowy says, main difference in the Lotus Eaters and you guys is the definition of freedom. They subscribe, to the definition of freedom is to do what is right, not to do what is wrong, which founding fathers agreed with, while you guys use more no harm means okay to do. In essence, but I also don't want to go too far down the harm argument, because then we start heading into commie direction as well, because then you start embracing the idea of anti-harm.
Yeah,
but
well, in like my opinion, like that was actually mostly correct. Like, I'm just like, unless you can prove that harm was done, and you can prove, like, beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was directly related to this thing you're trying to buy, I'm not even interested in talking to you. Like, that is because I am not a fan of victimless crimes. Like, unless and another thing is like, oh God, like drug use. Like, oh my God, the way the Western world, like, no, Europe is better about it. Like, and like the Netherlands is pretty good about it, but like the way America treats drug addicts, like they treat the people who are addicted to drugs as if they were criminals. Whereas like in the Netherlands, they treat you like correctly, like as a person that needs medical help. So like here in the US, they say, oh, we have to crack down on drugs or they'll ruin your life. Yeah. Meanwhile, if you get caught doing drugs, they ruin your life. Do you think Obama outright admitted to doing some pretty hard drugs when he was younger? If he got caught doing those drugs, he wouldn't be the president. He'd probably be in and out of jail the rest of his life. Like that's one thing that still really gets me, man. I mean, I get going after drug dealers, but going after the people who do the drugs as if they are hard criminals as opposed to people that need medical help is just sickening to me. But that seems to be the way things go here in the US, just over criminalizing everything. You got to keep those prisons packed, man. Got to feed the prison industrial complex.
Somebody needs to break the rocks.
Yeah.
John McCanna says, listening to some of my favorite YouTubers and Kibbs while playing Terra Invicta. Truly the height of decadence.
Well, I gotta
Invicta is a
start
bit-
somewhere. Better be humanity first. Or we're
Yes,
disowning
they're the
you.
only actually good faction.
Yep.
Anon says, what do you mean Slippery Slope isn't a fallacy? Half the Loli debate is us arguing against the Loli leads to child rape, Slippery Slope fallacy. It is a fallacy because accepting one's position doesn't mean accepting the other, not that case won't be made. Not that the case won't be made, I'm guessing. I said Slippery Slope isn't a fallacy, yes.
Yeah, well, I think it's just a matter of what you're comparing it to as well. Because, you can... I guess it can be a fallacy if you're trying to, make a pretty outlandish comparison. But, like, when it comes to the censorship debate, how much more proof do you need that they're never going to stop? Like, so first, they're going to censor the blatant quote-unquote lolly content, and then they're going to move to, like, Uzaki-chan. Oh, well, she looks too young. Oh, that's clearly lolly. Let's censor that, too. Soon, all anime characters that don't look 80 years old are censored, and it's just... And plus, where does that end? Like, what about Western stuff? Like, you've seen what Betty Boop looks like, too, right? Like, that's clearly a lolly by their standards. Even like the old Flintstones and Jetsons, you could like look at Wilma's face. You could say she has a baby face. It's not anime style; it's a Western style baby face. But clearly, that's not that doesn't look like an adult. And her head is big, proportionate to the rest of her body. So clearly, she's a child. Like where does this end? Like that's where I say. I mean, like my personal opinion is, as long as it's fictional, anything goes. Like, fiction exists. Like, one of the reasons it's there is so you can explore things that are impossible or illegal in the real world without consequences. As soon as you start taking that away, like, they'll never stop. They'll keep going until the Puritans want us only working and praying. Anything other than that will be banned.
And we are already seeing this happening, of course. That's the thing, too. They started with all the characters, then they became, as Bobbq said, anything with a cute face.
It's true.
Jaegerant says, hey, 3 of my top 10 at the same time. So, Archlander, Kibbs Front, any thoughts is Eagle should get its own boy's name? Also, Golden Eagle, thank you for the book. I enjoyed it a lot. Both ways you might think. Your stream times make it hard to be there live.
Well, if you need to buy another book, we still got plenty in stock in case yours is all sticky now. So we got you covered.
Ew. Also, what's RG's name? Come on, Arch. You like that show, so you're in charge.
I like that show.
Yeah, you watched it, The Boys.
Yeah, but Kyle,
Who is he?
they're dumb.
Yeah, well, you made us dumb, so make him dumb.
A-Train then. It's the only one I can come up with.
Damn, you're a speedy boy. You're also a murderer, I want to point out.
Hey, as long as they had it coming, I can accept that.
I mean, they had something coming.
Actually, this is a little bit off topic, but I don't know how many of you were watching that Gundam Witch from Mercury anime.
I heard about the
But
I
drama.
haven't watched it yet.
Yeah,
Going to watch it eventually.
I mean, honestly, I thought it was... I mean, I wasn't as turned off by it as a lot of other people were, because I watched Utena as well. I thought it was actually kind of hilarious watching this weird hybrid between Utena and Gundam. So I was able to get enjoyment out of it, but then the bullshit they pulled in this last episode, I don't know if I'm going to come back, because... yeah, everyone in the chat who doesn't want spoilers, or actually, I don't know if you guys want me to spoil it.
I ain't watching it.
I've
Yeah,
seen it.
well, actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna. I'm just gonna be generic. Like they pulled that trope where one character is about to get killed, and another character shows up at the last second and kills the person that was threatening the first character. So how does the character that got saved react? Are they thankful? Are
Nope,
they like,
they're
oh
in
my
shock.
god? No. Instead, it's like, oh my god, you're a murderer. Like, yeah, I tuned out. It's like, man, fuck this. Like, so if any of you were literally looking down the barrel of a gun, and someone else came in and saved you by killing the person who was going to try to kill you, would your first response be, "Oh my god, you're a murderer"?
No,
Like,
it wouldn't be.
I'm just, oh god, that just completely just killed
I
all
hate
like
that
what little
trope,
respect I
too.
had for that show. It was so fucking bad.
It's just crummy writing. It's like you wouldn't react that way. You just got saved
Yeah.
and you immediately get accusatory with the person that
Yeah.
saved you. No, you get, if anything, you'd have a savior like that. What do you call it? Complex, where you're like, oh my god, thank you so much for saving me. Holy shit, like you're the most amazing person ever.
Yeah, you'd either be thankful or you'd pass out from shock or something, but like you wouldn't immediately turn on the person who just saved your life.
Yeah, no.
Well, I think anybody who understands anything about writing saw this one coming, RG, just because of the fact that in the same episode they tried to do some weak ass moral foreshadowing with
Yeah,
the
that's
with
right.
the parental figure, we'll call it, so not to ruin anything. And as soon as I saw that, I was just like, oh crap, here we go. I know exactly what's coming next. They're
Yeah.
gonna do something outlandish, and everyone's gonna be like, oh my god, and it's just like to be continued in part 2.
Yeah, it was just bad though. Like I expected some cringe, but not at that level. Yeah, that's right. Wow, you just became as bad as the villain. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is like the textbook, you're just as bad as them now argument. Like, yeah, if you're sitting at home watching TV and someone breaks into your house and starts shooting at you, and if you shoot back, you're just as bad as them.
1,000 Nod says, I'm a big fan of Arch and Eagle. Thank you very much, sir. Puppetsot says, I like the Lotus Eaters and appreciate that they don't want to give an inch to the Peds because they're going to take a mile, but they picked the wrong target. 2D porn is not real, it only hurts. Oh yeah, like that's the thing. There is a difference in opposing the maps, the predators, as we now call them, and people who watch Uzaki-chan. There's a slight difference.
Yeah, and maybe it will be fine too if they were openly right wing, but they try to pass themselves off as libertarian. So that's, just like when Gab did this. Like, notice that Gab, every time Torba went on some anti-Loli screed, he always ended up deleting those tweets and pretending it never happened. Yeah, there's a reason for that. It's if you try to pretend to be a libertarian, you don't want to out yourself as being all talk. So
All bark and no bite.
yeah.
It's not a very popular position either, because even most, well, not even, but most people on the internet can see the difference between a .jpeg and a child, which you'd think wouldn't be that different.
And most people on the internet are just like me in the sense that they're into some pretty sick shit too. That might be the next in line after they're done with Loli. Because these just like how we point out with the far left, how these professional victims, they always have to have a target. They always have to be oppressed by something. It's the same with these Puritans. Like, they're never just going to accomplish their goal and go away. No, man. Once they turn it into a business, they need a new target. So once they accomplish their original goal, they plant a new goalpost somewhere else. They're never going to stop. If you give them an inch, they'll take everything.
Yep. Glow in the Dark says, lawful isn't moral. You are conflating them. Lawful and evil. Mellow Reaper, they like the drawing because they want to do it in real life. Thus, we must ban it. Falls apart once you start looking at all the other gross stuff in fiction that people are okay with. E. Thrones, 50 Shades of Grey, etc. I mean, hell. Let's just put it like this. If hentai really did make you do things, there would be a lot of really horrific sex crimes out in the world.
Yep. Especially in Japan. Like, dude, Japan would be the most unsafe country in the world.
Yes, there would be
By
horror
their
stories
logic.
flowing out of
Yeah.
that nation by the dozens.
If you want to make it an argument that it should be banned because it changes people's interest in the opposite sex, that from the point of procreation, sure,
That
be,
might actually make sense.
that would make more
Yeah.
sense. But everything else so far, it's just ad hominem and garbage. And I'm sorry if you feel that way, you're entitled to your opinion, but I think you're a moron.
The thing is, I can absolutely see part of that argument too. It's like the desensitization to pornography thing, where if people consume a ridiculous quantity of porn, they become desensitized to real women. Okay, fair enough. But I think that's just how the body works. And if anything, that seems like an argument for Loli, because if they consume Loli, they won't rape kids.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
if they got desensitized to it because of it? Wouldn't that be a good thing?
Wouldn't it be a good thing if
Yeah.
they go like, you know what, my anime lolis are way better than you?
Yeah. Well, this
Yeah,
this also kind
Better
of
than the
feels like a
alternative.
failure to educate, which again, I would say, in this case, why are you showing this to underage persons? Because if you're not showing it to underage persons, but adults that have been trained properly to understand what is reality and fiction, what is healthy and not, and then tell them, hey, you guys should govern your life in a way that isn't going to make you susceptible to addiction of any form, well, then we could have a conversation. But right now, all I keep hearing is the state and society collectively must force these views upon you, and people should not be informed because I have stick.
Yeah, and the entire argument of, I mean, it's the same thing they use against everything they want to ban. And so I say, once again, we have approved, like, well, how many tens of thousands of people in the U.S. die every year in drunk driving crashes, from alcohol poisoning, just getting drunk and falling down the stairs and breaking your neck or whatever? Why don't we ban alcohol? It's provably harmful to society, right? Like, why are we just tolerating that harm just because everyone does it? It's okay. Is that it? Why don't we ban it? I'm sure it'll work way better. Oh, a real prohibition has never been tried before, to quote the communists. So,
Anime
like
document
some-
says real women desensitize men to women.
yeah, no,
It's kinda
that's what I
true.
wanted to say too. Yeah, no. So women always like to say stupid shit like, "I'm more than just a pretty face and a nice pair of tits," and that's why I like the 2D women better. It's because that more turns me off of you.
Like, I'm also crazy and I have a weird political obsession.
Yeah, and if I'm ever not happy in our relationship, I'll ruin your entire life and I'll take your kids from you and you'll never see them again. Like that story now, that dude in Texas whose ex-wife basically abducted his kid to chemically castrate him in California. Nothing he can legally do about it. When guys look and see when it comes to family courts, men have no rights whatsoever. And then men are being the ones that are treated like villains for wanting to avoid that situation entirely. Like, how about you fix the legal system that's raking men over the coals first, and then you can yell at us for why we're not coming back.
That
But
won't
until
happen,
you-
RG,
yeah.
until enough people transition into female during the proceedings, and then win
Yeah.
custody.
Yeah, that's like what we saw with alimony. So I mean, and by the way, I can understand why alimony existed back when it was formed, because like that's back before women were in the workforce and they had to rely on family members or husbands or whatever for their livelihood. Okay, fine, I get it. But now when men just get screwed over by lifetime alimony, no one cared. You want to know what the turning point was? Like when various states started getting rid of lifetime alimony? When women had to start paying it to their ex-husbands. Then suddenly, oh, this is wrong. We shouldn't do this. Yeah, let's fix this. So if you're a man and you have a problem, the only way your problem is ever getting fixed is if you make it a woman's problem. So guys, the universal way to get society to care about your issues is to make your issues women's issues.
Wise words indeed. Dean Domino 25 says one faction wanted to try therapeutic interventions for grapists because there was some promising research to prevent grape. Ideologues won. Well, there you go.
Yeah, actually, you know, you brought up the sex doll thing earlier. That was actually your country that started doing that, right? Like, has that progressed any, or did the ideologues win too?
I'm not aware of any attempts to do that, because I think we have laws against the dolls too, which they're not. Because I remember a case where they found a doll, one of the sex dolls, with a small body, shall we say, in the mail, and the custom officers took it upon themselves to open the package, call the journalists over the news, place this all over like websites, and at the end they just had to ship it because it wasn't illegal, but they wanted to make it illegal. And they also gave the full name and everything to the police, who would then investigate the man. Not for any reasons of actual legality, but, you know, just in case. And that is that moralistic reaction. Because, again, at the end of the day, as distasteful as it might sound or seem, if this can prevent child rape, then surely it's good. But again, we don't have the studies, so you can't make the argument one way or the other beyond the logical leap of logic, I guess.
Yeah, and that I think is the biggest disconnect with our two camps. Is I can't speak for everyone else on this panel, but I care a lot more about protecting and saving actual children than punishing perpetrators. But the other side seems to be the opposite. Even if it leads to more kids being victimized, they just want to make themselves feel good by punishing the perpetrators.
Yep, because feeling good is better than actually getting results, because it's selfish.
Yeah, exactly.
Just describe social media in a nutshell.
Yup.
Outraged Deer says, I personally think that if we repelled the 17th Amendment and expanded the Electoral College to the state level, as well as adopting ranked choice.
Oh, fucking thank you. That's one of my biggest problems with the US. Like, everyone argues that the Electoral College is such a good thing. Why don't we have it at the state level? I'm sick and tired of these states being ruled by one blue city.
Yep.
Well, unironically, America does not have enough representation. Like, no, not in that context, Chad, calm down. But in terms of representatives in politics, because representative democracy is probably the only way to do democracy well when you come to this number of people. But you then need a representative number of representatives too. And when you've got 300 million people, you're gonna need a lot of representatives.
Yeah, well, I think that the founding fathers, they did a good job with the Constitution, making it future-proof, contrary to what some people's interpretations might say. But where they really messed up is they should have put population limits on this, because back when back when the Constitution was written, the entire population of the U.S. was less than exists in pretty much all the states individually right now. And yet they thought it was worth having an electoral college system for that level of population. So we definitely should. I mean, even some counties, I think, are populous enough to justify an electoral college system. But it's never going to happen because changing the Constitution is almost impossible. So wishful thinking on my part.
But it should be a lot larger. Like, to put this into perspective, the number of representatives in the House right now in the US is set at 435 people. 435 representatives for 300 million people.
Well, it's better than the Senate with their, 2 people for each state, regardless of population, I guess. But
yes, but it's not good.
Yeah, and I understand the excuse back then, because like you reasonably couldn't have like 3 million people sitting in one room. But now that everything is done digitally anyway, there's no excuse.
Yeah, there isn't. Like, it's what would that number? 300 million divided by 145. Like, surely each one of these must be representing like 1 million people or more at this point.
Yeah,
That is not a very
agree.
good system. Like,
Yeah,
fuck.
and again, like I don't fault the founding fathers for this again, because they did their best to make the Constitution as future proof as possible, but they couldn't have predicted the internet. So
Yes.
I mean, there definitely needs to be some updates, or at the very least, like, was it the Fourth Amendment that protects against unreasonable search and seizures? Just because we have so many morons out there that get very liberal with their interpretation, we need to modify that amendment to specify that, yes, this also applies to digital, not just physical. Because no,
would be good.
you got a whole wing of authoritarians here that say, "Oh, come on! Like the unreasonable search and seizure only applies to physical property. That doesn't apply to digital." And I'm like, no, but it was written in a way that unless it's explicitly specified, it applies to everything. So, no, but apparently some people out there need that extra clarification.
Let's see. Excuse me, I'm just looking through the list to remember where the hell I was.
And it keeps growing too. Hey, I'm making that money. Gotta keep the
Green
grift
Apple
going.
says, moral busybodies need to pick a side. They complain about characters being underage in a lot of anime, yet look like college students, but then complain about 900-year-olds lollies. Which is it?
Well, no, my favorite one was how when the Cyberpunk anime came out, the Edge Runners, all the people that bitched about Loli suddenly ended up liking Rebecca, and then like they were the ones that used the 9,000-year-old demon thing is not an excuse. She looks too young, and then you pointed out, but Rebecca's a loli, isn't she? Well, but it's okay. She's actually an adult. Like, oh, now that's a valid argument, I better not catch you arguing against it again.
Yep,
I
because
also
they
really
like
hated,
it.
CD Projekt's initial argument against it, which was like, lollies aren't very cyberpunk. I'm like, okay, this is a universe where you can modify your body to look like literally fucking anything. Like,
Yup. Yeah,
why
if
wouldn't
anything,
there
there
be
should
a
be
bit?
more of them.
This should be the equivalent of a fashion statement in this future.
Yeah.
We've all seen the original promos of a certain soda/pop dispenser with a girl with a very suspicious looking silhouette along her torso. That's all I'm going to say. So at that point, I don't care what they say.
Popatos says, the end user, how I feel now after 20 years of 2D is how Bale felt at the end of the American Psycho. Nothing of the movie was real, but in his mind's experience, everything, and he's now burnt out.
I guess that's the making the case that you eventually get desensitized. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's true. Although, even if you got rid of all porn, because even if it was possible to, like, no, Bob brought up the world's oldest profession for a reason. How do you deal with married couples eventually becoming, desensitized to each other and wanting to try new things? Like that's always going to be a problem, I think.
You can't, because this isn't a problem with porn. This is a problem with humanity. Like, we get used to things.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we weren't meant to live this way, but at least. Although actually, a lot of the problems we have now are because a lot of our behaviors it's stuff that we evolved while we lived, like as a hunter-gatherer tribe and whatnot. And now that we live in a land of plenty in a completely different environment, we're not adapted to it as well as we think we are. So, but that's a completely different topic. So I'll shut up now.
It takes time. Oliver Nord says, Lolly are attacked because nobody would defend them. Japan don't care and America will be shamed. Okay, what about US distributor, Crunchyroll, Fun Animation, Viz? Would they react to a Pornhub treatment? Well, I'm sure they
try
would
to play
screech
both
about
sides
it individually.
Yeah. No, all of those companies above try to play both sides. Like they will speak out against Loli when called on it, but then you look at their catalog and it's like full of it. So
yeah, and these companies too. Like, if Crunchyroll got cancelled, Crunchyroll would be like, "Oh my god, this is horrible! It's an abuse of power." Blah blah blah. But they wouldn't open their mouth if somebody else got cancelled.
Yup, that's true too. Yeah, they'll either stay neutral or they'll support it.
Because they have a vested interest. It's I've got to shame Critical Role a little bit for this on the one D&D thing as well, because they did put out a statement eventually. It took them forever, which basically stated absolutely nothing. And it's because they are so deep in bed with Wizards of the Coast that they cannot complain on even a contract that would have ruined their business model had it gone through.
Yeah, I'd be willing to bet money that they have some contract with Wizards that has a non-disparagement clause in it.
Probably. I mean, considering how closely tied they are, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I wouldn't take anything Critical Role says on this topic seriously, because they likely have a contract with Wizards that prohibits them from being able to say what they want to say.
Probably, yeah.
Tonishi says Woodchipper is based. No, Tonishi. Woodchipper is.
Woodchipper
I'm
is.
trying to find the correct progressive term.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's not inclusive.
It's not inclusive enough.
It's not diverse enough.
Too exclusionary.
Yes.
I mean, my personal wood chipper definitely is, because you could only fit someone who's like a foot wide in there. Like, that's not very inclusive of the body positivity movement.
Yeah, that's a bit rude.
I need to get an industrial wood chipper. I only have one of those basic personal ones.
Rico4975 says, facts and opinions acknowledged. All the more reason why I trust all of you. Your wisdom helps me and encourages me to be a better content creator. Thank you very much. We do like our facts and things, and we're defending ourselves too. I must defend Kyle, because if you'd see half the things he'd planned for his Loli character, Jesus Christ.
Under the bus I go again. I'd like to point out that we are the hashtag Facts and Logic Brigade over here. Look at us. We're that.
Look at us. He's already defending himself.
I'm denigrating all of us. Okay, I'm taking us all down. I'm done with this teamwork business.
Mark James says, for a filibuster, they should just read the bills out loud, as it would take hold up on 12 hours. That is unironically fucking true. Like, I hate the modern day legislative system around this, where bills are so fucking huge there is no physical way anyone can read it in the time required, and so politicians need staffs of people to read through the fucking legislative things that they're supposed to be voting on. Like, that is a stupid system.
It's called
bureaucracy. I don't even think they do that. I think they just trust their lobbyists. Their lobbyists are like, hey, we paid you money, you got to implement this for us, and they just, okay, yeah, we'll slap it in the bill. They don't even look at it.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. There was I think this was from the UN, where basically somebody called out one of the UN people on a bill, like, hey, did you know that this was in there? And he was just like, I'll have to check with my secretary, because he never read the fucking legislation. His fucking secretary did, and then just told him, like, hey, does this confirm with my position or not? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. No, well, we had one better here in the U.S. So I think this was the Obamacare bill. They had one of the Democrats was being called out on it. It's like, hey, what do you have to say about this clause that providing funding for the treatment of Native American pedophiles or something? It was something ridiculous like that. And the politician was attacking the reporter for making shit up. And sure enough, it was actually in the bill, but they didn't know that because they didn't read it. So yeah, that was my favorite. It was like, not only did they get caught not reading the bill, but even they thought it was so outlandish that it has to be made up. But no, this is in the bill you voted for, moron.
Mm-hmm. It's a stupid system. Operator Chan says, Guy, see Racifist new Lincoln video? Eye-opening. I haven't, but now I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I haven't, but that's only because it was an hour and a half long and I didn't have enough time to watch it by the time I noticed it was live, but I'll definitely get to it. Yeah, I love his long-form videos.
Let's just put it this way, in summary. Very rarely do you see a person get assassinated twice.
Well, the thing is, unironically, a lot of American hero presidents have dirt in the closet.
Well, I think that goes for literally everybody who's being lionized as some super spotless hero. Like every single person in every country's history, even Gandhi Like he's got skeletons in his closets too, man. Like actually, one of the reasons that India and Pakistan were having their little kerfuffle is because of Gandhi. Like he promised the Muslim guy that ended up founding Pakistan that he'd get the reins of power after Gandhi dies, but then he went and gave it to some Indian guy instead or something. It was Gandhi was a politician. Like that's what a lot of people don't get. Like he knew how to play the optics game, but he was a politician. He was a lawyer actually. He just like all politicians, he started out as a lawyer. And so yeah, even Gandhi, who's being hailed as like, actually, wait up. Did Mother Teresa have any skeletons in her closet? I don't know. Probably. But I know for sure Gandhi did. Like, he's not as perfect as they make him out to be. But that goes for everyone. All of us, too. But we don't claim to be perfect. To be fair, Gandhi doesn't either. It's just, he's already dead. It's just what other people say about him. But yeah, be careful about what, if someone sounds too perfect to be true, it probably is a lie. So.
Yep, that's the pedestal for you. Once you lock something up there, it becomes this sacred thing.
Yeah, and you people have to realize this too, because like that's one of the things that always bugs me about like we talked earlier about how all these Japanese creators, like these mangaka, go from doing hentai to doing like shonen manga. Like that could never happen in the West. And like one of the excuses, like, oh yeah, we got to protect our children from this. Like, oh no, we are in America, every person or fictional character that's lauded as a children's hero has to be perfect. Yep. And I think that's sending the wrong lesson to kids, because then they think they're expected to be perfect. They think everyone they look up to has to be perfect, and that's why they're so devastated when they found out the truth. Like instead, I think we should be saying it's possible to be a good person while also having done some questionable things in your past. But that's the opposite of the lesson we're being taught here, unfortunately.
It's why old school cartoons were so much better than we have today, because the heroes were flawed. Like, look at Will Smith, for example. He was a retard in many, many ways.
Yeah. Well, and even the villains, too. Like, I mean, I do appreciate some classic old, like, hero versus demon lord story where the villain is just objectively evil and the hero's objectively good. It's nice to turn your brain off every once in a while. But I also enjoy the stories where once you hear the villain's story, you can actually sympathize with them. Like, shit, I may have done the same thing in their situation.
And when you can hate the hero. My personal hate target for American presidents these days is Franklin Delano Roosevelt, because that man caused Pearl Harbor. No exaggeration.
Well, at the very least, he knew it was coming and chose to let it happen as an excuse to get into World War II. Yeah.
Oh, yes. He did so many things to try and force the Japanese hands. It's actually hilarious. Like, one of the things he did, which was particularly retarded, was he... Okay, so the commander in Manila of the Philippines had a personal yacht. It was this kind of honorary thing, old wooden piece of shit thing. Franklin Delano Roosevelt ordered it armed and had to have some metal plates slapped on it, and then for it to wander off into Japanese trade lanes and try to block shipping in the hope that the Japanese would ram and sink it.
Oh, the Greenpeace method.
Yes. So yeah, the man was an asshole.
Yeah, I think, wasn't it the same thing with the Lusitania? Like they so I think, yeah, so was it the British were actually using passenger ships to move weapons, and then they got butthurt when the Germans sank a passenger ship that was moving weapons?
I don't know if the Lusitania had weapons on board, but the thing is, the Germans had said quite clearly, like, no, we know the British are cheaty little cunts. We're going to sink anything that goes into this area, and, well...
And they did it anyway. Yeah, that's... Yeah, and I guess the point is it's all politics. Like, that's actually why... Like, I know you've been covering the Ukraine situation extensively. I don't believe anything I hear out of either side. Both sides are feeding us propaganda. I'm not going to believe anything until this whole thing's over.
Very smart. Not many people think that, though, sadly. I mean, most people are pretty fucking stupid.
Brain thingy hurt, no.
Yeah, like the extent to that I talk about Ukraine is when I laugh about how Europe keeps kneecapping themselves in their attempts to hurt Russia. Like that's funny to me.
Nathan Hildeman says, I think Pastor Louis said in his debate with Sargon and Dankel on the subject, there should never be an instance where something I can produce in my own home with nothing but a pencil and paper should be illegal. Good point. Very good point. Space
Where is
Monkey
Louis these
0899. Bans empower organized crime. Example, America's alcohol prohibition. Medical treatment is more humane. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, that was like I think I don't know if that was before or after I did my whole rant about drug addicts, but yeah, like I find it sickening that America treats people addicted to drugs like criminals instead of people with an addiction that need help. It's that's one of the things that I can't get behind in this. I mean, America does a lot of things right, but that's not one of them.
For Max Smiley says, the argument for open up and get help was the opening argument for gay rights. The we're just asking questions is the start of the slope. Okay, so the slope for pedophilia, I'm guessing. Well, the thing is it possible that this could be a similar situation where once upon a time people looked at gay people and go like, okay, well, gays are clearly the spawns of Satan, we can't open the door to them, and then we did, and now gays are accepted. I can't see that happening for pedophilia in the modern day society. Even though, of course, there is historical examples as well, but that was for reasons. Like, people married young back in the medieval ages because, well, you were probably going to die when you were 30.
Yeah, I think if anything else, like what we call pedophilia now was normal behavior in the past, and we've moved away from that. Like, if we were to go back to it, I think it would have to take like a societal collapse or something for that to happen at this point.
Yep. Yeah.
Which ironically, a bunch of people are pushing for.
You are right. It could be normalized. It's possible, but I don't see it. I mean, again,
well, there is a group of people who's trying to normalize it, and it's not us, and it's not the Lotus Eaters either. So, I'll let you use your deduction to figure that out.
But it definitely shouldn't be made illegal. Personally, I'm perfectly fine if we just freeze it right here. If we stop this pendulum at, if you don't like Loli, that's fine. Just don't make it illegal. That's a great position for it to be in.
Well, I just don't understand why everyone has to bring it back to advocating for neutrality is a bad thing. In this case, it's like, look, there's like, if you run a harms test against something, like back in the day, like back when the science actually meant something, and it wasn't just as subjective as it is today. One of the arguments that a lot of people said is that if somebody is doing an action and it is causing harm, first of all, can you determine if there's malice out of it? And then you just work your way backwards from there. In this case, I'm looking at it from just the point of like, look, if somebody is creating something, there is no implied you must like this. Nobody's advocating for that. I'm like, here's the thing. Like, a lot of people for some reason think that anime and furries and all these other little groups that they're all weirdly equally levels of degenerate and all the rest. I'm like, no, it's not. Like, in my opinion, furries want you to like their stuff, and how dare you if you don't.
Oh,
Anybody who's
I
drawing
actually,
Loli, I have not encountered any of them who sit there and try to shame you because you don't like Loli. I've never encountered that.
yeah, when it comes to furries, I actually agree with that diaper fetishist that Ricada had on one of his shows, where he points out that in any community, like in existence, there's always a furry sub-community, and they're always like the worst representation of that community. It's like, when he said that, I'm like, shit. Like, I mean, I know some furries who, quote unquote, aren't like that, but damn, that is so true. Like, every community I've ever been a part in, it's always been the furry subset that was the worst example. And then when it comes to like the Loli stuff you just mentioned, the worst I've seen Loli artists do, or fans of the content, is if somebody keeps attacking them, they keep spamming them at us till they go away, which I think is a legitimate tactic, honestly. Like, I'm from the early days of the internet, where if you're just minding your own business in your own community and an outsider comes in to try to mess with you and say they're offended, you spam them with whatever offends them till they get lost. We need to go back to doing that. Fuck this inclusivity bullshit. It clearly doesn't work. Not
Make
everything
flaming
is
great
going to be
again.
for everyone.
Mark James says the problem with getting help is now it's seen as conversion therapy, so now it has to be destigmatized and celebrated, which I dare argue is worse. Oh, well, there's the thing too. Like, I don't think we should be banning conversion therapy. If the person who takes it elects to take it from their own will, obviously,
And they're of
then-
age.
yeah, then okay. Now you could argue societal pressures, etc., but it's like, okay, well, but that can be argued in every case, like literally. So I don't think there's a good idea to ban it. Dean Domino 25 says, funny enough, I've heard MRA content that covered something very similar. In the 80s, there was a sort of academic civil war amongst the feminists. One faction wanted to try therapeutic intervention for rapists because there was some promising research to prevent rape. Ideologues won. Okay. I think I read that alright. Part of it. I'm messing up my Streamlabs, my Superchats. Well, you got it twice. Oliver Nord says, is Peter Pan the male equivalent of a lolly? He must be centuries old by this point while looking 14 to 16. Please say yes. I want Disney fighting on our side. Well, everybody yells at the lollies, but nobody brings up the shotas, even though the majority of abuses of children tend to be towards young boys.
Yeah. They're kind of like how everyone to this day still rips on the Catholic Church, yet no one talks about the school system, which has a much bigger problem with grooming. But
Yep.
Yeah, I did see that funny little there was like a bar diagram showing like, this is how many boys the Catholic school is raped, and it's tiny, and then the U.S. school system.
Yep.
Massive.
The best counter to that I've seen is comparing the population of Catholic priests to teachers, and if you compare it, then it's roughly the same percentile. But that still doesn't excuse so if that's true, why aren't the schools treated the same way if the same percentile of teachers as Catholic priests abuse children? Then why are we supposed to say? Why are we supposed to still pretend like teachers are some God's perfect angels that can't do any wrong, when clearly everyone listening right now can probably remember at least one bad teacher in their life, but we're not allowed to bring that up. That's real weird.
Real weird. Falios Omegon says, keep in mind, Lotus Eaters are Brits and Europors, don't have or truly understand free speech in the same way Americans have or understand it. As a European myself, I can actually agree to this. I can, because our view of free speech is far more limited.
Yeah, I mean, I actually laugh a little bit when I hear Europeans talking about free speech, because mostly because I don't think any country in Europe actually has free speech. So here in the U.S., we can, I mean, whether or not our government respects it or not is a different story. But at least in our Constitution, we have, that's the first thing in the Constitution. The First Amendment is the right to free speech. We actually have it protected by law. But once again, the government just tends to view it as more of a guideline than a rule. But I don't think there's any country in Europe that has anything similar. Can anyone think of one? Is there some European country that actually has free speech protected in their constitution? Because I can't think of one. So what I'm saying is basically there is no free speech in Europe. So yeah, just keep that in mind, I guess. You just, it's no different here in practice, because again, despite our government views our constitution as a guideline as opposed to the law of the land. But at least it's better than nothing.
Mark James says, slippery slope may be a fallacy, but there is momentum, hence being the next city in line. That's true too. Gundrim, wait, does this mean Sargon has become his dad? Maybe. I don't know his dad. Mark Samuel says, they are trying to make the internet only social media from big tech. Yes, trying to turn the internet into social media. They are, again, terms of service on all sites have only gotten worse, and we unironically do need legislation to step in and go no, you're not allowed to do this, because the companies aren't going to stop. YouTube used to be YouTube for a while.
Now it's CorpoTube.
Yep.
Also,
look up the great de-indexing.
we've got
because
fantastic.
That's what's going on with the Surface Web right now.
fantastic piece of fan art from our little friend Albine, who Arch and I need to bully later, and depicting the summary of the stream, where you have Bobbq and Raging Golden Eagle, and then you have myself and Arch, who are depicted as soy dogs because they dominated the stream. So yeah, well, that's your guys' fault. We're soy dogs now, and you should feel bad about yourself.
You're a soy dog.
You're a soy dog. Shut the fuck up. You got little glasses.
He's just pretending.
This is
to be
his
soy.
way of getting more work. I'm commissioning him right now to redraw the picture.
Redraw the picture. I've depicted myself as the Chad and you the soy.
Lord of the Possum simply says, "Here is some money. Thank you very much, Possums." Gundrim says, "Counterpoint, certain actual pedophile cults have proven the slippery slope is an actual thing." Well, there's the thing. There are, unironically, like pedophile chat rooms on like the dark web, etc., that try to teach people how to be a pedophile.
Mm-hmm.
That's bad, obviously. But here's the thing. If we can make it so that the FBI and these intelligence agencies don't need to waste their time looking at drawings, odds are we'll have more time to look at these people. Because there are predators. Because here's the thing, too. It isn't that all pedophiles are evil. That's the thing. If you have an attraction to children and you realize this is not something that should be happening and go seek help, great. But if you're the other type that go to the chat rooms and try to figure out how to break the law and not get caught, then you are a predator.
I think society would have been long since done if it was filled with Christians.
But it would have been funny, at least for a short while, for the aliens watching.
Yeah, I actually kind of believe that what South Park's depiction is probably true. Like we're just a reality show for the rest of the universe.
Yep, I believe that too. Tanushi says, does anyone know if Yusuke Murata, the manga artist for One Punch Man, has done Dojin's or H art? He must have made divine examples. Is that
I'm not... The only thing I know about him is that he's the mangaka for that Eye Shield manga about football. That's what he did before he started doing One Punch Man, but I'm not sure if he did any hentai. But yeah, his art is top tier. Like,
yeah, that's that guy too. Because I was wondering if it was the original artist, because his art was unique.
It's hard to say, but usually there's signs because like if you take a look at the manga artist who did Gate, he actually was, and you can tell it straight up because in the beginning couple of issues they did, he straight up depicted nudity and all the rest of that stuff. There was no problem. As the series progressed, he wound that down. But there's another way of actually checking that, and it's also good to look at for artists in the Western sphere. Most of them that are classically trained or even go through, I don't know what you want to call it, the Cal Arts, they don't know how to define human anatomy worth a damn. The ones that you can tell were a hentai artist is because the way how the clothing hangs on them, particularly like loose-fitting shirts, you could tell when somebody's actually knows what's going on with the anatomy under there, and that usually means they've drawn the yabai.
Yep. And many times you can straight up recognize their styles. The guy who draws Nagatoro has drawn very similar hentai, and then he did his best to eat his profile. But the internet does not forget so easily.
Yep.
Oh boy,
what a way to be a
back in the
cuck,
day.
though, man. Instead of being proud of that, to try to hide it, huh?
It's like, yes, I did draw a monkey raping a girl once.
That's
He did,
weird.
ironically. Mark James says Japan has censorship laws, hence the mosaic. It's just more technical, such as it used to be hair that had to be out of frame, not the genitalia. Oh yeah, Japan is an enormous cuck nation when it comes to its porn. It's like,
Yeah, although a lot of that is left over from when they were occupied by the U.S. after World War II, though. I don't think they had that until that happened. So, but then again, thanks to that censorship, we got tentacle porn and all sorts of other sick fetish hentai that may not have been created if not for them having to get around their censorship laws.
The Japanese were always quite interested in the tentacles, like the fisherman's wife, for example, being an excellent one.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up. If you had, I was getting ready. I was getting ready to slide that in.
Worst part is I know what that piece looks like. I hate myself for it.
Grammatron
You have it up on your wall,
3000
don't
says,
you?
No.
The problem to this guy's point is that no one is an island. You can't avoid all major infrastructure that currently exists. Well, yes, that's a dunk on Bobbq there.
Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, it's literally called the internet, not just my house.
Yes, true. There are alternatives, and at that point, you need to make the risk-reward judgment. For me, I know that being on YouTube is a risk, but YouTube has paid me so far, and so I'm going to continue until they stop paying me. And then they'll start counter-charging me, and then I'll yell.
Yep,
Luckily,
so-
I'm
so
pretty
my-
sure that shit is actually illegal, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think my general philosophy is plan your alternatives. Like that's why I'm also on Twitch and Rumble and Locals and everywhere now. Plan your alternatives, but make money off of them as long as you can. Like don't leave, make them kick you out. Because it's especially funny when it's obvious they don't like you and they're coping and seething that you're here. Why would you leave that? It's hilarious. Just continue making money off of the people who hate you, even if you end up making them some money in return. Like as long as you benefit more than them. Like actually, that's like Amazon Prime. I don't care if they keep jacking up the cost of Amazon Prime. I spent tens of thousands of dollars this year on Amazon Prime buying shipping materials for Blade Devil. The amount of money I pay on Amazon Prime is a small fraction of the amount of money I saved on shipping that Amazon had to cover, and also that with the money back from the Amazon card, it's like 3% instead of it's 5% instead of 3% if you have Prime. Amazon is paying me to have Amazon Prime. Why would I drop it?
Make use of it while you can.
Yeah, especially if you're benefiting at their expense. Like why would I not use it? Like
It's a
they're
good deal.
paying me to have it.
Mark the James says, saw a poll cartoon that said unite or die and labeled libertarians as a sect in the Republican Party. Libertarians are not Republicans. Well, libertarian has very different definitions here and there.
Yeah, but I do like that from the Republicans, though. Like, they're like, oh, the most important thing is to defeat the left, so you need to give up on your principles and sign on to ours. Like, wait a minute, if the most important thing is defeating the left, why don't you give up yours and come here then? All right, it's
True.
because defeating the left isn't the most important thing. It's your ass getting in power.
Tanushi says, we need to stop it from swinging too far. Why contain it? Well, because if we don't contain it, we are going to get the... I remember, I'm old enough to remember the old school Christian Puritans, the people who would actively try to ban shit because Jesus said so.
I remember that as a kid, where it's like, you play video games, you little
Yeah.
demon.
No. I need to put a stop to this misinformation. Arch, Kibbs, don't you know that was the left all along? Because Joe Lieberman and Hillary Clinton also supported it? The right were good boys. They didn't do nothing. It was the evil left wing all along.
There's no such thing as innocence, only degrees of guilt. It's true.
All I can say is Resident Evil, the original. These people forced Capcom to make a consideration the first time, saying smoking is bad, take it out. So they said, okay, well, we'll increase the rating. And then they released the game, and again, they censored the smoking in the game. So the director's cut wasn't a cut of anything. So that was when I, as a little kid, was just like, you know what? I hate censorship in all forms because the companies are stupid, and these adults are even stupider because why the hell is image on screen going to convince me to stick cigarette in mouth?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what I don't smoke, by the way. I want to put that out. You want to know why I don't smoke? Because of my dad. When I was a kid, I was looking. I was watching westerns with him, and obviously, they smoked all the they smoked all the time, and I thought, and my dad smoked, and eventually he just gave me his cigarette. All right, take a puff. After coughing for 10 minutes, I never put another cigarette in my mouth since then. You want to stop your kids from smoking? That's how you do it. Yeah, no, removing it from fiction ain't gonna do shit.
MWV Dragon says, just as I will not give up my guns, I will not give up my lolly. It will be difficult to fire the lolly at the feds, though.
Yeah, you won't have to anyway. Like we kind of went over earlier, like they're already swamped going after actual pedophiles. The worst thing that's going to come if they are able to ban it is they're going to scare the payment processors into demonetizing it, which will make a lot of artists stop doing it. But that's not going to get rid of all the existing content, and you're not going to get in trouble for it really either.
Well, I mean, I guess the low-hanging fruit here, RG, is the next time we have anybody try to hit us with the lolly is bad argument, we could say you're worse because you're distracting from the real thing.
Yeah,
Just throw that in.
Yeah, all that effort you're spending going after drawings, why don't you go save some real kids?
John the Dark says, Leviathan always swims left. Ronald Reagan was left-wing till he got pushed out of the left. There is no pendulum, only a ratchet. Unless people fear monarchy is coming back.
Well, that's actually not wrong because we, like, as a society as a whole, I think, Republicans nowadays are more left-wing than Democrats were 50 years ago.
Oh, they are.
By modern
because
standards.
a lot of the left's arguments are based primarily on social expense, essentially. Like free healthcare. Free healthcare would be a good thing if we could afford it. Like diversity programs to make sure that everybody is hired and everybody's got a job would be good if it didn't mean that somebody wouldn't get the job they wanted. Like if we had infinite of everything, the left-wing position would be pretty good. But we don't. We don't live in Fantasyland, we live in reality. And sometimes you're going to have to adjust expectations. And that is what we're going to have to do now.
No, if anything, I think they might actually see some blowback because I know you were kind of jokingly saying earlier about how, hundreds of years ago, we viewed alphabet soup people as the spawn of Satan that had to be gotten rid of and whatnot. There are countries in the world that are watching the West right now, seeing how out of control and insane the alphabet soup lobby has become, and they're starting to believe that. Like, they're like,
Nice.
well, if this is what's going to happen, if we stop mistreating these people, I think we're better off where we are. Like, they've hurt their cause way more than they think they have.
Oh, they have. They have a setback tolerance of the LGBTQs quite a bit, probably.
Well, Ruben has pointed that out to the point where I've lost count because he's consistently saying, guys, you do understand that this makes us out to be the baddies, right? What's going on here?
Yeah,
Can you
and
pump the
he's
brakes
got a
little bit?
vested interest in it because he's gay himself. It's like, you know what? Don't drag me into your guys' bullshit.
Jokoski says the government cannot censor us themselves, so they use companies to censor us for them. Well, according to the Twitter leaks, that is literally truth, yes.
Yeah, which, by the way, is still illegal, I want to point out, because all the laws that apply to the government also apply to agents of the state, which these companies become when they censor you at the request of the government. But nobody cares. No one's going to sue them for it anyway. If they do, they'll be Epsteined.
Ozymandias says liberty is never unalienable. It must be redeemed regularly with the blood of patriots, or it always vanishes. R.A. Heinlein. Probably pro-lolly. Wouldn't surprise me. And yeah, no, unironically, freedoms are always being eroded. That's why you start out with the Founding Fathers, and then you end up with today, because this is usually only a one-way street. And it goes in, isn't it too? Like, the whole idea of Cthulhu swims left, right? I think one of the big things, in addition to the resource question and the fact that we can afford more and more social liberties and perks as we grow wealthier as a species, the issue is also we haven't run into a situation where we've truly required a major reset for a while now. Like the French Revolution was in large parts due to the right, as in monarchism, going too far in a period where the sensibilities were against them. We might be seeing the same reset at some point for the left, where they go so far as to create a coalition against them that treats them like the enemies that they have treated everybody else as And
Yeah,
then you will see people swimming in the opposite direction very quickly.
Yeah, I just hope that when that happens, it's more successful than the French Revolution was, because like that is one of the tragedies of history. Like, how many millions of people dead, and at the end of it, the same monarchy is back in power.
That was the British,
Uh,
okay? They did
yeah.
us wrong. Again.
Yeah, yeah. That's I guess that is the saddest thing about that. But yeah, you know what? You know, also another quote. You know, the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. So you know we got to gatekeep,
Nighttime
man.
Lime. We do. Nighttime Lime says, I've been watching RGE since 2016. You can't get rid of me easily. Stay cute and funny, man.
I keep trying to get rid of him, but he keeps coming back. Yeah.
Try harder.
Yeah.
Space Wolf Blackmane says, dang you, RG, on shoot, I'd had joined sooner. Well, you're here now. That's all that matters.
Yeah, and
Cyclops?
I don't think I've said anything that would get Arch's channel in trouble, at least. So I'm guessing you're going to leave this one up.
I'm sure you have.
Did Arch hide the other one?
Cyclops says the
surprised.
real betrayal would be RG being an anti. That would be a betrayal, true.
Well, that would that is a funny story, but I just don't think of any way that could work, because like it's expected that the fence sitters turn out to be antis, but like this would be such a massive shift. Like this would basically be like what these Western corpos are doing now when they're stabbing their audience in the back to appeal to the woke hate mob. Like that would be that level. Like I just can't think of any situation where that would even work out. Like, man, like imagine being pro or anti one thing and then the next day you switch sides. Like, that can't work.
The real Holznator says, my moral fifis are the most important. Better the world be consumed by the sun than allow things I don't like to exist. That is the unironic view of some people.
Yeah, that's just another way of saying that old phrase, you know, it's better to rule in hell than serve in heaven. Yeah.
Unjaruk says, wait, people pay for D&D? Yes, they do. They pay monthly subscriptions for D&D. I thought you all just pirated PDS and had fun with the funny math rocks. No. See, unironically, they have found a way to begin monetizing D&D, and that is via the One D&D system, where they can start charging you for rules updates and little thingy-bobs and additional benefits and shit.
Yeah, and I will say, I tried. I think it was even still called D&D Beyond. They tried it with 4th edition, and it was actually pretty good. Like I preferred 3.5, but most of the people in my group were the types of people that never opened up a rule book unless it was time to level up, even if I told them to do it between sessions, because they're freaking morons. But so I actually liked 4th edition from a DM standpoint because they made it so easy, and their software was pretty nice. It did all the calculations for you. You got to print out those power cards that had all the math already done. And it just made it so easy. So I could see them selling a service like that as a subscription. And then, you know, if they were smart, if Wizards weren't as dumb as they are, they would have gotten Paizo and others on board to sell like a Pathfinder module for D&D Beyond, and Wizards gets a cut of it. They could have made so much money if they weren't so goddamn stupid.
Banushi says, has anyone kept up with RuneQuest? Are they posed as well? RuneQuest, I don't know what that is.
Let's
Anybody else?
take a look. Google. Are they what? What was the question? Were they what?
Posed. So, woke.
Paused.
Oh, they got really cool art.
RuneQuest, role-playing lesser. Yeah, that's quite nice.
Oh, that's pretty sexy.
I have no idea, so maybe, maybe not.
Sort of looks like Antiquity almost, kind of.
Yes, it does.
That's
Give me a
interesting.
little Roman there.
Antiquity-themed RPG. That
Imagine
sounds
basically just making Romans in a fantasy setting, Kyle.
cool. Leave me alone! I'll throw right.
Well, none of these settings would be anywhere near as good as Fatal.
Ah, Fatal. I know what Fatal is. Roll for anal circumference.
Can you survive it? That's the real question.
Or will it cause a fissure?
Terrible.
Samurai Knight says, sadly, the gay drama club and failed actors took over TTRPGs, tabletop RPGs cultures, to the point we might need a gaming crash to save, but there is no big N to lead. Oh, see, we're going to have a crash. With all of the economic problems going on now, there's going to be a crash. How large it'll be, how long it'll last, God only knows, but it will almost surely be for the better.
It's already started. There's a couple people that I've spoken with Ubisoft specifically. Dude, it's bad, and it's getting only worse by the day.
Yep. So let that be your guys' kick in the ass that you need, man. If you want to make a video game, start working on it now, so you're ready to release it right as AAA crashes and burns. That's when you'll be able to get the most attention on your projects, probably.
Mm-hmm. There's the indie boom that's going on right now. No point waiting around. Get in.
Well, at the very least, you should be always writing down your ideas and refining them, and always asking the one critical question that pretty much nobody seems to ask, and that is, am I writing this for me, or am I writing this for an audience? And if the answer is you're writing it for yourself, it's called fan fiction. Go away.
Yeah, or particularly if you're making a video game. Everyone has all these grand ideas, and I used to fall into that too, and then I actually programmed some of the ideas I had and realized they're not fun at all. So that's something that's an important lesson you need to learn if you're making video games. Just because something sounds good on paper doesn't mean it's going to be fun. So ask yourself if it's actually fun before you go through with it. It'll save yourself so much headache.
Yep.
And if you everyone says it,
I would also suggest people look up game design documents, because even though they're a bore and hard to figure out if you're not accustomed to this, once you start to understand the methods behind the madness of it, it really helps, especially if you're ever getting into that situation where you need to pitch something to someone for funds. Hence, you know, me looking at Kibbs right there saying, hey, Kibbs, do you have a game design proposal? Do you have a GDD there, bud? No? Huh? Okay.
Look at Bobbq. He's just mad, furious over there, jealous, envious, consumed with rage.
More like banging my head against the wall saying, why do you make this unnecessarily difficult? Go do game. Game be good. Make
creative
money,
types
make new game.
must be difficult. You know that.
Kyle is masochist and mentally bankrupt. Yes.
Mentally masochistic, no. Sadistic, yes.
Grammatron 3000 says, as someone who counts beans for a living, I resent being labeled like this. I keep the company's books, mate. I don't make the business decisions.
All right, point taken.
Hey, I appreciate you guys, because I don't like doing that crap, so I'll happily pay someone else.
And Ozymandias says, let's Arch write the lore and Maka write the rules. Well, we'll all see about that. Somebody will be writing rules. Maybe I'll make Carl do it. He enjoys writing rules.
Rules aren't hard, but they're not... Rules are fun when you integrate them into the lore, and when you finally find something that clicks, and you're like, oh, the satisfaction. But the process can be quite a slog at times. You need patience and autism. Lots of autism.
Arch, I need you to out him for a second for me. Has he shown you a single storyboard of any of his concepts?
Sort of.
Yes,
Oh,
and that's
sort
not
of.
for revealing to the public.
Oh, sort of.
He's sewed an NDA.
He's a good friend there, Kibbs. Don't lose this one. He covered for you.
Well, he also signed an NDA, so...
Ah!
What? I didn't.
He did.
I
Look at
didn't.
him. He denying
That was for
it.
the project. What you send me in my DMs is my fucking property, Kyle. I own it now.
That's
Mine.
not how that works.
Yeah, did you read the fine print when you signed whatever it is he sent you?
He did.
Yeah, Kyle.
Thank you,
fool.
Arch.
You were even leaking me this shit before I signed this.
I was, but that's because I trusted him, and I was stupid. Don't be like kids.
No, that was foolish. Now I feel like betraying you just for the shits and giggles of it. This will be a valuable lesson. You will thank me one day. I won't.
Storyboards are probably one of my most favorite things to make, to be honest.
He has made some. Now they look very fuzzy. Very Carlysian. But at some point, I'm sure they will turn into something lovely.
Das is good. Das is good.
Fucking okay. This is the problem. Okay, I've got to.
Oh my God,
I've been
don't
very
lambast me.
respectful to Lotus Eaters for a while.
Oh,
Now,
thank
but I'm
God.
gonna have to fucking call out Sargon on one fucking thing. Okay?
Yeah, attack him.
I show Sargon a piece of concept art and it looks great. And I'm like, man, look at this. This looks great. And he's like, it doesn't have enough detail. I'm like, motherfucker, it's a sketch. Come here.
Oh, one of those. No, sorry, continue.
That was his entire reaction. It's like I had to explain sketch to him.
Well, maybe he was used to like American animation and comics these days, and it's like, yeah, I thought you were trying to do better than what the Americans do these days.
Filthy Americans.
Well, I've told you this before, but I'll remind the chat. When it comes to degeneracy, I'm sorry, my boy Sargon, but one of your most iconic images was given to you from an artist who works for me, and the stuff he's drawn will make you blush. So you are part of the economy of the degenerate. Welcome aboard.
What? Who are you talking to?
I'm talking in general about Sargon. If he gets too morally on his high horse, just remind everybody for the sake of chat's purposes here. One of his backgrounds was drawn by a relatively famous hentai artist, and he's had it for years and never known until I think B spilled the beans through me talking to him. So there you go. He's part of the degenerate economy.
You fucking leaky fucking son of a bitch. V cannot be trusted with any secret. Like, hey V, you know, I'm going through something right now. I just need to talk to you. And he's like, oh, okay. Writes it down, leaks it publicly. It's like, you little snitch.
He does do that on occasion.
He's a snitch. Don't trust him with anything.
The Real Holzinator says, 8 games with interesting mechanics are way more engaging than games that lack it. I find it funny that I start focusing more on the games than the prawns. The pawns, I guess.
That's a good game.
I agree. Like, I can barely even invoke the name with the new terms of service. But Subverse, a game that I do not link to or endorse in any way because TOS, they're reworking their entire gameplay system right now, and I'm very happy to see it because I want to like that game a lot more than I do. Like the shoot 'em up part is entirely fine. I don't mind that at all. But the strategy part, oi, oi, oi.
The game is so bad that it's insufferable. And if you can't get over the boomer tier fucking slapstick humor that it has, oh god, my brain cells.
The humor is a little bit my 40-year-old dad. Just a little.
It's like,
bit.
I'm not 80. Come on, let's. It's like, a dick joke. It's like, oh, a dick joke in a porn game. Ha ha. Real funny.
I unironically wish that they would have taken themselves more seriously and made a serious storyline, because I think I would have enjoyed that more than the humor, which I just kind of feel like undermines everything.
It does.
I don't know.
Imagine if you got a hentai game that was serious. That'd be kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Very
more
hard,
partly,
man.
All right, Bob,
when it comes to
It's a
comedy,
game.
it's kind of rough, man. Like, you know,
It is.
unless you're really good, you should probably avoid trying comedy.
It's
Please,
the other issue of making anything that's serious is that if you actually take a look at most stories, let's be honest, there's only so many of them. The issue is I'm trying to make something right now that is based off of the hero's journey. The issue is that I know I'm gonna have a whole bunch of people crawling up my butt trying to find a new home over it, just because in order to make anything that is compelling that is also being true to adult, you're going to have to be a little bit shocking to the audience, but at the same time, you're also going to have to remind people that this is still hentai. So you run into something that is very difficult. So that's one of the reasons why you're more likely to see a rants than you are going to see Shakespeare when it comes to hentai.
Yes. But man, I would love just a great game that happened to have hentai in it, too. That would be nice.
Look at Dev sipping for V in chat.
Yeah, we were almost moving in that direction until the Puritans took over again.
Yes, we were.
Almost.
Elsie Serrano say, hey Arch, just download all the Cypher's Kane audiobooks. I've been on the binge ever since. Currently on Kane's Last Stand. It made me so happy to see Blackadder in 40k. One regret, though, playing the Kane drinking game. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Cypher's Games are an excellent series of books. Very good. Daniel says, RGE is nailing the problem. The blame always falls on the fan or committed worker who carries the water for the activists who don't really work. Martin Knight says...
Speaking of that, Ubisoft, man, we talked about them, like Bob brought him up earlier. You see the the tone deaf bullshit the Ubisoft CEO pulled last week, where he basically put his developers on blast, saying, "Oh, hey, developers, the ball is in your court to turn this company around." It's like, dude, but you idiots popped the ball and blew up the court, and now it's our responsibility to fix it? Like, man, if I was working at Ubisoft right now, I'd be looking for another job pronto.
Well, they are. They absolutely are. That's the funny thing about it. They're fleeing like the proverbial rats from a sinking ship, and unfortunately, the rats are also on fire and leaving quite a smell for us all.
Yeah, and also there's at least half of the rats fleeing are infested with the plague, so no one's going to want to risk it. But that's a different story.
Well, what's your motto? Gatekeep, gatekeep, and gatekeep some more. Yeah.
I mean, I'm at the point now. I wouldn't trust anybody from the legacy industry unless they have receipts to back up that they actually have always been on our side. If they don't have that, I wouldn't take the risk, if I'm being honest.
Yorozuya says, is the Claws of the Eagle playlist gone forever, Arch? On the main channel, yes. There will be some on BitChute, but BitChute is weird to update things. Maybe once things have calmed down, we might put it back up again. We'll have to see.
Maybe we'll get somebody we can have help us upload those things for our certain lazy blondie.
Well, have you moved to Rumble yet as well?
Sort of, but Rumble didn't do the update properly, so now I'm just going to eventually pay somebody to do it for me.
You got the money. Why not?
Mark99 says, well, Arch, with that title, it was nice knowing you. Oh.
That sounds like you're about to get canceled.
It was good knowing you, Arch.
I'm sure this stream, like all my streams are demonetized, and I blame Kyle because none of my streams are demonetized.
Firstly, your streams are demonetized. Secondly, I make your streams more entertaining. Okay, I'm here to bring the spicy flavor, the seasonings, the zest comes from me. Zesty flavor is what we like to say.
You could blame me for the demonetization this time.
Yeah, see, alleviate the blame.
Me both. There's share. Sharing is caring.
Yeah, even though my streams are monetized for some reason, but today I'm going to demonetize Arch.
Yeah, good. Fuck that guy. Am I right?
Ozymandias says, Arch, have you played Innocent Witches and or Witch Trainer yet? And if not, why not? Innocent Witches and or Witch Trainer yet?
That sounds very lewd.
I know Witch Trainer yet. Innocent Witches. Oh, hey.
It is lewd, isn't it?
Do you want to meet the artist behind that?
I guess I'm gonna have to play it soon.
Do you want to meet the artist behind Witch Trainer? I can get them because I know they're looking for some safer work art gigs on the side because things are a little bit spooky in the future.
Actually, unironically, I am looking for an anime style artist for a project, so I might just be able to provide.
Okay.
The stars align.
I see he is sexualizing my favorite Emma Watson, who I still believe I could fix, by the way.
Good luck.
I'm going to need it, but I'm sure I can pull it off. But yeah, no, definitely. If he's looking for safe for work, then I think I might be able to help.
Well, the issue is that his main source of revenue is still coming from crowdfunding solutions. He's doesn't really want to have to spend the time to build up a personal website, even though I have told him that's pretty much the only way, given what he's trying to do based off of Rule 34. But that's the reason why I said, you know what? Try to find some safer work stuff on the side as a fallback, just in case things get a little spooky.
Yeah, I might be able to, or help with that. Rukani says, during the Finno-Korean Hyperwar, 10,000 BC, the NTR was hidden in the pyramids. Good. We need to destroy the pyramids and fetch the NTR. Black 1917 says, Squack and Hail Arch Christ, our Lord and Savior. Brad Kibbs. Also, hi Eagle and hi Bobbq.
Hello.
The Real Halcinator simply says, hi Black. And so Black says, hi Halcinator. Ron Type, many weird letterings. Any news about Nux cuckering from... Lollies? Nux's cuckering. Nux's?
Yeah,
the VTuber.
Yeah, that was Nux Taku has been having some drama about that. So,
Nux. I know
don't
very
even
few
know.
YouTubers.
Yeah, I don't know even the full details of this. I haven't heard that, but given the fact that he keeps hanging around those Vishoju guys, I don't know. I'm not surprised.
These shoujo, those fuckers have a very bad survival strategy. It's like, okay, you're super fucking spicy, and you're erotica oriented, and you're also going to try to be wokist. Like, you are going to have very few friends if you continue down this path.
Yeah, they managed to get some very interesting talent underneath their belt. I mean, I wasn't as surprised about Melody, but their Japanese division, I guess you can want to call it, their ambitions to do that. That you know, Kason, I was a little bit surprised. I thought Kason would stay independent. Her going over to Visoja was actually kind of surprising.
It's a big gamble. I'll say it like that. I mean, good catch for them, absolutely, but
Yeah.
was it Ruth who recently got into some controversy? I don't even know if this is real, but I saw somewhere on Twitter that apparently she'd been cheating on her boyfriend in the army, or fiance even.
Allegedly.
So, see, this is why Japanese idol companies are such absolute cancer, because they kind of have to keep a very close leash on their talent. Because when you are selling innocence/perfection, you can't have that many cracks in the facade.
Yeah, I mean it's true, but at the same time, they even gatekeep amongst themselves for the longest time. Iji Sanji, for example, couldn't collab very much with the Hololive. So it's really interesting how the Japanese business thought process works. So I don't know. It's one of those ones I'm still trying to figure out. I would love to, because if I can get into their payment system, then I'm going to try to just route everything through there and just laugh at everybody.
They, I imagine they simply want to create their own bubble, because if they have their own bubble, they can control it.
Yeah, but it extends across the board. That's the thing that I'm alluding to. Sorry, it's they gatekeep like crazy, and they want to have their own bubble in play. Because I mean, that whole thing that you were talking about with PayPal Japan versus PayPal anywhere else. Oh, that you know, good luck in PayPal trying to swing a hammer at the industry that it's also backfeeding into Loli, because they will get smashed by the Japanese government.
Good. Mogvor says, "Boo! Where the dragons at? Dragons?" Now I'm confused again.
Yeah, I always have some dragons on my stream because, but since this isn't my stream, I guess Arch got a pass.
We have no dragons. All we have is a brony, Gibbs.
Wow. I don't know where that is, but glad I don't see it here.
You should bring back Marith a little bit, just for, chat.
No.
Mark DeShame says, if you don't talk to cops without a lawyer present, then you shouldn't talk to press without talking to a lawyer first. Yes.
I would say don't talk to him at all. You gain nothing by talking to the press. Like that was one of the misconceptions on our side for years. It's like, no, but RGE, this is your chance to get your point of view out to their audience and change some minds. No, it's not. They're gonna deceptively edit everything you say to make you look even worse, and it's gonna look even worse because it's in your own words.
Mm-hmm. Animated Acumen says, it's really only been a month. Hello, Arch, Kibbs, Eagle, and Gang. It has been a month. You now have a slightly different thing next to your name. Be happy. I do like the subscriber feature because it allows me to suss out the people I can like and give special favors to.
It's like, yeah, the members, and then you look at the other ones, like the non-members, the lesser people.
When there's a giveaway, for example. Well, yeah, it's a random giveaway, but...
There are members.
Random chance.
And then there's the rest of you.
Yes.
Like, what the fuck?
Just remember that giveaways don't work the way you think they may when it comes to games and platforms like Steam. That's all I'm going to say.
Game Goblin says, zoom in closer, Kibbs.
He
zoomed away from the titties now because he's weird. Yorozuya says, Arch, I know he might not be up for it, but you can't have a stream called The Loli Question without the pastor, Imperial Father, Louis Vow. I do actually know how to get a hold of the man, so maybe in the future, I can bring Louis on versus Connor. That'd be funny.
Ooh, a battle. There you go.
Mr. Yeager says, possible can of worms, but what's the stance regarding furries? As a more left-leaning community, do they get a free pass despite promoting bestiality? Actually, I kind of adopted the same view on furries as was stated here earlier, in that the furries are a different fetishistic community, in my opinion, because they seem to demand respect vociferously and openly and angrily. Like, I've never met a hentai fan who's like, oh, yeah, let me tell you about my tentacle porn fetish.
Yeah, there's a little bit of
like,
humility there normally.
Not even humility, but a base level of shame, I guess.
So yeah,
I jerk off to this. I'm not going to talk to you about it.
yeah, like nobody wants to. So what do you fap to? Well, you see.
So there's a fucking conversation opener.
Hi, a connoisseur. Follow me to my. I don't
Meanwhile,
even
the
know study.
furries are like, no, I'm not just a furry. This is my lifestyle. Like, oh yeah.
Yeah, they make it define them as people. It's sort of like the whole like trans issue, where they're like, my sexuality is who I am. Well, I'm like, well, you know, you're a really kind of sad individual, aren't you? That's all that's interesting about you.
Yeah, that's my biggest complaint about the furries too. Like, I don't have a problem with most of them, but there is a pretty large subset that they seem to think, I shouldn't be discriminated against for showing up to a job interview in my fursuit.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
Yeah, no, I
But
think
hey,
you should.
You know, furries aren't half bad guys. Come on, they've got bottomless wallets, suspiciously wealthy, and they're very generous donations. Like, take what you can get. Cha-ching.
Very well, Kyle. We'll interject the hashtag not all here.
Hashtag give me your money. Oh, poor old dog somewhere.
I think also, I think it is because of the left, mind you, as well. Because once the left begins to move in, it becomes an identity thing. And I was like, oh, it's not just something you fap to. It becomes something you should claim and telegraph. It's like, I don't need to know. Like, I am happy for people to do whatever the fuck they want to their own penis. I don't care. But just don't tell me about it necessarily.
Yeah, exactly. Keep it to yourself.
Oh man, Arch, last night I destroyed none.
Like, man, I can't feel it still. It's like, oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
Like, you had one of those days where at the end of the day, you were just numb. And you didn't even know why you were fapping anymore. You were just continuing.
They did it for so long, you know, it's like like a pencil down there, like it's tiny. They shaved it off.
I was
Like,
mid
I can't
conversation
even
on the
get an
Zoom
erection
call, and I
anymore.
The friction.
mid conversation on a Zoom call, and I just couldn't. It was just automatic. I'm sorry. On behavior.
The conversation was so boring, I had to entertain myself somehow. Oh my god, that's terrible.
Mr. Yeager, Manga2 says, shout out to the guy that offered to do 3D modeling for you last week, and I hope that you hired him. I saw the currency he paid you in, so I support a fellow Paraguayan. I do hope he reaches out to me. I haven't heard from him yet, but you
He's
can call
dead.
my email, easy enough, or message me on Discord. I'm sure you're somewhere. If you're in Kyle's Discord, then just keep bugging Kyle.
Arch is in there. You can just still message him.
Yeah, but people don't do that because I'm imposing, whilst you're
See, I'm a people person, so I've embedded myself with the audience. They're
People
degenerate.
person.
They're terrible, but you know, you keep them at arm's distance.
Comment. No comment.
Yeah, you hold on to that because I know what you're thinking. You degenerate.
Scarfy the Strange says, RG ruined 2D waifus for me. Not only can I not watch hentai without hearing RG's voice in my head, but I can't imagine Ashira without his voice. Well, that's rather cruel and unusual.
Hey, it sounds like a personal problem to me.
Very dismissive, too. Jesus.
Hey, you know what? I don't want to say anything about your fetishes, man. Like, I think it's best if we just leave it here.
All I can say is I know RGE has seen a Clockwork Orange.
Yeah. Maybe.
Snark Mark says, like Kyle? Question mark. That's all. Just that. And Mark James says, the age of dead heroes, where the three fates of heroes are martyrs, traitors, and frauds. Either hero dies, becomes exactly what he fought, or it was found out to be all a lie.
Yeah, was
I
it
do think we
MacArthur?
could go for more actual heroes.
Yeah. Well, who was it? MacArthur? It's saying, you either die a hero or live to see yourself become the villain. Yeah, that's seems to hold true in Meat Space.
Because MacArthur had done a frightening quantity of shit himself. I hate MacArthur.
Well, that's also whoever wins the war is not guilty of any war crimes. It's a funny thing, but yeah.
MacArthur, he had a remarkable gift. Like any other man in his position would have been crushed beneath the inexorable weight of his multitude of failings. MacArthur, however, had the skill to turn each one of those failures into a photo opportunity. He lost the Philippines, and he became the hero of the Philippines. He got every single one of his B-17 bombers destroyed hours after Pearl Harbor, hours after ordering them to disperse. He turned that into a political failure of Washington. The man was a genius in the art of PR.
He'd fit in pretty well in the modern military then.
Probably. He would be a ma'am now, though.
It's ma'am. Douglas ma'am. I don't even know.
Douglas Ma'am Carter. That's terrible, Kib, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
I just imagine Douglas MacArthur with his iconic little hat and glasses and little, pipe, except, with makeup.
And a pair of giant fake titties.
Oh, no. That's just awful. That's not an image I want, RGE.
Like shop teacher levels of titties.
Oh, no. Oh, like those big booby things. Or just morbid. No. It's bad. It's bam.
Lord Commissar Spartan says, I'm neutral on Smalley art, but I'd join the Antis Crusade if they'll join me in kink-shaming Guro fans. Back to hell. Because I'd say PP in eye socket is worse than vanilla butt lolly.
It is.
Guro is one of those fetishes that I know exists, and I'm just like, I don't know why this exists. But
it's and this is why tagging systems exist.
Yes.
Yeah. So and it does suck because there are a few games that have Guro in them, but like oh man, this is what sucks. Like if you're into some really niche stuff, a lot of times like you're not going to find anything dedicated to it. Like I guess the best you could hope for is what I call the fetish grab bag, where it's they try to shove as many obscure fetishes into one project as possible, and you could be in there for the one thing you like, and then boom, surprise Guro. Like great, now I won't be able to get a boner for 2 hours. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah. And V, if you're in chat, I'm not talking about this part with you later.
No, for him it would be Monster Girl Quest, where he was just like surprise vor, and V was like, you know what, I actually quite like this.
Yeah. That's actually happened to me with some, like when I first started watching hentai, like back before the Earth's crust cooled back, because I'm that old. I came across a few things, like because my first exposure to hentai was actually on the regular porn aggregator sites like Pornhub, and I encountered a few that I watched that, and I'm like, oh my god, what the hell is this? Like, some of the more obscure fetishy stuff. I'm like, oh god, this is nasty. Then I immediately turned it off and went somewhere else. 2 years later, I come across the same thing. I'm like, is this? I wonder if this is as bad as I remember it. So I pull it up again. Like, wow, this is every bit as bad as I remember it, except I'm getting a boner now. Oh, okay, this is cool.
The classic why PP hard.
Why PP hard?
Yeah, it wasn't hard the first time, but 2 years later, I'm like, all right, I could get into this now.
I've changed.
Glow in the Dark says, otakus are scorned in Japan. Well, they're scorned in Japanese high schools, at least, because... Well.
Yeah, well, that is actually something that a lot of, like, Western or non-Japanese weebs don't get is... anime is maybe what you know Japan for, but it's not it's not as big in Japan as you think it is. Like it might like in places like Akihabara maybe, but it's not like this big cultural phenomenon in most of the country. Like a lot of Japanese people make fun of weebs too. So at least so I've heard from everyone I know who's been there.
The real whole saying says the Lotus Eaters have made some pretty cringy takes, I get, lately. One of the guys said he hopes Tate didn't do what he's being accused of because he is useful. SMH. Yeah, that is pretty cringe. It's like, okay, if he's guilty of human trafficking, I don't care how useful he is. He's probably a pretty big asshole at that point. We'll see. The Romanian police will investigate with all of the dignity and integrity that the Romanian police is famous for, of course.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely sure he's going to get a fair investigation and a fair trial, especially considering he was arrested the day after, his little spat with with that goblin.
That's very cruel. We don't call it a goblin here. We just call it a Swede.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I don't want to offend any goblins out there. Yeah,
That's
my
true.
bad.
Short stack lovers are offended immediately.
Scarfy the Strange says, short stacks exists for real. I've met some. Oh, there you go. We moved on to that immediately. That is true, though. They do exist. They are rare, but precious commodities that we should clone, maybe. And Glowdog says,
well, one of my other games is gonna actually involve a goblin. So there you go. There's my plug.
There you go.
Plural, more than one.
Glowdog says, I agree, the bureaucrats will go too far. Yes, the state usually does, at some point. Scarfy the Strange again, considering Wizards brought English on an Xbox employee to monetize their product, all I can say is don't buy the horse armor. Yes, do not buy the horse armor, because if you do, you'll never see the end of it. Unironically.
I wish we could go back to the days of just horse armor as DLC again.
Just horse armor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Problem is, that was the first symptom of the massive stroke we were about to suffer.
Oh, I know. Now, dude, I got so much shit 20 years ago when I was... Because I played some Chinese MMOs back then, like Conquer Online. Like that's the one I spend most of my time on. All the monetization that we have now, they had in those Chinese MMOs even 20 years ago. And I was telling other Westerners, hey, this is how gaming's going to be like here. You don't know what you're talking about, RGE. But different cultures. Oh, what works over there wouldn't fly over here. Gamers would revolt if they did that here. Man, he sure showed me.
Well, they just drip fed it in slowly but surely, and now it's just normal.
No, that's exactly how they did it. Like I did a whole video like years ago when I talked about I called it the slow march to suck. Like that's their strategies. Like they make the changes slowly enough that they don't drive the current customers away. But the point is, at the time we start leaving, like if as soon as one of us boomers gets fed up and leaves, we're being replaced by two tweens who are new to gaming, and this is normal to them. So as long as more new people are coming in than old people are leaving, and these new people accept the industry as it is, like they don't have any memory of when it was better. Like this is normal to them. That's why this is happening. That's why we're getting worse and worse and worse.
It is. Anime Document says, at the expense of embarrassment, how is it that things such as NDA and contracts which prevent people talking on certain subjects are not found to be unconstitutional? Kyle, did you violate the Constitution?
Only sometimes.
He's not even going to defend himself. Well, there you go. It's a violation of the Constitution. Arrest him now.
Damn. Escalation.
I think that has to do more with civil versus criminal. I think between the state versus individuals. I think that's how it kind of works. Because I didn't believe in NDAs myself back in the day. Because I was just like, if there's a mutual understanding, that's fine. But then you start to deal with more shady characters who are just like, nah, I'm just gonna screenshot everything. The hell with the rest of that. And then at that point, then the lawyers enter into, and then you're death by semantics.
Yep.
So
Always NDA. Even if it's your bestest friend, NDA this, NDA that.
Drivey says, I don't care for it, but I am not convinced to make it illegal and is not real. It does make me wonder about the slippery slope in Western cartoons. Example, Stewie Griffin is McFarland, also a producer of said material. There was also very recently the Rick and Morty guy got arrested for having some cheesy pizzas to his place too.
Wait,
I think.
Was it cheesy pizza? I thought it was domestic abuse.
Was it domestic abuse?
Yeah, it was domestic.
I've heard
abuse
both
in that
now.
case.
Was it
Why
domestic
did
abuse?
you call him a
Okay, excuse me.
pedo? Falsely accusing people. Oh
He was
my
just a wife
God.
beater. Never mind.
Yeah.
White beaters are based. Okay, there's a different.
Yeah, how many times did you have to tell her to make you dinner before you resorted to that? Because that's an important detail.
Yeah, exactly.
It is.
You know, it's a valid case. You know, rage builds up.
Lydia Holstenader says, I forgot who did the speech, but there was a guy who was talking about how all these other countries have freedom and the US isn't and never was that great. COVID was a good rebuttal. COVID was a good many things. We could have done without that COVID thing.
Well, it was
That's the
funny
reason why we have
watching.
such shit YouTube toss now.
Yeah, it was funny watching. I think it was Finland, where like right before COVID happened, they were celebrating their first ever feminist government. Like that was Finland, right? Yeah, they're like no, all four of their highest positions of government were women, and as soon as COVID happened, they were like stepping down, begging men to fix it. Like that. That just proves what we've been saying all along. That yeah, when times are good and there's no strife, no struggle. Oh yeah, sure, women make great leaders. As soon as they actually need to do something, though, oh God, let's get the men in here to fix it.
Popatot says, one Dark Vasily Dolset Academy to Lilith Latu Kyonyu Yotsuke. I'm guessing these are hentai people. Do 73 Keno Yantaro. Oh my dog, if you want to see the darkest sides of 2D and makes you want to say enough internet, look these up. Don't know if I want to disavow the internet just yet. But yes, there are some pretty heavy-duty hentai out there. It's true. Marksman of 117B says, Kibs and semen to his soup for breeding boost. Wow, it's disgusting, Kyle. And says, Bob, all the breeding melted Kibs' brain. Kibs has very unique fans of his own. It's disturbing at times.
It happens.
Giga can't say that word on YouTube, says, I have a strong feeling that corpos in charge don't understand their companies and customers. There are so many ways to make money and customers happy. Yes, but isn't it better to just make your customer unhappy and hope that you'll get more of them instead? That seems to be the strategy.
No, you're misunderstanding. That's the old way of doing business. Now it's all about getting more investors. Yeah, we need more venture capital. Like, fuck the customer. We don't make anywhere near enough money to be profitable off of just customers. We need more investors, and we need to appeal to them instead.
Yeah, have you seen our diversity and inclusion budget? There's no way we can sell enough to make up for this. Unironically, that is actually what is happening. It is easier to get investors than it is to get customers.
Yeah, got to keep the Ponzi scheme going. As long as there's greater fools willing to throw more money at you, you can keep going.
The Comrade Gamer says, in regards to the upcoming crash for the industry, I agree. That's why I finally kicked myself into gear to finish a high fantasy book that I've been working on and off for the past years. Time to finally get it done. Good on you, sir.
The spirit.
The spirit of life.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The Doc says, unfortunately, Arch Kibbs NDA said you must pay him for every insult, and if his game fails, you have to marry him. I think it'll be the other way around. But
He's like, I better
he has
make
to
sure
pay
it
me.
succeeds.
Elsie Serrano says, I'm actually getting fed up with Subverse. I'm more interested in the Celestina storyline than the player story. They keep balking up for cheap jokes and toilet humor. They need to let the game get serious. I genuinely fucking agree. Like, I figured I would love the Dark Elf chick, because, like, that's up my alley. And she's some kind of creepy, cringy valley girl, because all the elves are cringy valley girls. I'm like, wow. Pee-pee flaccid now.
Every
Why?
character's just a trope and not a character. Oh, color me surprised, Barge. Color me fucking surprised.
You are surprised, Kyle.
You're
Why
not
didn't you see this coming?
Don't hold out hope. Foe is not the same foe from before. DC has changed a lot. I remember trying to tell them some of the coming stuff that was coming down the pipe in 2016 through a mutual associate, and like let me put it this way. Studio Foe has got a little bit of dragon syndrome. They're sitting on a big pile of money. They don't care at this point. They're doing it as they see fit, and so I don't think that's going to change unless Subverse fails. And at that point, then they may go ahead and make a different game, and that game will be a billion times better to all the points that you both are looking for.
Like, I'm actually I kind of like the Foe people, even if they retarded throw me under the bus by accident that one time. Because at least they seem to be listening to feedback, which makes me happy. But yes, I entirely agree with the take seriously point, because like you've actually got a kind of cool story going here. Like, I actually like the motivations for a lot of these characters. But then you make a spice battle that's in like a toilet bowl, or you make that retarded stealth segment. I was like, this makes me hate you a lot.
Oh, stealth sections in video games with no stealth mechanics. Stop. Those games need to stop doing those things.
Very bad idea.
It's like, oh, stealth section in the video game. We don't have any. Like, okay, cool. Is there any stealth mechanics? No, not really. Okay, well, then please God don't.
Yeah, that's just like platforming in a FromSoft game. Just fucking stop.
It's like, why are you doing this?
Yeah, that was, and I love how the fanboys defend it too. Oh, they're just doing it to troll you. No, they're just incompetent at it. They do really good, everywhere else, and then they have to, like, Elden Ring would have been a damn near perfect game if it wasn't for those platforming elements. Like, that killed it for me.
Another big
In particular, that one area where you got to jump down all those walls to get to where the three fingers is. I am never doing that again. I did that achievement. I got the frenzied flame ending. I am never going to that part of the game again. Like that is what almost made me rage quit that game. It's not Melania. It's not any of those bosses. It's the fucking dog shit platforming.
Yep. Because we have to have it, because we got to mix up the gameplay loop. Well, how about try refining the gameplay loop so
I
you don't get
fucking
sick
hate
of it?
that argument so much. Like, hey, we've got this really cool thing. Yeah, but we'll have to change it. Otherwise, people will get bored of the really fun thing.
Starship Troopers did
yeah,
that
and
too.
for the record, I actually like platforming when the mechanics are built for it.
Exactly. It's like stealth sections. It's like any section in a video game. Or, oh, fuck. RTSs have that problem with the stealth sections. It's like, oh, we have really cool base building mechanics. Oh, that's really great. Oh, so we put in like 6 stealth missions. It's like, oh, okay. Okay. Why did you do that?
Scarfy the Strange says, we got cheap game engines on top of free Unreal and Unity. AAA is crashing, and Chat GPT can program. It's no time like now to start. Not true. This is a good time to start trying to make a thing. Tunishi says, for your information, the Rance series is available on GOG. If you want a heavy hentai game, that's your ticket. MC partners don't consent. I tried Rance once, but it had kind of the same problem with Subverse for me, where I was like, you're not taking yourself seriously. I'm sick of you now.
He also rapes everyone, doesn't he? Like, I think that was like the unironic meme.
Not everyone, but
most of them. Then he rapes his own children. That's a bit.
I didn't know that, Carl, but
I'm pretty
If you
sure
say so,
that's
that is just-
canon. Bobbq, you know. Tell me the deep lore.
I'm not talking about rants on this stream. I'm sorry. I don't want to get it banned.
Oh, come on. We're already getting banned for what we've done. Let's take it all the way.
All I know is I've heard many of people say, "I've got the next Rants killer idea," and I'm like, "Sure, okay, bye."
Okay.
Yeah, that is a big red flag. Like, just like in regular gaming, oh, this is gonna be the WoW killer, and instantly ignored.
Yeah, it's like stand out on your own 2 feet. Like make your own game. Pick up the torch of like something that you really care about. Like God, I really would have loved to see a video game go this direction, but they went a different direction. And then do something fresh, a unique spin on something. But no, it's easier just to follow other people's footsteps. It's like the boomer shooter boom right now that's going on. You got a lot of really cool new shooters that are coming out with some really interesting ideas. But we also have a huge wave of just really lazy ones. I think the only one that stuck out to me recently was that cultic one, where it was just really tight, really polished. And then we have a bunch of just half-asses doing it too.
That's what happens with all these fads. Like that's like the pixel art 2D platformers, and now it's RPG Maker games. Outside of, unless you're making a hentai game and the RPG Maker aspects are just a way to walk from one hentai scene to another, you're gonna have a really hard, like, unless you make something like To the Moon. Good luck doing good with an RPG Maker game in current year, because you scroll through the indie section and it's like 9/10 of them.
Yep, it's become shovelware trash, and the problem is any good things that do get released often get negative connotations because everyone's like sees an RPG Maker game and immediately turned off. And I don't even blame people for that. If I see a game with like pixel art and it looks anything like an RPG Maker game, like I tune out even. It's hard to look at them and take them seriously.
Yeah, it's oversaturation. Like there's just been way too many of them, and like you said, most of them have been shovelware recently. Like with the exception of the hentai games, but it's understood with the hentai games that it's just a delivery mechanism for the hentai scenes. So it's like, okay, this was the quickest and easiest way. Like that's fine.
You're not wrong. The bigger issue that I'm also seeing is that there's a transition issue between the people who are really good, but the people who also want to have really good stories. And by that I mean like getting good level designers, tile settists, sprite makers, etc. There's a lot of that right now going on in this side of the game dev world. But the problem is that again, most people are scared to get involved because they think that it could be career killers. So, I mean, usually at that point, I just remind people, it's just like, you do know that there is a thing called pen names. They exist. Yeah, exactly. Like what Chad is saying. The Legend of Queen there. Yeah, exactly. There's actually a lot of that floating around right now. But I'm going to be honest with you, too. The moment I pick up either Game Maker or RPG Maker vibes, I'm just sort of like, can we move on to something else? Can I see something that's like, like let me put it this way: if I see a programmer and a development team that say something like, aside from Unity, they're saying something like, I'm going to use an open source language, like Godot, and or Godot, if you want to pronounce it retardedly. I have a tremendous amount of respect for them at that point, because what they're saying is that I don't want to go easy. I'm willing to go hard because I want this to be mine through and through. And that shows me, I don't know, it's going to sound hammy, but heart. I just don't feel that there's a lot of heart in most of the stuff that's being pushed out these days.
I think it's also smarter too, because like from what I've seen on DL site, even the most basic 3D, like, Unreal or a Godot or Unity engine hentai games, they sell way more than your average RPG Maker game. So I think it's mostly because we're not the only ones that feel this way. Like there's a lot of people out there that just want something new, and they're like, this isn't perfect, but at least they tried. Let's give them a shot.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's also the difference when you see it also with like the Kickstarter games. Kickstarters. You had to deal with this pre-Confiscate? I'm trying to remember, RG, when you put up yours, because yours was sort of like an exception to the rule, not the rule itself. With your campaign, for your first book.
No, that was like 2 years ago now.
Was that 2 years?
Yeah.
God, I thought that was longer than that. I was thinking for some reason like 2018.
No,
But
no, actually, oh no, oh god, I guess 3 now. Yeah, it was 2020. That's when that came out.
okay. But there's certain things that for those people who have had to deal with those types of communities, the indie scene as far as like trying to get the funding for it, you can see the people who are putting a lot of heart into it, but they don't know. Like there was this one guy, he made a series of call it adult series content. And then what he did was he transitioned to actually making a side scrolling like RPG game. I actually helped crowdfund. I'm not sure if I want to name him on this stream, but his art is not great for not safe for work, but it transitions into something really good for game mechanics, specifically sprites. And the thing that I liked about it was the fact that this guy has been doing this part-time now for the better part of 5 years, building up the lore. And as a result of that, I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna toss 500 at him, just because I want him to be successful on Steam. I want him to be able to push this out and also escape the game dev model, the game dev hell that you see in California, because there's a specific way how they want you to go about doing crowdfunding, and it doesn't make sense. I don't like it. It doesn't need to be that way. I know I'm being kind of vague, because at the same time, I don't want this guy's project to be associated with adult, because he's tried so very hard, actively tried so very hard in separating that. But all I say is that he made something from the early 2010s that became iconic in adult situations because of the name he gave it, and this poor little character who gets their team assassinated, and then he decides, I'm not going to just, force her to open a door. I'm also going to have my way. So kudos. He's one of the rare cases that I can actually point to and say, you can actually start off an adult and tradition and then transition to safer work. But my God, is it a lot of effort? It's a lot of work. And I just don't see people dumping 5 years of life.
Yeah,
doing that.
you can't do it in general unless you already have your own audience, I think. But when you said his style wasn't that good for not safe for work, like, man, style is everything when it comes to wank material. Because like I'm just gonna say personal experience. I have a few games in my collection where, at least from a technical standpoint, the art is pretty bottom tier, but they got their basics down. The anatomy looks about right. And the most importantly, it's done in a style I find appealing. So I would rather get the technically inferior one with an appealing style than the like technically perfect one in a style I don't really like.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I just want other artists out there to realize that your style is more important than your technical skill in the long run.
Yes, absolutely. And not everything translates well to adult and vice versa. Usually it's ironic, because it's usually the case that adult is actually more brutal. Because if you're taking too many liberties or shortcuts with drawing the adult stuff, oh, people will crucify you.
Yeah, I think it also it depends on what fetishes and whatnot you're in. Because if you're in a community where they're starved for content, like you could get away with almost anything. But yeah, if you're just doing vanilla stuff, that's a dime a dozen. Yeah, and your style is similar to 500 other artists. Yeah, you're going to be compared to them and crucified.
Yep, exactly. Sorry, chat. I would like to promote him, but I know he's worked so hard, but I know that his game is going to be good. So I'll link it to Kibbs and Arch, so they can take a look at it, because I'm going to keep my eye on this guy, because if he doesn't mess around, if he doesn't fuck around, he's probably going to do quite well. So I'm just going to put it in the link channel for you guys, boy.
Oh, that's cool to hear. Still a while to go. So many super chats today. Chloe says, you guys, it may be clear about the difference between loli porn and CP, but it isn't just about your perception. 50 years ago, homosexuals were seen as a taboo. In 50 years, people will see people will see as you do, question mark. Saying CP from 50 years ago was used today. What harm is there now? Ah, yes, the already recorded argument. I know V brought this up in our super secret chat at one point, and the only argument I have against it is I find it distasteful, and those people are still alive. That would be my argument. And yeah, no, you again, we already talked about this, but it is a possibility that it could be normalized, and that could be a bad thing. Absolutely. But then again, we kind of got to also look at it like, look at the people who wanted to stigmatize the gays. Like, we all agree now that they were wrong. Who's to say that in 50 years we won't see it the exact same way? Like, maybe we're blind to something. It's a future hypothetical that is very impossible, actually, to...
Well, remember a lot of the cheap shot stigmatism of around the gays was also that if you do not keep them suppressed, they may one day hit on you. There was a very real fear. It was almost to the point of satanic panic, where they felt that, oh no, what happens if I'm in a bar and a gay dude hits on me? Well, the answer is you say, I'm not interested, go away. That's it. That's literally it. So I don't know. I think a lot of the fear is what people put in their head. You know, it's like a lolly isn't going to try to come up and make your pee hard because it wants to corrupt you. It's not. No.
Throw in a little bit of corruption fetish there too. Why not? Outraged Deer says, the reason why the Senate only has 2 senators for states is because originally the Senate was meant to represent state government, not populations. Pre-17th Amendment, the governors choose senators. The progressives in the 1890s changed this. Another agreement gone. Tanushi says, there was around Papa Short Karen's prison, is pretty damn good for a H game. Okay, I'll Google that. Again, YouTube, I know the terms of service. I'm not endorsing anything, okay?
No, I agree, by the way. I could vouch for that one.
That is not my kind of art style. I
know somebody would definitely like that.
Settler says, I am looking forward for the demographic collapse, just to see if Quebec can finally have its independence. I too would like for Quebec to be independent because it wouldn't be able to survive. And as it is primarily populated by French people, that's a good thing. Outrage Deer says, sorry if I've been off topic. I was a bit behind. No, don't worry. It's we do all the super chats at the end anyway, so you are undoubtedly going to be a bit off the bat, but no problems. I find it better to do it this way than interrupt the conversation in the middle with super chats, but... Elsie Sorano says, also speaking of Kane, I know the books are written after he has passed away, but I wouldn't be surprised if Big E brought Kane back to life just to screw with him for laughs. Only in the case of an eternal crusade against chaos. He would do that, because I'm sure he would see the irony. Scarfy the Strange says, since a certain blonde Norwegian won't ask, I will. Will Hermione be a romance option in the new Hogwarts? Only if you're into really hardcore Loli, since the new Hogwarts is set in the 1800s, and she would be a fetus of a fetus of a fetus at that point.
This is a prequel.
Yeah, plus, Western games and romance options that are actually appealing these days, not going to happen.
Yeah, that's the issue. They make characters that are purposefully ugly these days, which I fucking hate.
Dragon Age Inquisition. That was my eye-opener to that. I was like, everyone's kind of ugly.
Yeah, that's the strategy Pokemon is going down now, too.
Good. More of these companies need to continue to sabotage themselves. It'll create such a vacuum that little indies will explode.
Dragon Age Inquisition it wasn't the first one by any stretch of the imagination, but it was one of the most obvious ones. That fucking elf chick.
Oh, yes.
the ugliest character I think I have seen in fiction history. Like, she is just repulsive.
She's like, hello, I got big buck teeth. I'm like, okay, thank you. Please go away.
Awful.
Monster.
Absolutely awful.
Abomination.
Hiking90 says, give me a shout out for Skimp Rangers. Champ. Oh, no, Skimp Rangers, whatever that is. Gets a shout out. Mr. Twisted Fantasy says, do you think Cavill could do something good with Commissar Yarick's storyline, or would introducing the orcs to the mainstream straight out the gate be a bit much? Depends on how they present them. You could do something with Yarick, but since his entire thing is, xenophobia, it might not work as well in modern day. Plus, I imagine introducing the orcs as Cockney-accented immigrants might also have some connotations in the modern day.
Not related to exactly that, but I do actually. You reminded me of one of my favorite things to hear. Like, oh, that could never be made today. Oh, that would never have been made today. I love that argument because that's just telling me, hey, I'm not going to have any competition.
That's true. Elsie Sorana says, Arch needs to trap Kibbs in his bubble. Then we can get hardcore breeding. Oh, disgusting.
What? Huh? I don't pay attention for a second, and we're back onto this. Typical.
It is a common thing, Carl. You should be used to it by now. Embrace it, even.
Wow.
Brian H. Becomes a member. Thank you very much, sir. And the Grizzly says, Dungeons and Dragons also look like the Guardians of the Galaxy, but more cringe. That is possible. I will not see it. Bad movie, bad game, bad company that makes it. I hope the IP is torpid and Gygax's son buys it back. Oh, if you want to see real cringe, good, like high grade, top shelf cringe, try to watch Vox. What the hell was it? Vox something. The show made by the Critical Role guys, I think. Legends of Vox Machina, that was it. I tried to watch that. It hurt my soul.
Yeah, I didn't want to watch that.
It's
But
not as
that's
bad
what
as
the-
Velma, but
Well, but that's what the current crop of D&D players wants, though. So this isn't our hobby anymore.
yeah, like I'm very sad that Critical Role is as popular as they are because it tells me how many normies are in the hobby now.
I wonder how long they're going to stay, though, is the question.
Well, they're carving out more and more of their own kind of place, so we'll see.
Yeah, which I'm
It might
fine with,
become
by
its
the
own
way.
thing.
Yeah, as long as they stay the fuck away from me and my stuff, they could do whatever they want.
Yep. Because also one of the worst thing I hate about fucking Vox Machina is that episode 1 they introduced the characters and they're like, dude, we're like anti-heroes. We're not traditional heroes. We're actually kind of incompetent and shit. It's like, okay, sure, all right, that's an interesting pitch. And then they become traditional heroes that defeat the villains through their incredible powers. Like, okay, so the entire first segment is just complete wasted bullshit, isn't it? It's just a cheap joke. Dumb. Very dumb. Mark James says, I don't trust Google to honor membership. In the chargeback thing, God knows. The thing is, I'm presuming they'll use that in the more extreme circumstances, because I'm pretty sure it's not legal. I am fairly certain you are not allowed to take back a paycheck after it's been cashed.
Well, I don't know this, so let me just ask you guys the question. Do they wire you the money to your bank?
Yes. In my case, I have two systems. So some of my money gets wired directly into my bank account. Some of it gets sent to PayPal via another party.
Okay. Because when it comes to wires, specifically international wires, I don't think they can reverse those. I don't think there's a mechanism by the banks will even honor that request.
The thing is, too, like, I know chargeback is an option, but it is also the nuclear option, and it can be done in very specific circumstances, and usually via the bank itself. So, I don't see how. they're
No,
going to
I
do it.
don't. I don't think they're talking about payments to you. Like, I think that's where the second one came in, where they withhold future payments to make up for something they wanted to take back. I think the chargebacks and everything would be like if somebody super chatted you, and then Google decided, oh, this super chat is racist, we're going to reverse it. Like they'll give it the money back to the super chatter before they even had a chance to pay you out. Like that's how I read it.
The thing is, I don't think they're allowed to do that either, because, like, I have no idea about U.S. law, but I know over here for sure, at least, a company cannot financially punish someone unless they've literally like entered into a purchasing agreement. Like the company can't take your money back. Like there's no way for a private company to essentially fine you. You know, you'll have to have purchased something and then not paid it, in which case they can kind of demand payment via like creditors companies or something. But the idea of withholding money or de facto fining you, that is going to be a very interesting precedence in that case in private industries.
I guess it's just the language. When you said chargeback, I was thinking chargeback as in like credit card networks. So I was just
Yes,
like, how
and
does that even work in a wired mechanism? But yeah,
they did specifically write charge back as well, so God knows. It's like I am almost certain they can't do that, but I guess we'll see. There's the thing: it doesn't need to be legal. They just need to not be called out on it. Morgan McConnell asks, best anime? I would say either Spice and Wolf or Black Lagoon.
now
Legend
that
of the
actually,
Galactic Heroes, no exception.
I was going to say that tells me a lot more about you than you may think there are.
It sure does. Spice and Wolf was great. Black Lagoon was great too. I wish the manga got updated a little bit more often instead of Berserk, as it's currently being updated as. Marksman of 117B says, if a plane filled with furries after FurryCon were to crash, we lose a lot of doctors and a good part of our IT sector. Maybe.
Oh no, that's one thing that's true. At least almost everyone in higher up tech positions at the big tech companies are furries.
Hmm.
Like I know that, and that's because furries are just like SJWs. Like one of them gets into a position, and they will only hire other furries. I've been in chat rooms with these guys. Like they usually do that. Like they'll before the job posting even goes live, they'll be in the chat room. They'll say, "Oh, hey, if anyone's interested, this job's about to be open, so just let me know." And yeah, you'd be shocked to know how many higher up tech people at Google and Facebook, etc., are furries.
I have a disturbing image in my mind now of Susan Wojcicki in a fursuit.
We always knew it.
That'd be an improvement, honestly.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Well, we do know
Morgan-
that she's up for pegging people because of her policies.
Right in the
Morgan
balls.
Matol says, watch the leftists react to the term dragon slave. A dragon slave. This is a scaly thing.
No, that's a
I don't wanna
spell
Google
from
it.
Slayers.
Oh.
Oh shit! I just outed how old I am. Never mind. Forget I said that.
That's true. Even I didn't fucking watch Slayers.
Lena's a lolly.
Viking Kiwi says, the fruit cheating thing is old, but she recently tweeted about how people you care about will backstab you, and her comments pointed out the cheating. True. El Susrana, my first intro to hentai, Bible Black. I was scared for a while. Oh, actually, Bible Black wasn't that bad. Like, a lot of it wasn't. And then, you have the human sacrifice, and, fucking the corpse, and... parts of it wasn't that bad.
It's pretty tame as far as hentai goes. Yeah.
All I could say is that it became tame as soon as Lilith made their appearance.
Tunishi, parliamentary elections are coming up, and Marine is leading SDP into the ground. She's called our Nationalist Party racist. Really, the Marine Le Pen?
No, I think that was when I was talking about Finland. I think that was their government.
The SDP
Yeah.
Party. Google. SDP, the Social Democratic Party, is a minor party in the United Kingdom, apparently. The Social Democratic Party. Oh,
No,
Social Democrats.
Social Democratic Party of Finland. Yeah, there it is.
That's disgusting. Social Democrats should not be allowed to exist. We don't like Nazis, so why do we allow them?
Well, because it's a different name, therefore they're completely different ideology. Haven't you heard? Just change the name, and it's as if none of their past crimes ever happened.
There's no way you can combine the word social, as in socialist, and democracy, as in Democrat. They're oxymorons, as far as I'm concerned. Max Kessler says, always good to hear someone else talk about how much FDR and MacArthur sucked and should be beheaded for their myriad failures and some of their successes. Yep, no, the more I read about the Japanese war, they were stupid. But they did get what they wanted. FDR even sacked the chief of the Navy at the time, who was like, listen, the Japanese can bomb Pearl Harbor, so please don't move the fleet there. And FDR was like, you go be retired now. Marksman of 117B says, do you know about Princess and Conquest? I feel like I'm just being asked about random hentai games now. Google. This looks disturbing.
It's literally, but Witch Trainer and Princess Conquest, same guy.
This looks far more...
Princess Trainer, sorry. Princess Trainer.
Oh, no, the Princess Conquest in this case.
Oh, okay, never mind that.
It seems to be a game where you conquer monster girl princesses.
No, different one. Different person.
Princess Tamer. Yes, that art style I do recognize. Well, there you go. We learned so much about hentai today. Mark Deshamed says, game development is almost like movie making these days, where there is so much pre-sale marketing requirements, such as interviews and press releases, there's no time to actually make the product. That does seem to be the case. Too much bloat. Mark Deshamed also says, who thought a Scooby-Doo show without Scooby-Doo was a good idea? The only good thing from that was watching Archer's suffering. Hold on. I actually think it was very good that they didn't include Scooby-Doo in that show, because at least he was spared the suffering.
Yeah. So I pointed this out on my stream. You notice the two characters that are missing are Scooby and Shaggy? Because technically Norville isn't Shaggy, he's a different character.
Technically.
It's almost as if they realized that this was going to destroy the brand, so they kept the two most popular characters out of it.
Just in case. Maybe they can wake up at some point and just be like, wow, that was a weird dream. Referencing the Walmart show. Yorozu says, RGE is point being subbed to Sargon since back he had a Street Fighter ending theme, but some of those in his employ are acting a lot like those they deem monstrous or evil even. Also, clap Kibbs's cheeks. That is a thing. Vil Anon says, there's no moral argument against Loli. No one will be enticed to liking kids by Loli since it's a genetic attraction like being gay. If this were true, the only thing stopping people from this is just moral boundaries, which I believe is entirely wrong. Yeah, no. I think you might be onto something there, sir. Oliver Nord says, people from Quebec are hardly French. France dumped us 4 centuries ago and never looked back unless they need meat for some world war, and we stayed in Canada despite the British Canadians at every turn. Huh, good on you at least. And lastly, finally, good gods, that was like 2 hours of super chats. Puppetot says, Bondage Game was much worse than Bible Black. Bondage Game. Google. Ah, I see. Yes, I can see how this might be worse.
Go watch Euphoria.
All right.
That one's better.
I knew you were going to say that. I just.
There we are. We are at the end. We survived. Congratulations, gentlemen. All right. Well, I think we've gone through everything, so thank you both very much for coming on today and talking about the Loli question.
It's only been 5 hours.
Oh, it's only been 5 hours.
It's just a little bit bigger than the normal ArchCast.
Well, yeah, that's
Lit.
because Arch spent 2 hours rolling in money.
That too, I suppose.
Sounds like
Maybe
a win.
we'll just have Kibbs read the super chats in the future and I go eat something.
You fat little sow. That's your job, not mine.
I determine what your job is, Kyle. You know why?
Let's wrap up the stream. Chat doesn't need to know the reasons. Why?
Sure. But yes, thank you all very much for watching. Thank you all for your super generous donations. And, of course, hopefully we will see you all again soon.
Oh,
Now,
hold on. Before you end the stream, Dev reminded me that you should check to raid. Though he said he wasn't intending to raid. There,
He
Dev. I
wasn't
did what I
intending to
said.
raid?
I don't know. Just go look. Press the button.
He said he
That's
isn't streaming, but he wanted you to raid somebody else.
Yeah.
Yes.
oh yes, he's messaged
Support
me
your
about
fellow
that too.
creators.
Okay.
Because he told me last time I should raid a person, and then I forgot about it. So I'm going to have to raid the person he told me to raid now because of obligations. So up next is going to be a horse playing a fishing game. Welcome to the internet.
Sounds fun.
Yeehaw.
Maybe there'll be hentai. Or if there isn't hentai, you could always try to create it. Have a good day.